Welcome back, everybody, to our latest live stream. Hope everybody's having a good evening so far. Obviously, I did mention earlier in our last live stream that I'd be going live again for tonight's severe weather, and it's not really too significant in comparison to what we saw earlier. There will be a chance for damaging winds, some large hail, and maybe even a couple tornadoes. It's still not out of the question that we see at least maybe one brief tornado, but things should stay kind of relatively quieter than what we've seen the last few days and as well as earlier today. But I did want to go live to kind of give you a breakdown of what's happening right now. There are a couple of warnings that are really need to be watched for, because there is actually a chance for an isolated tornado potentially somewhere in the Midwest, and as well as maybe even back down in Southwest Missouri. We have had a couple storms rotating associated with a line of storms, so I'm going to kind of break that down for you. Before we get too far into this, make sure to hit the like button down below and subscribe, and yeah, let's get right into it. So we're going to start north to south. We're going to go from the Midwest, and then we'll go down to areas in the Southern Plains. So beginning with the Midwest, we've had a lot of storm activity over this direction over the last couple hours. Let's go to the high definition radar. Back over west of Chicago, we do have a bit of a cluster of storms that's been trying to develop. It's not really that severe right now. There's a couple areas to watch for, but one of which actually has had a tornado possible label on it at times, because there actually has been some rotation with this storm near Irville, and this is going to be going towards Oswego and eventually towards Aurora and Naperville eventually, but this storm's now producing damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, so it is starting to intensify a little bit. And this is the concern with this line of storms, is that it is eventually might become a bit more organized as it gets closer to areas like Chicago. And if it does, damaging winds would start to kick in a bit more in a more of a scattered to maybe even numerous tense of phrase, basically, with these cells as they continue to move off to the east. We have multiple different areas that we're watching, though, one of which we actually just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Lacan, as well as back near Henry in parts of central Illinois. And this activity is going to continue to move off to the east over the next couple hours. Again, the storm near Irville, though, was actually a tornado possible storm, and now it's actually producing damaging winds around 70 miles per hour. And this is what it looks like right now. So it had rotation. If we go back a little bit, we're going to go back 14 frames, and you'll kind of get an idea here of where that rotation was. Look how the storm was rotating back near Amboy, excuse me, and that was starting to rotate a bit more about 30 minutes ago. Now it's lost its rotation for the time being, and it's turned into more of a straight line wind threat. So we are starting to watch the threat for damaging winds around 70 miles per hour, which is approaching Pawpaw and as well as Sandwich and Irville. So this is getting, rather close to the suburbs here of Chicago. So we'll have to watch this closely as it continues to move off to the east. We do have another cell that has been severe for quite some time that's further to the north. That's near Byron, and this one's weakening out a bit. It's going to actually go down to a special weather statement, and that's just for some gusty winds and maybe some small hail, but that will start to weaken out as it moves off to the north and east. But for right now, damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour is the main concern. Now, for those around Chicago, there's not a severe thunderstorm watch quite yet. We might have one issued at some point down the road, but as of right now, there's no severe thunderstorm watch. I wouldn't be surprised if they issue one, just because of the damaging wind threat that is going to start to increase over the next hour out of this line of storms. And that's like the biggest reason why I've gone live, because I think that this will start to intensify over the next hour as it approaches Chicago, Evanston, and probably produce more damaging winds and maybe again a brief tornado. It's not out of the question with the setup that we have. There is enough shear, and we've already seen some rotation with these cells. It's not a lot of rotation, though. I mean, we've seen some at times. It's very hit or miss with these storms anyways. And they are very clustered together. We have a lot of rain, and rain cool air is starting to kind of get out in front of some of these cells as well. And that's the reason why this storm up here near Rockford has begun to weaken, is because all of this rain cool air that has eventually gotten out in front of it is kind of weakening it off. So that's actually some good news there. One other thing I want to mention a bit further off to the east, this is not associated with this area of storms, but there are more storms actually ongoing back over across the Indiana, Ohio, and Michigan border. Not anything severe, but there are some strong storms, and it's been really raining all day, at least in one part of Michigan. It's been, we've had on and off storms, so there's a couple more there. We have another severe thunderstorm warning for another 15 minutes back up in Baraboo. That's in parts of central and southern Wisconsin for some 60-mile-per-hour winds, but that storm also, again, rain cool air is starting to dominate, so that thing's going to weaken out pretty quickly as well. Anything with this area of storms as well in our southern parts of Wisconsin has the same boat. I mean, those storms are going to probably weaken out as well. With all that rain cool air out in front of it, it's just going to kind of hinder the potential for that to really start to intensify again. But the storms that have the best chance of intensifying over the next hour are right in here. So that's going to be anywhere from about Lafayette all the way back through Lacan and Henry, back into Mendota, as well as Amboy. This area of storms is going to likely intensify a bit more as it moves off to the east towards areas like Chicago, producing that threat of damaging winds. And we might again see a new severe thunderstorm watch for that. We'll see. But that line of storms will probably intensify just a little bit more before it gets close to Chicago. Further down to the south, we do have more severe weather down here. We have a massive line of storms storms, in fact. Back down in areas like Springfield and Republic, we've been watching damaging winds for quite a while, around 60 miles per hour. This storm was around 70 miles per hour. That was the previous warning. It has been downgraded to damaging winds around 60 miles per hour, which all this is going to be approaching Springfield, Missouri. This was also a tornado possible label at one point. There was actually some rotation, which I wouldn't rule out. We get a little bit more rotation with this line at some point. This is the best chance in this area here in southwest Missouri for at least maybe a little spin up. So we might see something like that, but a tornado is pretty unlikely at this point. But back near Ash Grove, there's some high winds. Any of these bright green colors north of the radar site here near Ash Grove and Dadeville is where we're watching for some damaging winds, maybe around 60 to 65 miles per hour. Further down to the south through areas like Cassville, we're not seeing a whole lot there, just some gusty winds at this point. And then further down to the south through areas like Tulsa, we do have some severe weather rolling through these areas. Tulsa with a lot of lightning in the vicinity. In addition to that, we do have some damaging winds out of this. The warning previously was for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. This has also been downgraded. So these warnings down here in the southern plains and back through areas like Arkansas and Missouri are the ones that are going to continue to get downgraded here over the next hour or two as this line of storms continues to weaken out. And really, I mentioned this earlier in our previous live stream. I did expect this to happen, where this line would start to gradually weaken as it moved throughout Oklahoma, and that has so far done it. So we are definitely seeing some positive signs there with the weakening, but we are definitely still seeing some damaging winds across this area here near Bixby, and as well as back through areas near Broken Bow and now south of Tulsa is where the highest wind speeds are associated. But the other thing with this is not just the the winds, it's also going to be the threat for all the lightning that we're seeing. There's a lot of cloud to ground lightning with these storms, which is definitely a bit of a concern, and you'll see all those lightning strikes here all over your screen near Tulsa, west of Tulsa, east of Tulsa. I mean, it's all around Tulsa where we have a ton of lightning right now. Now, our next area of storms that is more concerning than the storms that we're probably seeing here, even though that area of storms is concerning, we have another area of concerning storms in northwest Oklahoma, because these ones will be crashing down to the south and east towards Oklahoma City, and that could increase the severe weather potential there closer to Oklahoma City. And you'll actually notice the storm near Woodward, just southeast of there, is actually a pretty decent looking storm. It's been producing hail around about golf ball size near Woodward. And the other thing with this storm, it is actually tornado possible labeled. Let's check out the velocities on this and see what we're looking at here. Not really a whole lot here, it looks like, in the latest scans. Let's just go back a little bit. So this is a tornado possible storm. A little bit of rotation maybe on that front side. It's not much, but there is possibly just a little bit of rotation there near Mutual. So we could potentially get an isolated tornado out of that. I'm not very confident that we'll get much of a tornado risk out of these storms either, but we might see maybe something, again, maybe a brief spin up. Back near Clio Springs and Fairview as well, there is some damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. That's moving down to the south and east. Again, that storm could produce a little bit more of severe weather as it moves down to the south and east, but really what this is going to end up doing up here in northwest Oklahoma is forming into a cluster, if not even a line of storms. And what that'll end up doing is going towards Oklahoma City in a couple hours or so, and that'll pose a risk for some damaging winds and perhaps maybe even some large hail. Currently, this storm is moving about 25 miles per hour down to the south and east. So let's just time this out for those in Oklahoma City, as well as in surrounding areas, because again, this will be basically heading that direction towards Oklahoma City. And this is your current timing. So we'll go about Oklahoma City in about 2 to 3 hours is going to be your estimated ETA. Right now it's 8:04, so this will be around 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock or so is when Oklahoma City will start to see these storms. So again, we might see some hail, maybe some damaging winds out of this, and again, perhaps maybe a brief spin up, but I'm not really too concerned here about the tornado risk out of these storms. But it's a possibility out of the storm near Woodward, since it is a bit more discreet in nature, and there is, again, enough shear, but overall, the storm itself is just not structured very well today. And you'll also notice the hail core near Mutual. That is also something to watch out for here. There's definitely going to be some large hail associated with these storms as well, as they continue to move off to the south and east here in northwest Oklahoma. All right, let's real quickly go back up to, actually, we have some storms over in New Mexico, but we're going to go back up here to the north. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning as well, in an interesting spot. This is actually over in southern Illinois. Look at this storm. This is near the Dale area in Brandon, McLeansboro. And not really any rotation, but an interesting storm that's kind of formed here. It looks like it almost has a hook echo there, but we do have a little bit of hail falling with this one as well near Brandon or Braden, and as well as McLeansboro. So this will be moving off to the north, but a little cell that has kind of popped out here out of nowhere. We'll have more of these as well. You'll notice here all these other little cells that have kind of developed. They're pretty discrete in nature, but a discrete cell doesn't always mean we're going to see severe weather out of them, or at least significant severe weather. In this sort of environment, we're really not looking at a massive like hailstorm coming out of something like this, or a significant tornado, for example. That's probably not going to come out of these storms down here in southern Illinois. Well, we might see some isolated large hail and damaging winds as those move off to the north. But really the main concern for this live stream that we'll be covering is the storms that are now moving into areas in the Midwest. And we'll also be talking more about the Oklahoma storms, because there's a lot of stuff happening with those. And we'll be watching that tornado risk. So yeah, that'll be definitely something to watch out for here. as these storms continue to evolve. But those are going to be the main things we'll be watching for here in this live stream, and also the potential for a new severe thunderstorm watch probably could actually get issued here in the Midwest. All right, we do have a new SBC outlook. I was kind of hoping to get that in anyways because we went live. There was an enhanced risk of severe weather for those that did not tune into earlier today's stream or my video today. There was obviously that enhanced risk, and that's what it looks like here. So that was earlier today's risk. The Storm Prediction Center, though, has just issued a new outlook for tonight. So let's kind of just pull that up. If it might load, we'll see. It might take a second. But their latest outlook came out about 8 minutes ago, so you might have to just go back in and out. Maybe not. Maybe it hasn't posted yet. But I'll show you guys the outlook. So this is the current outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. This is the latest outlook. So the new outlook basically is that there's a slight risk of severe weather, pretty much reminiscent with the thumbnail anyways. But that slight risk goes throughout like the Midwest, back through areas in Oklahoma. That entire area is in that slight risk of severe weather. Now, I'm not entirely sure if they've really changed any of the probabilities, but we'll check it out. So tornado risk, there's no tornado risk technically issued by the Storm Prediction Center. It's a less than 2% chance. I still think there is a chance for an isolated brief tornado, but again, the risk is very low today. It's mainly just hail and damaging winds. The wind threat is the same. It's across the board. It's just isolated damaging winds, maybe widely scattered damaging winds, especially with the severe weather that we have back down in eastern Oklahoma. And then the hail threat is primarily focused across areas up here in the Midwest, so near Chicago, and then also back over in Amarillo and really the northern Texas Panhandle. That's about it, though. Those are the main concerns. Damaging winds across the board all day today has been the main concern, and you'll notice, oh, actually, look at this. So we're back to the tornado possible label near Irville. So this was originally not a tornado possible there for a little bit, but we're back to a tornado possible on this, which again does not mean we have a tornado warning. It's basically the prerequisite to that, but we do currently have a pretty high amount of wind in here near Pawpaw. Let's look at the radar estimates on this wind near Sandwich and Irville. It's estimated around 70 to 80 miles per hour, but honestly, again, we're looking at a little bit off the ground, so it's probably gonna be closer to 70 miles per hour at the surface. But Irville right now and Sandwich, definitely be on alert. High winds currently going through those areas up to 70 miles per hour. You should stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible as these storms do move through. Let's get a little idea here of the speed. So it's going east at about 45 miles per hour. We'll put a track on this so you get an idea of where it's heading and when. We'll do 45, and Chicago is also going to be possibly in the track of this. It's going a little bit more east-northeast. But this is the current timing, so I'll put the timing on the left side of your screen, and you can kind of just read down the list for your location. I'll start scrolling down here in a second. But currently Boulder Hill around 40 minutes from now, Aurora in 46 minutes, Plainfield 48 minutes from now, and again, this is ETA, so give or take 10 to 15 minutes on all these times. Naperville in about 55 minutes, about an hour for Bolingbrook, and as well as Lisley, and Lockport about an hour from now as well. Darien about 65, 70 minutes from now, and eventually about an hour and a half or so once we get closer to Chicago is my guess. There's a lot of towns in here. We'll see if we can find Chicago on here somewhere, but Chicago's probably about an hour and a half from now. 87 minutes, that's the ETA, so it's about an hour and a half from now for Chicago, and anywhere in the suburbs there, going to be probably within the next hour. So definitely make sure you're prepared for these storms. Really the main things that you have to do if you're in the Chicago suburbs, really no reason to panic about these storms. They're not, crazy. They're really not. It's mainly damaging winds. So make sure you take those proper precautions for damaging winds before these storms get here. That includes, covering loose lawn items or bringing them in, as well as covering plants. Obviously, trampoline risk is still at a low scale. It's not zero, but there could be a couple flying trampolines out of something like this. So if you have a trampoline, make sure it's hatched down, and also make sure if you cannot hatch it down, just flip the trampoline over if you're able to do that. That can also prevent it from flying away in a sense. But that's about it, really. You just want to make sure you're prepared for damaging winds. Have a tornado action plan in place just in case, because we, again, have a little bit of rotation with this cell, and we might see a little bit more of that. But I still think it's really just a brief spin up, maybe a brief tornado as well. But it's really nothing too crazy in terms of the tornado risk. Also, there's another cluster of storms back over in parts of eastern Missouri. I haven't mentioned this yet. This will probably not really get severe. If anything, though, damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour would be the main concern out of that. And then back down west of Evansville, back in southern parts of Illinois, again, we have a pretty decent cell that is developed down here. Not really rotating, but it does look like a pretty impressive supercell back down in the southern part of the state near Sacramento. And again, it looks almost like it should be rotating. You can see it. It almost looks, again, it looks like a hook echo here with a pretty good inflow. But the shear down this direction, I'm pretty sure it's really minimal. So I would have to look into that, but it's probably not too crazy. But yeah, that's what we're looking at for today. If you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. I'll be pretty interactive on this live stream since there probably will not be too many tornado warnings. But if there is any, obviously we'll be going back to tornado mode. But right now, again, pretty impressive cells down here. And let me go back down here real quick. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning as well for Muskogee, as well as Wagner, Coweta, Bixby for 60 mile per hour winds. That was issued a little while ago, but This is the line of storms in eastern Oklahoma that's pushing down to the south, producing that threat for some damaging winds as well. So we'll monitor that closely. And again, really, the main two things I really want to pay attention to in this live stream will be the Midwest and these Oklahoma storms that are starting to form and really start to fire up and moving towards Oklahoma City. Those are the main two events really in this entire, duration of this live stream will be that. And obviously the line of storms is still something to watch out for because it is still producing numerous damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. But I do think the risk of this really staying severe for much longer should start to go down a bit. It should start to kind of dwindle down to more of a just gusty wind threat more than anything. But there is definitely still some high winds in here. Actually, back down near Kimberling City, there are some higher winds down here being estimated by the velocities, probably around 60 to 70 miles per hour. So that is definitely be something to watch out for as well. All right, let me just go back up to the Midwest, and we'll stay here for a second. Hope everybody's doing well. Thank you, Cool Weather Maps, for the becoming a minimum velocity member. I appreciate that. Thank you. Nemo, thank you for the 199. Northern Illinois cannot catch a break the past 3 days. This is pretty typical for this time of the year. It starts to ramp up a lot more in terms of severe weather, and so we do definitely have a lot more severe weather during this time of the year. So, but yeah, I mean, a couple days ago was pretty bad. Today it shouldn't be too bad. Again, I think really the main concern right now for anywhere near Chicago is just damaging winds. But again, we might see an isolated tornado. That's the main reason why I went live. There might be a tornado threat. We haven't really seen one here in the last few hours, and there is enough shear available. So I've been saying it all day. Thank you, Cal, for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Ken, for the $9.99 as well. I appreciate your support. Is Wisconsin still seeing development? The only thing that's happening up in Wisconsin right now is just ordinary storms. The severe thunderstorm warning that was ongoing for Baraboo has now been canceled, so we don't have that anymore. It's just a few lightning strikes, so basically rumbles of thunder, and that's about it. I mean, we have so much rain cool air out in front of this, and daylight heating is, I believe, ended now. What time is it? Is it 8? It's 8:15 about. So it's pretty much ended at this point. So the risk of these storms ramping up again it's pretty minimal. I wouldn't really anticipate anything too crazy out of that because, yeah, we have a lot of rain, cool air, and daylight heating's ending, and there's just not really a whole lot of organization up there anyways. Thank you again, Ken, for the $4.99. Yeah, I just answered your question. So again, most of that activity is weakening. Sorry, I was trying to get to questions, but I was talking a lot. All right, let's go over to Twitter real quick. If you have any photos, by the way, of today's storms, you can feel free to tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. You might be featured on the live stream. And if you have any photos of the storms right now, again, make sure you are taking them safely. But again, the storm near Irville has a little bit of rotation. I do want to go over real quickly because there actually might be something developing here. Let me see this real quick. The storm in particular near... yeah, there is a little bit of rotation. So the area that we're looking at here for rotation, again, this is a tornado possible storm. It does not mean it's a tornado warning, but they are monitoring the potential for a tornado to develop at some point, possibly maybe a brief tornado. But that area right here near Millington is where we have some rotation. And so there is a possibility, actually that is not rotation, I don't think, but it might actually be. It's on the very front of the cell here, but that is where we would be watching for a possible tornado. Otherwise, this is all wind. So if this is able to develop into a little bit more rotation, going away from the radar, we could actually get maybe an isolated tornado out of this. But right now it's all wind in here. That's where the storm is, and then out in front of the storm right there is where we could see maybe something brief. It's a little bit off the storm, but it would actually make sense in this type of situation. But that is a little bit of rotation. It's not much. It's really on the very front edge of the storm, which is possibly even landspout territory. So that's just east of Irville. But overall, it's mostly damaging winds here near Pawpaw and Irville, which I'm guessing we have viewers all over the place here from the Chicago Metro nowadays. And I don't know if anybody in the chat is from Irville or Pawpaw, but let me know what you're seeing if you're in those areas, because we're definitely seeing probably some damaging winds in those areas, upwards of 70 miles per hour. Pawpaw. I love the Pawpaw name. Would love to live in Pawpaw. All right. What do you think about the Northwest Indiana? Northwest Indiana will also be looking at this line, so let me go through the future radar here. But yeah, you'll probably see the line of storms if you're in northwest sections of Indiana. So this is your timing. So around 10 o'clock, this line is moving through Chicago, Gary, and eventually going by 11, this line will be moving into northwest Indiana. By midnight, the storms will be creeping into southwest Michigan, with damaging winds being the main concern. And then going into the overnight hours, the storms are all moving pretty much all through Michigan. We could still see some storm activity still ongoing throughout areas like central Illinois, and as well as parts of central and northern Indiana. But I overall think the damaging wind threat is all that we have to really be that concerned about overnight for this area. But a lot of this should just be rain, some rumbles of thunder, and that should be about it. I don't anticipate a whole lot of severe weather overnight. The only area where there would be severe weather overnight would be where this line of storms is going through. So basically in this area here, perhaps even further to the east into Michigan, it's not out of the question. This is about 3 in the morning, so storms going through Flint and eventually going by 4 in the morning near Detroit and Sterling Heights. So that's basically your timing here for tonight for those storms going off to the east. But overall, the threat there for severe weather will still be low. It's going to be mainly damaging winds as we go into the overnight hours, but that's going to include anywhere north or northern Indiana and as well as southern Michigan. That'll be your main concerns there. Check Springfield, Missouri. Here's Springfield. Again, Springfield's mainly damaging winds right now. Pretty impressive line of storms. It's actually about to go through Springfield. I wonder if we have any live view on that storm. Not sure if we do. Yeah, that's mostly just damaging winds. We can go to the velocities as well. Yeah, down in the southern part of the southern part of this line here, back near the Branson area, there isn't really a whole lot of rotation, but there is definitely some high winds, probably around 60 to maybe 65 miles per hour. Let's see if we had a better radar sight, but this would be the area here near Coney Island. There are some higher winds. Radar currently estimating this around, it estimates around 80. That's definitely way too high for this. It's probably somewhere in the range of 70 though, is my guess, because right now it's at least 60, but it's probably around 70. Mainly due to the fact if it's 80 miles per hour aloft, then that would probably mean somewhere closer to 70 near the surface. But overall, I do think that down near Kimberling City, I cannot say that name, as well as Branson, those two areas will be watching for the threat for damaging winds around maybe 65 to 70. Also, not too long ago in Cassville, Missouri, we had a report, fire department reporting a tree fell down onto a house in Cassville, possibly somebody trapped. So that was as of 7:45. It's about 30 minutes ago. So that was out of this area of storms, which, you know, it wouldn't be ruled out again that we had some high wind speeds around 70 out of that. And back near Tulsa, there are some storms still going through here. This part of the line is starting to weaken out, but it is still going to produce damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, probably all the way through Fort Smith is my guess, and it should really start to weaken out after that with a lot of rainfall. And then back northwest of Oklahoma City, again, this is your next threat. If you're in Oklahoma City, monitor this very closely. This would be your next round of storms, producing the threat for even some large hail and damaging winds. We've had up to golf ball-sized hail already out of this area of storms, so it's definitely not out of the question that we get something like that as it moves down closer to Oklahoma City. Large hail threat, though, should stay a little bit lower. The damaging wind threat should really stay the main concern for OKC and anywhere in the surrounding areas as well. We have a better radar sight up here, so... Right now, not a whole lot of rotation with this. This is another tornado possible storm. We have a tornado possible label. Again, that does not mean tornado warning. It just basically means that there's a little bit of rotation, very broad rotation that the National Weather Service is monitoring. That's usually what that tag means. It doesn't always mean that we're looking at an actual tornado by any means, but it is something to watch for. So that's the same situation, by the way, back up in Chicago. All right, we do have a severe thunderstorm watch that has now been issued for Chicago, and this is going to be, you know, that was, again, what I expected was a severe thunderstorm watch here, and that's for the damaging wind threat and also an isolated tornado. So Chicago's included in this. I'm not sure if they've expanded this any further toward northwest Indiana, but at this current time, it is going to include areas in Chicago. So anywhere in the Chicago suburbs, that is where we do have that severe thunderstorm watch, and that is going to be for damaging winds, probably between around 60 to 70 miles per hour with some isolated storms, and then the threat for maybe sporadic hail, but hail should remain a very low threat here, and then maybe an isolated tornado, which again, we still have that tornado possible label on this new severe thunderstorm warning for those in Oswego, Aurora, St. Charles, Wayne, Elburn, Batavia, Caneville, as well as Maple Park, Wayne, South Elgin's almost included in that as well. So again, new severe thunderstorm warning here, tornado possible labels on that. We'll have to watch that closely, but this is your new severe thunderstorm watch, which goes until 11 o'clock or 10 o'clock tonight. So this will go for a couple hours. This is only going to include areas near Chicago for the most part. So this does not go into Indiana. But this is the main concerns here. So again, this is the threats outlined by the Storm Prediction Center. It is damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, scattered large hail events up to 1.5 inches in diameter, and then also a tornado or two are possible. So we still have to watch for that tornado threat here up in parts of the Chicago suburbs, which for whatever reason, Chicago, you've been kind of in this boat recently where you have another tornado risk. It's not nearly as concerning as the other day, but it is definitely still something to monitor. But really, I'd be most concerned right now about the high wind threat. Look at near Irville here. This entire little area here on the velocities west of Sandwich, that's high winds right there. That's good 60 to 70 miles per hour located west of Sandwich, and radar's estimating around 75 aloft, which again, when I say aloft, that means off the ground. So near the surface, it's probably closer to 70, and that'll be approaching Yorkville, Aurora, and North Aurora here over the next several minutes. Chicago currently timeline. I know a lot of people are wondering about Chicago particularly, or Evanston, or anywhere really along the Great Lakes here back through Waukegan. Any of those areas, your current timing is right about an hour and a half from now, within about 75 to 90 minutes. So that's right around about 9:30, 10 o'clock is when you can expect some storm activity. It's not too far from now, so definitely make sure you're staying alert. Thank you, Wes, for the $10 super chat as well. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Sent you something on Twitter. I do not see anything. If you send me something on Twitter, make sure to mention me at MaxLossieWX. Do not message me, because messages are too hard to check on this. Takes too much time. But if you mention me on Twitter, I'll be able to look. How's it going, Christian? Can you do a future cast for Springfield, Missouri? Springfield, Missouri, the storms are hitting you right now, so there's really not a whole lot to do on the future radar for Springfield, but this is what it currently looks like down in Springfield. Again, we're just looking at damaging winds right now. There's nothing too crazy about this. Just make sure you're staying away from windows as these storms pass. That's the main thing you can do right now. Also down here, this is what I was talking about before. This storm looked a little bit more aggressive than 60 miles per hour. It is now warned for 70 mile per hour damaging winds south of Springfield. This is for Branson, as well as, don't know how to pronounce that name, but that's pretty much just Branson, Hollister, Hercules, Bradleyville, Whitty, Merritt, Roy, Rome, McClurg. If you're anywhere in those areas, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is possible. Main area of wind is going to be located just to the west of Branson, so that'll be moving off to the east over the next several minutes. So just make sure you're staying away from windows as that passes, especially if you live near trees, because again, trees could fall. And we've again had flying trampolines before, so don't get caught up in that. Make sure you're staying away from windows. Flying trampolines is one of the more dangerous things that can happen, which again, there's a low risk for flying trampolines out of these storms, so isolated potential for that does exist. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning as well back near Streator in Illinois, so central Illinois. New severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds around 60. Again, our main concern right now for the storms that we're looking at are obviously the line of storms from Missouri back through eastern Oklahoma. We have another concern for the couple of storms in northwest Oklahoma that'll drop down to Oklahoma City later. And then the other storms that we're concerned about are the ones approaching the Chicago metro, the ones that we're looking at here, because there is a threat right now out of this particular cell near Sandwich and Irville for 70 mile per hour winds and a possibility for a tornado. The new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued for the Chicago metro does include the potential for maybe an isolated tornado or two. So we have to monitor that threat for this area. Again, there is enough shear. It's just going to be a matter of, whether we actually see a isolated tornado. We have not seen one yet in the Midwest today, which is, good news. We had multiple the other day, so hopefully we don't see any today, but you never know. There's always a chance, especially out of this setup. Yeah, guys, if you're looking to download what I'm using, the top link in the description is the link to Radar Omega. I'm not sponsored on the stream, but I left the links there because people ask quite often. Are any of these storms producing hail for the Chicago area? No, these storms really aren't. I mean, pea-sized hail is probably about it. I really am not concerned about hail, even though the watch does mention that there's scattered large hail events up to 1.5 inches in diameter as possible. I don't think we'll see much hail out of these unless we get some sort of cell that develops out in front of everything, which I don't expect. So really the large hail threat should stay very low. It wouldn't rule out maybe one storm getting it to quarter size, but it really should stay a very low possibility. Thank you, lady, for the $2 super chat. What about Omaha, Arkansas? I have to look that up. One moment, please. Oklahoma City still has a risk for severe weather. I saw somebody else asked about that. That's going to be in a few hours from now. So the storms in northwest Oklahoma are the ones that'll drop down toward you during the late evening tonight. So make sure you're still staying weather aware. Yeah, if you're right now in Omaha, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, I believe are possible. Let me just double check. This is the most recent area that just got issued into a severe thunderstorm warning. So 60 mile per hour winds for now. You're probably, let's check out the velocities. The highest wind speeds right now are located to your north, but I would not rule out that there's a chance for maybe a little bit of 70 mile or 60 mile per hour winds, excuse me, heading towards Omaha. Just stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and you'll be good. Just mainly damaging winds down that direction. And these Tulsa storms are still going strong here. The one south of Tulsa, they're still producing high winds, but they're going to continue to weaken out over the next couple hours as they go closer to Fort Smith. And then back over again in northwest Oklahoma, we still have severe weather here. The storm near Fairview is a little bit weaker than before. It's producing 60 mile per hour winds, quarter-sized hail. And then back near the Ceiling area, there's still a tornado possible label on this storm, but I'm not going to lie to you, I don't think we're going to see a tornado out of this in the next few minutes, but we might see something possibly develop down the road. I think really the storms back up near the ceiling area are probably going to stay mainly as hail and wind for the next hour. So we could see an isolated brief tornado, but I think it's mainly going to be a wind threat there and hail. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning over in southern parts of Michigan. We have severe weather everywhere, I'm telling you. But we have a new severe thunderstorm warning back over in southern Michigan. That's for Adrian for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and as well as a little bit of quarter-sized hail. So that's a new warning there. We will not pay too much attention to that storm, but if anything gets crazy there, we'll keep a close eye on it. Back also north of Fort Wayne, there's also a strong storm there. Which we've had storms over in Michigan like all day today. They've just been in different parts of the state, excuse me, all day. It's been active there. All right, again, this is your massive windstorm right now that's heading through areas like Yorkville, Caneville, as well as going towards Oswego and Aurora. Again, there is a tornado possible label on this, so we're going to monitor it closely. The area of rotation is right in here. You might have a little kink as well near Sandwich. There's a couple spots. Again, it's not really much, but if we get something, going here, if it starts cranking up a little bit more in that shear department, if this storm organizes itself, I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado. There is a little bit of rotation, though. Yeah, the one near Sandwich right now is a little bit more defined, but it's still pretty broad. Just looking at another app here. The one near Millington that I just showed you at the bottom of your screen, let's go to this. So the one near Millington's a little bit weaker. Yeah, so the main couple kinks here, they're basically next to each other, but this is the one near Sandwich, and there's another one just south of there. So there's a couple of small spots that are really broadly rotating. So we have to watch that as it gets closer to Plano and Oswego. But again, if there's a tornado, it's probably going to be on the brief and weak side of things tonight. It's not going to be... Hopefully it won't be strong. I don't think we'll see a strong tornado, but there's always a possibility. Here's your risk of severe weather, by the way. So currently we have a low chance of a tornado. Again, that goes for this tonight. Again, a tornado or two are possible. Overall wind threat is in the moderate stage. That's the main concern. Hail threat is, in my opinion, low, but they have specified as moderate. And then the overall combined risk of 6 or more severe weather events that includes hail, wind, and tornadoes is high. So we are looking at least at some damaging winds and, again, some sporadic hail, maybe an isolated tornado. So that's what we're looking at right now for this new severe thunderstorm watch for the Chicago suburbs. Yeah, there's definitely something going here with this storm going closer to Chicago. Watch it closely. A friendly reminder, by the way, if you're just tuning in, to make sure to hit the like button down below. That does help get this out to more people. Also, make sure you're subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon so you are notified with the latest live streams and weather forecasts. Will I be covering the Northeast weather this weekend? I doubt it, unless there's some sort of massive upgrade to the risk. It's not really much of anything that's going to happen up there other than just isolated severe weather. It wouldn't really be enough to go live for. Even this tonight, honestly, was a little bit of a stretch, but the main reason why I'm going live is because, one, I have confidence that this severe weather event here near Chicago will continue, and it's also going to maintain its intensity, because I mentioned this earlier. We had a live stream earlier today, if you didn't turn into the earlier one, about the Central Plains, and I mentioned I was going to go live tonight because I did have confidence in this event potentially being a bit more significant, and it so far has. And then the Southern Plains, and as well as like Oklahoma and Missouri and whatnot, those have been significant enough as well, and the storms have been quite widespread in terms of damaging winds to the point where there's a need to go live. I don't think there's anybody else live covering this, so I want to make sure, if you need severe weather coverage, we're here in case there's actually a tornado warning, which again, I wouldn't rule out a tornado warning or an isolated tornado out of one of these storms. It's not impossible. We've already seen a couple kinks developing, and the one that I'm really most concerned about right now would be right here. There is a little bit of rotation there, so it's going to be something to watch for. That's near Sandwich. So just in case something gets going here, we do want to make sure we're, live here just in case. And there's also one near Millbrook still. This one right here near Millbrook, excuse me, is also, there's a little bit of rotation. Again, it's not strong by any means. It's just a little bit of broad rotation. It could strengthen, so we'll have to watch that. This severe thunderstorm warning also has been condensed. Irville, Pawpaw, you're good from damaging winds at this point. The damaging wind core right now is located right in here. So Sandwich and Millington, get to your safe place immediately. Again, away from windows. And then if you're in Yorkville, Oswego, Aurora, you probably want to start getting away from windows at least as the storm does approach, because high winds are likely as it continues to move off to the east. Again, Chicago will be in the track of this approximately 9:30, maybe 9:45. And there's a new mesoscale discussion as well for northwest Oklahoma. That is for some risk for large hail and damaging winds. We'll move into central Oklahoma later tonight. So that's the latest update there. This severe thunderstorm warning, no updates. It's just flashing. Nothing new on that warning. X went live tonight because he knew we all wanted to hang out tonight, True. No, not really. I mean, I could go live anytime I really want. And, you know, we could hang out for a bit, but there's actually a need tonight. I gotta be real with you. There's definitely some stuff here we have to watch. I think you call in for the $2 super chat. Is there any way to show wind shear on your map? Possibly. I don't think I can check. I don't think Radar Omega has that feature, but I could be mistaken. I know my other one I could. I mean, I could show you a computer model's shear, I'm pretty sure, but I don't think I could show you actual shear. Let me see. Yeah, so I can show shear on here, bulk shear, that sort of stuff. I don't think I can show the... Oh, I can show the winds, can I? Ooh, I can show the low-level jet. Look at that. This is the low-level jet right now, as of about 9 o'clock. Again, this is forecasted. Right now, it's about 9. So, the low-level jet itself isn't very strong. It's 25 to 30 miles per hour. That's enough for an isolated tornado. 25 to 30. So that ingredient's there. I mean, we have to go through like a bunch of ingredients, but that's there. The bulk shear, we'll check that out. I mean, there's bulk shear between 0 and 6 kilometers. 0 to 1 kilometers there also is. So I mean, there's shear, but I mean, there's no like on this at least. I don't think there's at least like a way that I can just look at it. Unfortunately, but I know on my other one I could. Yeah, I mean, there's shear. It's a low amount. It's been low all day. And even down in like the central plains, we've had a very low amount of shear. So we've had, you know, there was a tornado warning earlier back near Lawrence, Kansas. I don't think there was a tornado with it, but we had a tornado warning there earlier. And there's just enough shear. I mean, it's just enough. It's not like an outstanding amount to the point where we're going to see a tornado outbreak here, but... Hey, Kelly, appreciate it. I tuned in for a couple minutes earlier. I don't know if you're here, but I tuned into your live stream earlier. I was looking up at severe weather on YouTube and decided to pop by. Welcome back, Pi. I don't know how, I still don't know how to say your name. I'm not even going to try. Thank you, Jacqueline, for the $2 super chat. How's it going, Lauren? Welcome back. You think the storm will hold together for Indiana? Yeah, again, I think this will. It's going to turn into more of a line. It pretty much already is a line. That's what it's at now. But this will kind of, you know, it's going to be a disorganized line, but this will push into areas, again, like Chicago, Evanston, and it will go through parts of northwestern Indiana. Will there be a severe thunderstorm watch? It's possible. It's not like unlikely or likely. It's just a possibility. But it's going to depend on how this area of storms evolves. It's pretty isolated right now, and so we might see something, but we'll see. The storm right now south of Ottawa is producing 60-mile-per-hour winds. This one down here does not have much of a concern for a tornado, in my opinion. The only area that I'm really watching for that tornado risk right now would be out of the storm near Oswego and Montgomery. We have a couple of little kinks here. It's, again, not much. It's broad rotation, but there's one near Plano and one near Millbrook. If they can start to kind of intensify a little bit, we might see an isolated tornado. Again, it's still on the low side of things, but bear with me. We'll watch it closely as these continue to move through areas like Yorkville and Oswego. Again, they're moving towards more populated areas, so we're definitely going to watch it closely. The severe thunderstorm warning down here is flashing. Whenever it flashes, by the way, it just means it's updated to some extent, so. Thank you, Philly, for the $5 super chat. Hey, no problem. I appreciate it. I go live for the Midwest a lot. I like going live for Midwest stuff. It's fun. Not fun for severe weather, just, you know, I kind of like saying all these names. Good times. Butchering all the names in this area. I've gotten better, though, you know? We're learning. If I ever want to, you know, learn the Chicago area, if I ever go to a news station here, I'm like, you know, I'm going to apply to them, you know, I might be able to say some of these names. It's a possibility. Thank you, Liz, for the very generous $50 super chat. Let's get some claps, or actually get some hearts in the chat for Liz. I appreciate that a lot, Liz. Thank you very much. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, thank you. All right. St. Louis Metro threat ending. St. Louis Metro, there was a storm down there. I'm pretty sure it's moving out, though. Yeah, there's still some storms. It's not going to be severe, though. All the activity right now down near the Collinsville and St. Louis area, it's mostly lightning and gusty winds. There's nothing crazy with that. We actually have another storm now that's now severe. This area here has intensified a little bit. It's outflow driven, but there is a storm near Louisiana, Barrie, and Pittsfield. Those areas are in the track of some damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. If you're in St. Louis, though, it's mainly just some thunder and lightning. There might, again, be some isolated gusty winds, but I don't think we'll see any severe weather there at this point. All right, here's the storm here. Also, we have a new wind gust report coming in. Personal weather station measured a wind gust of 55 miles per hour in Leland. That's out of this storm that's currently warned for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. So that's the latest there. Some of the personal weather stations, they're not always accurate, by the way. They can sometimes vary a little bit. Some of them way underestimate, so just keep that in mind. But that is a report that came out of there, and a report's a report. It's always a good thing to have. Yeah, we still have a little bit of rotation, one near Plano and one near Millbrook. Those two areas. Kind of confirm with my other radar, since the winds going away from the radar are not very defined on this radar right now. So those are the two little kinks, so that we have, again, very broad rotation. If we go a little bit higher up into the atmosphere, I am curious. It's a little bit more there. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit, that's actually not even higher. It's the same elevation, just back in time. Yeah, it won't give me the old elevation. I'll go back on my phone and look. How's it going, Guy? What about Evansville? Are you talking about Indiana? Evansville will probably be pretty quiet tonight. I don't think we'll see anything too crazy there. Let me go back over to here, and let's go down here. We have a new report here as well. Over at Marshall County Airport, with an AWS, which is another tool that airports use, there's a 55-mile-per-hour wind gust there confirmed. So we've had a couple now reports here of wind gusts, but that's about it. Also, over in Dixon, this is from earlier, about 7 o'clock, but this is a bit more recent. That's about an hour and a half ago. But there were 2 large tree limbs blown down and a porch roof that collapsed over in Dixon, Illinois. So that's, again, some of the potential that these storms hold that are severe, especially the ones right now near Sandwich and Aurora. That is a concern that we could see some damaging winds that are high, and that could cause some damage. So just make sure, again, that you're staying away from windows as these storms do kind of continue to roll through here. With that threat, again, with at least some isolated scattered damaging winds, and perhaps, again, that isolated tornado risk. And again, we could even see a brief tornado in between radar scans. But again, the tornado risk, I think, still stays low here. We'll see, though. This storm, though, has the best chance, in my opinion, of producing a tornado out of any of the storms that we have here in Illinois. But even that chance is it's low. Here's the latest radar scan. So again, we have a massive area of wind still near Plano and Yorkville, and as well as near Fox. I think we just had somebody in chat say they were in Fox. If you're in Fox right now, let me know if you're hearing anything out there. There's currently being estimated by radar around 50 to 60 mile per hour winds near Plano. Look at this. I mean, this is up. This might be a little bit exaggerate, but there's a 93 mile per hour estimate on the velocities radar, which probably is not 90. I'm guessing that's probably closer to 70. That's a lot more realistic. But when we're looking at those winds, those are aloft, so they're off the ground. But 93, that's pretty high for being off the ground. The storm is definitely intensified, though. Tons of lightning strikes in St. Louis Metro, but no rain's happening. Yeah, I mean, the storm itself is east of you, so the one storm that's over there is nowhere near you really right now. Just good news. Somebody's reporting some rotation in... Where is this, Phantom? I don't... Phantom, do you have a location on this? Ashley, Indiana. Apparently there's a little bit of rotation near Ashley, Indiana. I think that's in northeast Indiana, if I'm not mistaken. That's actually, yeah, that is in northeast Indiana. Let's go to that real quick. A viewer of ours just tweeted at me that there's a little bit of rotation on the cell near Ashley. Yeah, you can see it here. I mean, it's not really much. It's very weak velocities, which means if there were to be a tornado, it would be very brief, weak, and probably tiny, but there is a little bit of rotation there. Go back a couple scans here. Yeah, a little bit of rotation. It's pretty minimal, though. We just had a viewer send in at least a little video of the rotation. I'm just gonna see if I can get a better view of this. Yeah, if you're in Oswego, Aurora, North Aurora, or Yorkville, you should get away from windows as the storm rolls through. It's kind of hard to tell, but there is, it looks like a little bit of rotation there. That's interesting. This is 30 minutes ago. This is live. All right, let's see. If you have any questions, by the way, feel free to leave those in the chat. I'll be answering a few. Again, we are currently live for severe weather coverage. Right now, we're in the Midwest, west of Chicago, and we are still watching for the potential for a tornado out of this area of storms. Again, it's a tornado possible label on the severe thunderstorm warning that we're on. Does not mean a tornado warning. It's basically the precursor to a tornado warning. If there were to be a tornado potential, though, it'd be basically out of these storms. I'm not seeing anything definitive, though, right yet in terms of rotation. It could organize a little bit more as it moves off to the east, but right now it is definitely producing a lot of damaging winds, especially near the Yorkville and Sandwich area. Is anybody right now in Yorkville, Oswego, or Aurora? I'm just kind of getting a pull here. If anybody's in this current severe thunderstorm warning, let me know in the chat if you're in this area. Kind of curious to see if anybody's in this little, or not really little warning, but in this warning. Aurora. We have a lot of viewers from Aurora usually. Plainfield. I don't know if that's in this warning. Oh, nope, just east. Sisters in Sandwich. Yeah, the storms just rolled through Sandwich, so the wind should be done there for the most part. Not at least severe winds anymore, but... Fishers, Indiana. All right, so not a whole lot of people in this warning, but yeah, again, I still think that there's at least some high winds in there, probably around 70 miles per hour, especially near, in between Sandwich and Yorkville. Again, this little pocket here near Plano is where we definitely have the highest wind speeds, at least on the velocities radar. That's usually pretty reminiscent of what we're seeing the highest winds of, and that is definitely a lot of high winds right there for sure. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has also just been issued. This is going to include areas like Carroll Stream, as well as Wheaton, Lombard, Naperville, Bolingbrook, Romeoville, Plainfield, Joliet, as well as Orland Park, Frankfurt, a bunch of other areas included. And this is a new severe thunderstorm warning, so just west of Chicago. This can be for damaging winds around 70 miles per hour. And again, a tornado possible label is still on this. We have a little bit of rotation. It's, again, we have actually multiple kinks. I looked a second ago. We have a lot of like different spots of like very broad rotation, but this is the area that we have to really watch for again, that isolated tornado risk. It would probably be on the brief and weak side of things, but it's definitely gonna be something to watch out for. Also, we do have a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued for McAllister in eastern and southeast parts of Oklahoma. We also have a new watch for central, northern, and western parts of Arkansas. It does not include Little Rock, though, so that's the latest there. Also, trained weather spotters just observed or actually measured a 64-mile-per-hour wind gust in Plano. So that is the most recent wind gust that we just had confirmed there out of Plano, which is where we have those very high wind speeds currently going through. Again, we have very, very small but noticeable kinks here, which again indicates a little bit of rotation. It's not much, but if we do see a brief tornado, it would probably be out of that. But if you're anywhere in this area, I would just recommend, you know, if you're like in Oswego, Aurora, or Batavia, Plainfield, I'll get away from windows at least. Maybe to your safe place as well, so lowest floor possible interior of your home or building, just in case this starts to rotate a bit more. Because, again, we do have some rotation with the cell right now. How's it going, Jelly? All right, I'm going to go back down to the south real quick. We have not looked too far to the south, since I think these storms are going to really ramp up in the Midwest there. I'm going to go down to the south real quick. I'm just going to make sure nothing else is kind of crazy happened here. But near Springfield, again, we are still watching damaging winds around 60 to 65 miles per hour. Near 70 near Branson. That's now east of Branson going towards Diamond City. Again, our new severe thunderstorm watch is issued here. So this is going to be across areas in north and western parts of Arkansas. So that's going to be for the threat of damaging winds. Then back near areas near Farmington, we still have severe weather here for damaging winds. That's pretty much it. I mean, it's, again, a very long line of storms. It's more weakened, or it's weaker a bit, or it's weakening a bit. Back over in eastern parts of Oklahoma, it's still damaging winds around 60. That's going to continue to collapse down to the south and east. And then back over in northwest Oklahoma, we still have some storms up here. Golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds are the main concerns now near the Ceiling and VC area. That'll be going towards Thomas, Watunga, and eventually going towards Oklahoma City. So this area of storms, again, is next to watch if you're back down in Oklahoma City for some severe weather. That is mainly for damaging winds and, again, some large hail. Tornado risk remains very low down that direction. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning as well near parts, or just east there of St. Louis. This is going to include O'Fallon as well as Bellevue, Breese, Albers for damaging winds around 60, and a lot of lightning, by the way. I've had a few people mention in chat there's a lot of lightning. There's a lot of lightning with these storms, so definitely be mindful of that. Back also in the southern part of the state near McLeansboro, we still have a lot of wind going on with this and a lot of lightning. But a couple, our new report here in McLeansboro is limbs down on power lines and 2 trees down on a house in southeast McLeansboro. So That's a big concern again with damaging winds, is that damage, or that damage threat, obviously, to the trees and whatnot. So definitely make sure again that you're staying away from windows with any of these storms, because we very well could see the potential for trees, falling on homes, and that obviously can create a lot of issues. So you definitely want to make sure you stay on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building. Even though it's only a severe thunderstorm warning, winds can definitely knock down trees. So it's always a good reminder to stay away from windows, lowest floor possible. And you usually, if there's a tree falling, you typically will not just hear it. So you want to make sure you're staying weather where they're. Thank you, Key, as well, for the $2 super chat. Appreciate it. Altus, Oklahoma. Yeah, if you have any reports, feel free to leave those in the chat. Again, if you're tuning in for the first time as well, make sure to hit the like button down below. It does help get this out to more people. Also, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We're 8 subscribers right now from 57,200. If you have any questions as well, you can feel free to leave those in the channel. Answering a few. Try to get as many as possible in. Southeast Michigan, just an isolated storm tonight. Again, damaging winds is the only concern, really, if there's any severe weather there. Here's the, I don't know if this is going to work now. Let me check today's outlook. All right, here we go. So this is the outlook for the rest of today. I was going to show this earlier, but this is our risk. So again, there's a marginal risk all the way back through areas in southern Michigan. Yeah, it's isolated damaging winds and hail, but hail threat's pretty low. And then back in the Midwest, again, that's our slight risk that we're watching very closely for perhaps an isolated tornado. But the main concern right now is going to be damaging winds and large hail. Then back through areas in the southern plains and as well as back through Missouri and Arkansas, we do have a threat for damaging winds and some large hail. And again, maybe an isolated tornado, but I think the risk there is lower in terms of a tornado risk than what we're looking at back up here in the Midwest. So we're looking at right now in terms of severe weather. But that's the latest outlook. I was going to show that earlier, but wasn't appearing on here. Here's that new wind gust report, by the way. Again, a personal weather station. Actually, this is a personal weather station, apparently. That recorded a wind gust of 64 miles per hour in Plano, Illinois. That's in Kendall County. That's just southwest of Aurora. And again, where we're looking right now near Aurora is this area of storms that is currently producing some very high winds near the Yorkville area. Definitely make sure, again, that you're staying away from windows. We have a couple of small little kinks in here that, again, there is a little bit of rotation. So, I'm pretty sure it's pretty close to pitch black here, but if you were to look off to the west, you might actually see maybe a little bit of cloud rotation. But obviously, make sure, again, you stay away from windows as these storms do approach. But perhaps if there's a storm chaser out there, they might see that. There's a little bit of rotation, at least going toward the radar. Not a whole lot of wind going away from the radar, which is really the problem with these storms. Not enough shear this current time, but again, you never know. Thank you, Alejandro, for the 199. How is Waukegan looking? Waukegan's going to be mainly rain. I don't really expect any severe weather there. You might get a rumble of thunder. Let's see here. A couple of storms, but there's nothing crazy. It's a lot of rain, cool air is kind of filtered into that area. This is the most impressive area of storms, though, thus far, is this area near Aurora. And that's why, it has the best chance here of an isolated tornado. It's actually the most organized area of storms that we've seen so far here in Illinois. So I still think, again, the tornado risk remains low. There's no reason to panic again. I'm just kind of throwing it out there. There's a chance, but it's fairly low. Hope is that we don't see any tornadoes, but you never know. Not pitch black yet. Still a little light out. Gotcha. Warning count is a little bit higher than 15. I'm going to keep it at 15, but there's about 19 warnings. Actually, I'll up it there. We currently have 19 severe thunderstorm warnings, most of which are down in the southern plains, but that is a thing. Are there chances for a tornado? Yeah, again, there's an isolated chance for a brief tornado. It's not like a thing that's been outlined by the Storm Prediction Center, but this severe thunderstorm watch in particular actually did mention that warning. A tornado or two are possible. Again, there is enough shear, but it's not much. It's like I say enough. It's like, I don't know. It's like saying you have enough ingredients for making something. I'm trying to think of an analogy here, but let's say you're making a cake and you're trying to make like a 16. Let's say you're making brownies and you're making a 16x8 brownie thing. And let's say your box only has 16x8 brownie mix left. That's it. You can't make more than that many brownies. That's what we're looking at, basically. We're not looking at, like, it's like basically at the bottom of the, like, I don't even know. It's basically at the lowest point, though, where we can actually have an isolated tornado. That's a great analogy. We're going to relate it to baking. But, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what it is. Again, it's very low chance right now, but it wouldn't be ruled out. We do have enough shear. Yeah, the highest wind speeds right now going through Oswego and Montgomery. If you're in Oswego or Montgomery, get away from windows. Aurora as well. And we have another wind gust being confirmed here. A 61-mile-per-hour wind gust was just confirmed at Sugar Grove Airport. That is as of 8:42. That's about 8 minutes ago. So that is the latest out of there at Sugar Grove. So we've seen high winds there as well. And this is how it's evolved, by the way, in terms of the winds here. They pushed through Sugar Grove within the past about 10 minutes. So that's very recent. And again, the leading edge here is where the winds are usually going to be located anyways. So it's going to be on that leading edge. So near Aurora now, that's where the winds are going to be going through. But there could be some high winds as well inside that storm as well. Maybe some downburst winds. The absolute lowest potential. That's pretty much the way to put it. It's a very low threat. Yeah, we're relating energy to cookies yesterday, but we don't have a whole lot. I mean, there's not really much of an energy discussion here. We're not talking about discrete supercells and a line of storms. We're really just talking about a cluster of storms, which is there's no other discrete cells really. We have a couple out here. And the storm over here near Albert and Butler in northeast Indiana actually was rotating. I'm not sure if it still is. Just gotta check real quick. Yeah, there's not much rotation, but we had somebody, one of our viewers, say that that storm was rotating. They sent in a few photos, and yeah, there was a little bit of rotation there, but it's not much. All right, real quickly, back to my. So for right now, again, damaging winds being the main concern with this leading edge. We still have a couple small spots where we might see like a quick, brief tornado in here west of Plainfield, but this is like the areas that we're watching in here. That's where we could see that brief tornado threat. It's very low, but that's where we would have that chance. And then otherwise, it's mainly damaging winds here near North Aurora and Aurora. That's moving off to the east. Again, we might see an isolated, tornado, but it's a very low chance at this point. It's mainly damaging winds right now. Going towards Naperville, again, it's going to be up to 70 miles per hour. No hail really out of this either. Wouldn't rule out maybe a couple of like pea-sized hailstones, but we're not looking at anything historic or anything wild. It's just like very tiny hail. It doesn't usually do damage either. I'm currently using Radar Omega. If you want to download it, you can use the top link in the description. It's on iOS or Android. Again, as top link in the description. By the way, if you have any photos or videos, feel free to tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. You can also join our Discord server. Those links are in the description. And you can also send me photos that way, but please leave them in like general chat or something instead of messaging me, because I will not be looking at messages. All right, let's see. See if we have any reports coming in on the storm near Aurora. If you're in Aurora right now, what are you seeing out there? What are you hearing? Don't look outside. Like, don't go outside, but let me know if you're hearing or seeing anything from a distance right now. Yeah, high winds should be going through Aurora right now. We have the leading edge of these winds right now, basically in Aurora. If not, they've already gone through, so I don't know if you've seen anything. Power outages are also possible in this area. Check out to see if we have any power outages yet. In Kansas, we have 121,000 power outages. Holy cow. I didn't even realize that. That's about 10% of the state without power, and Kansas and Missouri as well is currently without about 90,000 without power. Illinois is pretty minimal right now. There's no really power outages out of these storms yet. There's very isolated power outages, but that's obviously a concern with the high wind speeds that we have. I'm in Wheaton, a lot of lightning. Thank you for the report. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot of lightning with this. You'll see that here. It's primarily across areas like Montgomery up here, too. With this particular storm. Further down to the south, I think there's a little bit of lightning, too. But Wheaton right here is having a good view of that light show. In Aurora, crazy winds and rain. Thank you for the report. Heard thunder in Geneva. Thank you for the report. Let's see if we can find. I think we have any live cams here, but. See here. Let's go back to the velocities again. I'm not seeing really anything too crazy in terms of rotation anymore. I think really this is becoming a bit more bowed out. We might be just watching more of a damaging wind threat here, but we'll see. It's not really outflow driven yet, so that would really still keep the tornado risk in play. But it's a pretty low chance still. Still a little bit of time before this gets to Chicago, though. Again, Chicago will be impacted by this around 9:30 to 9:45. is your ETA. Maybe 10 o'clock at this rate, but that's the current timing. The storm itself is moving off to the east at about 45 miles per hour. We can go ahead and time that out for you. Chicago, 45. Here's your timing right now. So Chicago in particular, about 45 minutes from now, so that's about 9:45. And then about 10 o'clock or so, this should all be off the coast into the Great Lakes. And then obviously it would be an impact potential there to Michigan and whatnot for damaging winds and maybe some sporadic hail. And again, tornado risk should stay pretty much near zero once these storms get into Michigan. But there's still definitely damaging winds to be had with this going through Michigan as well as Indiana. But it's going to be an isolated chance. This is not a derecho, no. Definitely not a derecho. A derecho lasts for like 250 plus miles, has all sorts of requirements. This is nothing more than just like a cluster of storms. I don't even think this is an MCS. Maybe it is, but it's definitely not a no way it's a derecho. Derecho has to be a lot larger than this and has to be producing winds that are a lot more widespread than this as well. Jubilee, if you see it in the ring camera, you can send it to me, let me know, but I cannot confirm a tornado over in Geneva, especially since it's very far off to the north. Maybe there was one. Let's look. There may have been a brief tornado just southwest of Geneva. It actually is possible. But it would have been very brief if there was one, most likely. If you're able to send me the Ring doorbell clip, by like email, let me know. My email is at the bottom of the description, so if you have that, feel free to send it to me. There actually could have been possibly a brief tornado that was just south of Geneva. There is enough rotation there for that to be perhaps possibly a tornado there briefly. It doesn't look like much here on the radar, but there definitely is enough spin there near the Geneva area. It's actually pretty detached from the storm itself, but it's on the northern side there near Batavia. We do have a report, at least from somebody in chat, that there was possibly a tornado on the ground near Geneva. I'm going to see if we can find anything as well over on Twitter. Usually if there's something on Twitter, we'll get a better idea of it, but see if we can find something. Also, you can send me the clip over on Twitter as well, if you have that by messages. That's fine, but either way, there actually may have been a brief tornado there. I haven't seen it in Geneva. Yeah, again, it's just a report. It's somebody from chat. You never know. They're not always accurate, but there actually could have technically been one with the rotation that we have up there. It's not like there's no rotation by any means. There's definitely a little bit. There was a little bit of spin. At this current time, as of 8:56, which was 2 minutes ago on this latest scan, there's really no rotation there, but there is a little bit. A little kink there. Lights are flickering now. Here for the report. All right, let's go back over to the live radar. Next radar scan will be coming in here in just a moment. Again, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for just tuning in. This is just west of Chicago, Illinois. So again, we are looking at storms right now across areas like Wayne, St. Charles, Geneva, Carroll Stream, Wheaton, Naperville, Bolingbrook, Romeoville, Aurora, Oswego, all these areas currently included in a severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. Again, perhaps an isolated tornado out of this. There's still a tornado possible label. So we're still watching for that threat. But that threat, again, should still remain low. But we've had, I have had a report, at least in chat, of possibly a tornado near Geneva. But that was, again, we never know about chat. There's not really a whole lot of evidence there. See if I can find anything else, though. There is rotation, though, up there. You'll see it here. So this is the latest radar scan near Geneva. There's a little bit of rotation. Further down to the south, not nearly as much. But there is a little bit up there near Geneva. Seeing on where if we can find anything. Yeah, so as of right now, again, I don't have any confirmation of any tornadoes, but we had a report of it. Lightning in central Illinois. There are some storms down there. Yeah, I've been mainly focused on this one area of storms back west of Chicago, but there are more storms down here. These are mostly just producing isolated damaging winds. But further down to the south, we have some lightning there as well. But we do have a severe thunderstorm warning east of St. Louis. That's mainly just lightning and wind, which wind is what's severe. Lightning is not. Lightning is not severe technically. It's just a. It is a threat more than anything. That usually requires a special weather statement. But since we have 60-mile-per-hour winds, that's a thing. Still a line of storms back throughout southwest Missouri, back into northwest Arkansas, and then back into parts of Oklahoma. Which again, we'll be watching Oklahoma here pretty soon. We actually have an outflow boundary right now heading toward Oklahoma City. That'll produce some gusty winds as that moves down there to the south. So that'll be something to watch for. Is anybody in the Aurora area? Do you have any reports? Feel free to let me know in the chat if you have any reports there. If you're in the Naperville, Wheaton, Carroll Stream, West Chicago area, let me know if you're seeing anything out there. Again, stay away from windows safely. Look from a distance, but again, let me know if you're hearing, seeing anything. Feel free to let me know. Phil, I don't know if you're here, the member that came earlier, but I just saw your videos now. I don't know why I didn't get them earlier. Waukegan will be mainly rain. Severe weather is not expected in Waukegan at this point. Ton of wind in Naperville. Thank you for the report. Yes, we have small hail. Well, there is some small hail at least out of this. I think the hail threat's pretty minimal, but there might be some like pea-sized hail or something like that out of the core of this storm. That's pretty much the peak at this point, though, in terms of the hail concern. Bolingbrook had some wind as well. All right, we do have a tornado warning. I kind of expected this out of the Geneva one. There was a rotation. Breaking news now. We do have a tornado warning in Illinois. This is now for those in Carroll Stream. Seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. Again, this is currently for those in Addison, Bensonville, Carroll Stream, West Chicago, and as well as Wheaton, Lombard, all included in this tornado warning. That is going to be associated with the rotation that somebody reported in chat, by the way, a possible tornado southwest of Geneva. This would be what the rotation is, and there's also a small pocket of rotation there, and that's not nearly as impressive, but this one is definitely a little bit more concerning near the West Chicago area. So again, tornado warning currently issued there for those in West Chicago, Carroll Stream, Wheaton, Lombard, Addison, and Bensonville. Again, this is our tornado warning. Again, we had somebody report in chat not too long ago. Again, there was rotation near Geneva, or tornado, but that is where we have rotation. That's the main culprit here in terms of the rotation. Then we have another pocket of rotation southwest of Wheaton that might be developing. It's not nearly as impressive, but if you're near the West Chicago area, definitely make sure that you're seeking shelter right now, away from windows, and lowest floor possible. O'Hare Airport is not included in this warning. I would not be surprised, though, if this rotation does ramp up or continue. You very well could be in that possibility there for a new warning. But again, it's on the northeast side, basically, of this area of storms here. That's east of Geneva and also near the Batavia area. But again, if you're anywhere in the pink polygon, get to your safe place now, away from windows and lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. Try to see if we have any other photos on this. But again, this is our tornado warning. Very populated area, by the way, of 773,000 people. If you know anybody in this area, make sure that you're giving them a call or text. Make sure they're getting to their safe place. It's 9 o'clock, so most people should be awake, but there's always a chance somebody isn't. Areas included, by the way, a few more areas that I didn't mention. Wooddale, Rosalie, Addison, Elmhurst, Oakbrook Terrace, Downers Grove, Naperville, Warrenville, Wheaton, West Chicago, Geneva, Wayne, Carroll Stream, Cloverdale. Those are the main locations in this tornado warning. Just want to get that out there. There's a lot of different places. Just west of Chicago, so it's in the suburbs. Again, our rotation right now is located just a couple miles to the east of Geneva. It is moving off to the east-northeast right now, so seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. This includes DuPage and Kane counties in Illinois. And if this is where you live right now, you want to get to your safe place. Again, that includes like interior room of your home or building, away from windows, lowest floor possible. We had a report from somebody in chat. It's not confirmed, but we did have a report like about 5-6 minutes ago that there was a tornado on the ground near Geneva. So this very well could be what we're watching there, is that rotation. It's a bit broader on the latest scan, but that was the area that we had a tornado. There's also a little bit of rotation down here. We have actually multiple pockets of rotation. They're all very broad, but we could see a tornado drop out of this, and it could be very small as well. That's what we're really watching for here with this tornado warning, is perhaps maybe a quick, brief tornado, and that's what we'll be watching near West Chicago, and perhaps, again, maybe down south of Wheaton. Those are the couple areas, and again, maybe near Woodridge. Those are like the 3 pockets of rotation we have to watch closely for here over the next several minutes as these do continue to move off to the east. But if you're in the downtown area of Geneva, you are still wanting to stay in shelter here for the next couple of minutes, just in case. Like a small rope. Yeah, I would guess so much. If there was a tornado there near Geneva, it was probably some sort of like rope or, you know, again, very thin tornado. That's the environment that we have that's capable of that. So it's not really capable of something large. Skywarn reports rotation near Naperville. Yeah, so if there's rotation near Naperville, again, just going to kind of go with it because there's probably is. That would be the pocket of rotation. If not, there is some very broad rotation up there. And then back near West Chicago. Those are our 3 pockets. So east of Naperville would be our other area of rotation at this point. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning as well. It now goes for Chicago and as well as Evanston. That is for 70-mile-per-hour winds, and that also still has the tornado possible label. So we are still monitoring that chance for a possible tornado out of this area. So definitely make sure you're still staying very weather aware if you're near Evanston or Chicago. If you're just tuning in, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Again, we are your one-stop shop here for severe weather coverage. We'll keep you posted with the latest here on these tornado warnings. And liking the stream as well does help get this out to more people. If you have any reports as well, feel free to tweet me on Twitter. Leave them in the chat. I'm trying to read as many as possible. Again, what we're watching right now is a tornado warning west of Chicago. So near the West Chicago area, south of Wheaton, as well as near the Naperville area. Those are 3 pockets of rotation right now, all of which have a chance of producing a brief tornado. We've had, we had a report in chat not too long ago near Geneva of a tornado on the ground shortly near Geneva. And then we also had, back down here near Naperville, we just had a report in chat, and which was from Skywarn. There was some rotation, so at least being visible. It was very brief and weak. I'd say probably 90 mile per hour. All right, thank you. That was a brief tornado near Geneva from the report that we had. And if you did see a tornado, by the way, definitely make sure you contact the National Weather Service of Chicago. You can message them on Facebook typically. If not, you can call them. And yeah, just make sure you get that word out, because they'll definitely do surveys on it. Here's the latest radar scan. Again, we have a lot of different pockets of rotation still. We have broad rotation back near Woodridge, which is not included in this tornado warning, but there is some rotation there. We still have some rotation here near Wheaton. And then back up near Carroll Stream, this area where we did have a brief tornado is weakening out right now. So there is still some rotation there, though, so stay in your safe place. But those are our 3 pockets of rotation right now. So one near Downers Grove and Woodridge, another one just south of Wheaton, and another one near West Chicago. Otherwise, it's mostly wind down this other part of the line here near Bolingbrook and Romeoville. This is our main area right now of that tornado risk. And zooming out a little bit, again, this is west of Chicago that we are currently at in terms of this tornado warning. Woodridge, Wheaton, and again, Carroll Stream. Circling the 3 areas where there is some rotation. Any of those spots could produce a brief tornado. We've already had apparently 1 at this point, so. Wind picking up a lot in Bolingbrook. That is another report that we have. Sirens going off in Bartlett. Sirens going off in Addison. Addison is included in this tornado warning. Same thing with Bensonville, Lombard. Again, if you're anywhere in the pink polygon right now, you need to get to your safe place immediately. There's a potential for another isolated tornado out of this as it moves off to the east. And the storm itself has changed directions a little bit. It's going a little bit more east-northeast than before. So it actually is going kind of closer to the Evanston and Chicago area now, and as well as Oak Park. Skokie, Park Ridge, Elk Grove Village, and Melrose Park will all be in the track of this. You're not in the tornado warning, by the way, those towns I just mentioned, or cities that I just mentioned, but you do need to be on alert. All right, tornado warning has been observed. We have a tornado now on the ground. Let me figure out where that is. So a radar-confirmed tornado south of Wheaton. So this is now a radar-confirmed tornado. Let me go to the correlation coefficient. I might have missed it. That is our tornado. So this is our tornado on the ground. That's south of Wheaton right now. Tornado is now on the ground near Wheaton, going towards Flowerfield, York Center. Seek shelter again immediately, away from windows, in lowest floor possible. If you're currently in this warning, again, you need to get to your safe place. There is a tornado on the ground now, south of Wheaton. All 3 pockets, again, of that rotation that I showed you are rotating. That's our tornado there. It's on the ground south of Wheaton. This is radar-confirmed tornado. That's south of Wheaton. Picking up some debris. And when we're looking at the correlation coefficient, this is what detects debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. That is a tornado on the ground right now. That's just south of Wheaton, moving off to the east-northeast towards Lombard. This is the latest radar scan, so as of right now, on the latest scan, it looks to have fizzled out. But there could be a chance, again, we could see another tornado drop out of this. We're going to go back to the velocities again. The next scan should be coming in here in a second. Yeah, if you're in Bensonville, Addison, Lombard, you need to get to your safe place immediately. This is, again, an observed tornado that's south of Wheaton. That was on the ground briefly. It could drop again. It seems like it might have lifted here on the latest scan, though. We'll check it out here in a second. If you're just tuning in, and if you have any friends or family near this area as well in DuPage County, this again, DuPage County in Illinois, west of Chicago, make sure you give them a call or text, make sure they're doing okay. Because there is a lot of rotation associated with this area of storms. The Carroll Stream rotation is broader. We still have rotation right here, though. That is where that tornado would still be on the ground. It would be down near Flower Field. That's our pocket of rotation. Correlation coefficient still indicating maybe something there. It's not much, though, but there could perhaps be a very small tornado still on the ground there near Flower Field. That's pretty far in front of the storms as well. That is where we do have that rotation. Be associated right in there, just near Lombard. Again, that would be our tornado on the ground. Would be just south of Lombard, southeast of Wheaton. We did have, again, a confirmed tornado by radar, which could still be on the ground at this current time near the Lombard area. This will be eventually approaching Melrose Park and Maywood in the next 15 minutes. Stay alert if you're there. That's not included in this tornado warning, but you would be next in the track if you're over there. If you're just tuning in, make sure you subscribe to the channel. And we'll keep you posted with the latest on all the severe weather. If you have reports, please send them in either to the National Weather Service. Feel free to send them in to me. You can tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX if you have any reports that are urgent. If you have any reports, otherwise you can leave them in the chat. I'll try to, again, I'm trying to get as many of these reports out as possible because we have a lot of stuff happening right now here. And this is a tornado on the ground currently that's located southeast of Wheaton, south of Lombard. In that black circle that I have, that is where the tornado would be located if it is still on the ground right now. And it will likely be closer to Lombard now. At this current time, because again, the radar is delayed by a couple minutes, where it will be now is likely just southeast of Lombard. If the tornado, again, is still on the ground, we are a little bit uncertain of that, but it was on the ground there near Wheaton for at least a few minutes. And again, this is currently from the National Weather Service, a radar-confirmed tornado. I'll see if we have any reports here. If you're in Addison, you need to be in your safe place as well. I have some people asking about Addison. Addison is included in this tornado warning. You need to be in your safe place immediately. Away from windows. Again, lowest floor possible. I thank you, Ace, by the way, for the $5 super chat. Aurora's getting hit hard with the storm. I checked my cam outside. It's hit pretty bad. Thank you for the report. It's out of Aurora. Aurora is the area that we had high winds. All right, here's the latest radar scan. So again, we have a lot of areas here that we have wind in. I'm not seeing nearly as much rotation. We'll go to the correlation coefficient and check that out. The area where we did have a tornado on the ground was right about here near Wheaton. That was as of 9:09. We don't have the latest radar scan yet on the correlation coefficient, but this will be going towards Lombard. Check out to see if there's anything here. So this is the latest radar scan. I'm not seeing nearly as much, but if there is still a tornado on the ground, it would be located there near Lombard. So that is where we would have rotation, at least where there would be a tornado on the ground. It'd be right in there. There's a lot of small kinks, though. You can see all the different kinks there. There's a ton of them. So this is back to radar indicated rotation as well. So we're now no longer unobserved. We're back down to radar indicated, but there is a ton of different areas that we have rotation. One near Lombard. There's a small one still north of Carroll Stream. It's been ongoing for a while. It's not much, though, but we could still see a brief tornado out of that. And then there's still another spot south of Lombard. We have, again, multiple areas in here. But at the bare minimum, we are still talking about damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. And that is all going to be approaching areas like O'Hare International Airport and also going off to the east. So all those areas are in the track of this right now. But again, this is back down to radar indicated rotation right now. This is the tornado warning. If you're in the pink polygon, get to your safe place immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible. If you're back near Chicago or Morton Grove, Park Ridge, any of these areas, you need to be on alert. Stay away from windows and, again, on the lowest floor possible because damaging winds is still a possibility at this time as these storms do approach. Still a possibility. The current locations included in this tornado warning still include Bensonville, Addison, Elmhurst, Oak Brook Terrace, Lombard, Glen Ellen, as well as Glendale Heights, Bloomingdale. All those areas, you need to be in your safe place still as this storm continues to move off to the east. This is what we had for a report, by the way, of the tornado. This is from the National Weather Service. Radar indicated damage in DuPage County. Again, that was 2 miles northeast of Warrenville, Illinois. So that was where we had a confirmed tornado. It looked to be on the ground through Wheaton. Just looked pretty short-lived, but this was about the area that it went through. And the rotation with that now is near Lombard. It's not overly impressive rotation, but there's still definitely rotation there. It's going to be there. We have a little bit, again, still up here as well. We have a couple pockets of rotation still. And again, if you're anywhere in this area, stay in your safe place for the next few minutes. That's into your room, away from windows, lowest floor possible, as these storms continue to move off to the east. Yes, O'Hare Airport is also currently in the track of this area of rotation. I don't think we'll see... Well, again, there's always a possibility, but I don't think we'll probably see a tornado there in the O'Hare Airport area, but we'll definitely see high winds at the bare minimum as these storms move to the east. Here's the latest radar scan. I think this is starting to become at least a little bit more outflow driven. We're seeing not really nearly as much rotation, but we are definitely seeing some damaging winds in here. And again, we perhaps could see an isolated tornado still with this, but I think that risk is going to go down a little bit here as it approaches the Great Lakes. But definitely still a chance for a tornado. We still have a tornado warning. Again, stay in your safe place until this warning is lifted, at least. And then again, outside of here, we still have severe thunderstorm warnings issued for those back over in Evanston, Chicago, Cicero, as well as Oak Park, Glenview, Arlington Heights, Schwamberg, all those areas, all in a severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. And there is still a tornado possible label on that. So again, we could see a tornado drop with that as well. It's definitely concerning. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts recorded at North Central in Naperville. Thank you, Chris, for the report. Cicero. Thank you. Cicero. Thank you. All right. If you have any photos or videos, by the way, you can tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. There is links to all my socials in the description. If you do have any photos or videos, please do not take photos or videos, though, if they are unsafe to do so. That means if you're in a tornado warning, do not send them in. Or do not take them, I mean. You do not want to go towards windows during a tornado warning. And this is for DuPage County right now for Lombard, Addison, Bensonville. Stay in your safe place for the next few minutes as this tornado warning does continue, at least for the next few minutes. We'll see if it gets lifted or anything, but right now it looks to be turning into more of a damaging wind, straight line wind threat, which still is concerning. That means damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour will still be possible throughout areas near Chicago, and as well as back through Evanston, Glenview, Northbrook, Arlington Heights, Des Plaines, Elk Grove Village, as well as Park Ridge and Schwamberg. All those areas could be watching, at least right now, for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. But I do have a feeling this is becoming a bit outflow driven right now, which would be good news. If it is, that would mean we're watching really more for just a damaging wind threat if that does end up happening. Yeah, we did have a confirmed tornado not too long ago with the storm. We've had 2 reports, or we technically have 3 reports of a tornado, but this was a confirmed tornado by radar near Wheaton, just southwest of Wheaton. And somebody else reported earlier near Geneva there was a tornado on the ground briefly. It was a rope tornado, so we've had a couple of them already. There's obviously a chance for another isolated tornado out of this before it ends up getting close to the Great Lakes. But here's the latest radar scan. Again, I'm not really seeing any rotation anymore on radar. We have a lot more of a wind threat here. That's going to be damaging winds between about 50 to 60 miles per hour, maybe upwards of 70 towards Bensonville. Rotation's weakening a bit. Still stay in your safe place for the next few minutes until the warning is lifted, but I'm not seeing nearly as much anymore. Or the correlation coefficient as well. As of right now, nothing in terms of debris on the correlation coefficient, which would mean no debris is being lifted up into the atmosphere as of right now from any tornadic activity. So that's good news for the time being. But again, there is still a tornado warning here. Again, west of Chicago, west-southwest of Evanston for the next few minutes. And thank you, Brian, for the $20 donation. I appreciate that a lot. I'm glad to help you out in Chicago. No problem at all. Thank you so much. Again, if you have any reports of a tornado or anything like that, you should probably call the National Weather Service instead of messaging me or whatever. But definitely make sure you contact the National Weather Service if you have any reports. That's by phone number. You can usually tweet them at Twitter as well. You message them on Facebook usually. So I'm not sure about the National Weather Service of Chicago, but give them a call if you have any reports. It's a good idea. But if you don't have any reports, obviously, don't clog the phone line. I want to do that. We do have a new wind gust report out of DuPage Airport as well of a 53-mile-per-hour wind gust. Out of North Aurora, there was an 87-mile-per-hour wind gust in North Aurora. Look at this. 87 miles per hour as of 9 o'clock. That was about 20 minutes ago, but this just came in. A personal weather station over in North Aurora measured a wind gust of 87 miles per hour. Holy cow. That is a lot. That could have possibly been from a tornado as well. It's not out of the question. I mean, we had a tornado confirmed here near Wheaton, which is pretty much on the same direct line of this. That's high. 87 miles per hour. Thank you, Shane, for $4.99. Appreciate it. Thank you. Get the support. Winds picking up in Addison. Yeah, definitely make sure, again, if you're in Addison, stay away from windows for the next few minutes. You're still in that tornado warning. Nothing from the 999. I'll check out Juliet in a second. Or actually, I can look real quick. You're currently fine. There's no tornadic action down there. By the way, not just the tornado risk, but we also have a lot of lightning behind this near Carroll Stream, St. Charles, West Chicago, Geneva. There's a lot of lightning, so and there's also really high winds. If there's no tornado threat, you know, we're still looking at very high winds up to 70 miles per hour, which can even act as if it's like an EF0 tornado almost. So you definitely want to make sure you're still staying away from windows as these storms roll through, because we could be watching for trees falling down on homes. We've had a lot of reports of that already, and you don't want to be one of those people that's caught up in that situation. So just stay on the lowest floor possible, away from windows. You can wait a little bit to sleep here. Just, you know, it's Friday night, you know, it's Friday night. At least you don't have work tomorrow, most likely at least. So just stay on the lowest floor possible here until these storms do end up passing. This is the latest radar scan as well. We just had it come in. We still do have a couple kinks in here. I don't think there's a whole lot of rotation left here, but there is still, you know, you can see here like near Melrose Park, there's a small pocket of rotation. It's not much though. And if we match it up with the correlation coefficient, we're not looking at any sort of tornado on the ground right now, but it is still a concern here that we could still see the threat for an isolated tornado before these move off the coast. Otherwise, we are definitely still looking at really just damaging winds as these go through Melrose Park, Oak Park, O'Hare Airport, Bensonville, the Elk Grove Village area. All these areas are still in the track here of the damaging wind threat around 70 miles per hour. Otherwise, we are still looking at an isolated tornado risk as these do all continue to move off to the east, which are definitely still concerning here because we definitely still have enough shear for an isolated tornado until these are eventually off the coast. And then once these go into Michigan, these will end up going to Michigan. Once they get there, they'll be mainly just damaging winds. That's good news there at least, but obviously in the short term, it's not good news. Joliet, thank you. Pronunciations are something else. Appreciate the $4.99. Yeah, if I mispronounce something, I do apologize, but it's bound to happen. Not from the Chicago area, even though we cover this area quite often. I actually have a radar site right here. Wow, look at this. This is a much better view of it. Look at all the different areas of rotation that we have. We actually have one, that's the other one I was just showing you, near the Maywood area in Melrose Park. We have another couple other areas up here as well. They're all pretty, like, you know, they're not tight by any means, but they all are reminiscent there of some rotation. One north of Addison, one near Bensonville, another one near Melrose Park. We have multiple different pockets of rotation. We legitimately could see a tornado again, so. Here's the latest radar scan. Right now, in terms of rotation, the one I'm probably the most concerned about in the short term would be the one near Melrose Park. The other ones up to the north, they could possibly produce an isolated brief tornado, but it's probably a lower chance at this point. But that does have a little bit more rotation here, the Melrose Park area. Here's what it looks like in the velocities. So, or reflectivity, excuse me. This is what the reflectivity is. Yeah, there is a little bit of rotation there. This is a much better view of our velocities. And highest of the wind speeds right now are going to be associated on the front line of this area of storms. There could be some damaging winds upwards of 70 to 80 miles per hour still with this area. Again, friendly reminder, not too long ago at 9 o'clock, we had an 87 mile per hour wind gust in North Aurora. So that is a very high wind speed that we could see again happen with this area of storms, regardless of there being a tornado, which, by the way, 87 mile per hour winds is a very low-end DF1 tornado. Just kind of throwing that out there. All right, here's the latest radar scan again, and right here again is a pocket of rotation that we're watching. That's not in a tornado warning. We still have a very broad rotation near Bensonville. It's not nearly as concerning, but the rotation that we have near Melrose Park will be something to watch for as this continues to move off to the east. Otherwise, all this other area up here is not, again, nearly as rotating as before. But if you're in Glendale Heights, Glen Ale, Lombard, Villa Park, or Addison, I would still stay in your safe place because there will be high winds still. That is still a possibility here for the next few minutes. You could see some damaging winds there upwards of 70 miles per hour. Definitely still make sure that you are, you know, taking the proper precautions there. Thank you, Alex, for the $19.99. Appreciate your support. Thank you. Hey, no problem. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, Nothing, for the $1.99. Appreciate it. Thank you, Dust, for the $10 super chat. Will there be any threat to Lake County, Indiana? I'll look in a little bit. Again, we're primarily focused on the tornado warning for now, but we'll do some of that stuff here in a minute. We'll kind of time it out for you. All right, here's the latest radar scan. So again, the tornado warning is probably gonna be it's probably gonna be canceled here, is my guess, because we are no longer really looking at rotation in there, and that it just got canceled. Look at that timing. There's no tornado warning anymore. We still do have a tornado possible, which does mean that there is still a chance that we do end up seeing a tornado out of this rotation that we have. But again, I'm not seeing anything too crazy here. We have a little pocket near Melrose Park. It's not like strong, but it's broad. We could see an isolated tornado out of that. The action that we have back up near Bensonville is much broader right now, but really still watch this area closely for an isolated tornado anywhere in here. Before, again, really, it includes anywhere just south of Evanston there, back near Park Ridge, Oak Grove Village, Melrose Park, Maywood, Oak Park, Cicero, and as well as Chicago. All those areas should still stay alert, because we could see still that isolated chance for a tornado, but no longer. Again, that tornado warning just got canceled here by the National Weather Service. So let's go back down to here, go to the slightly longer range radar site. So yeah, really the best radar site is going to be this one near Western Springs. We're going to stay on this one. You have a much better view of the rotation with these storms here. So we'll stay on this one. But again, all this activity is going to be approaching Chicago. So that's the main populated area here, as well as Evanston and the Skokie area, basically the surrounding areas here of Chicago, still in the track of this storm. Hey, no problem, Dragon. Thank you for the 199. This radar site does not have the correlation coefficient, but even then, there's no area here that I'm seeing that would have a tornado. Again, the area that I would be watching for a rotation right now is the one near Melrose Park. It's not strong by any means, but that would be the next area to watch for. But even then, we could still see an isolated tornado even further up to the north near Elk Grove Village. But I'm still really concerned about the damaging wind threat, because it's more of a numerous threat here across the Chicago suburbs that we're currently seeing, the damaging wind threat. You definitely want to make sure that you are staying away from windows as these storms continue to roll through here, the Chicago suburbs near Elk Grove Village, Schwamberg, Des Plaines, as well as Evanston, all these areas. You definitely want to make sure that you are really focused in right now and being your safe place away from windows, because the damaging wind threat is definitely concerning. I mean, back in North Aurora, I mentioned this a few times, but there was an 87-mile-per-hour wind gust. That is, again, an EF1 type tornado wind speed. So in this area, definitely still be very on alert here for the next several minutes. But right now, the velocities themselves are not overly impressive. It's pretty broad rotation for the time being, but we'll see if anything at any point strengthens as it gets closer to the Great Lakes, because the Great Lakes don't necessarily play a role in tornadoes weakening by any means, or rotation weakening, but as we go throughout the rest of the evening, they should weaken a bit, especially since we have now a lot of rain cool air getting out in front of it. There's a lot of rain that's starting to kind of get out in front of the main area of storms, which should help to weaken this actually a little bit, but it's still going to maintain its intensity here throughout the Chicago area. Still watch it closely. Thank you, Robert, for the $9.99. Appreciate it. Are these storms intensifying or losing strength? They are definitely losing strength, but not at like a major scale. We're looking at a gradual weakening. But even then, they've actually been pretty intense here through Chicago. And really, I think we just peaked. Like what we just saw there was probably the peak of these storms in terms of their intensity. But you'll notice again, we had that confirmed tornado southwest of Wheaton. We had a 80-mile-per-hour wind gust over North Aurora, or 87 miles per hour. So this is really the peak over here near Wheaton. And then now we're really looking still for the damaging wind threat. Look at this area of wind here near the Cicero area. That's likely somewhere between 60 to 70 miles per hour, maybe even a little bit higher. And then near the O'Hare Airport, we still have some rotation up here. It's not much, but there is just enough to the point where we could still see an isolated brief tornado. But really, after this gets out of the Chicago area and goes over the Great Lakes, that is when it should start to weaken. And then once it gets to Michigan, it should be mainly just damaging winds around 60 miles per hour, if that. So that's really what we're going to be watching for once it gets to that point. So that'll be the threat. But a friendly reminder, if you're tuning in for the first time, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Again, we do live streams like this all the time. Also, make sure to hit the like button. We do cover Chicago quite often, so might as well subscribe and click the bell icon. We're only 100 subscribers from 57,500. And again, we'll keep you posted with the latest details if anything does change here. Again, we have a lot of storm action still coming towards Chicago. If you're in Chicago, you probably want to get away from windows here. We do have high winds approaching quite quickly. Cicero, I keep saying Cicero. Cicero as well, if you're in that area. There are high winds approaching right now, so you want to get away from windows. Currently being estimated by radar is around 50 miles per hour, but usually it's a bit higher, so if you're in the Cicero area or in Berwyn, I would get away from windows here because, again, high winds are currently rolling through. And then back near Lombard, there's still a lot of lightning behind all of this as well, behind this leading edge. Definitely still a chance maybe for a brief tornado before this exits the coast. It's warning, the severe thunderstorm warning is still a tornado possible, so we could see a brief tornado still. The wind just hit Berwyn. Thank you, me for the report. Appreciate it. Is 87 miles per hour enough to take off a roof or of a house? Shingles, it can. A roof, typically not. Typically you need over that for something like that. Usually need much higher. You probably need over 100 to get a roof ripped off a house. Because that's very low end. An 87 mile per hour wind gust is like, you know, below. Or it's like low end EF1 type tornado. So it usually doesn't rip off a roof. I'm head of the local news. It's funny. I've been predicting this literally all day that we'd probably have some sort of isolated tornado up here. I've been literally saying this all day for the Midwest. Like, I had a live stream earlier today, you know, a few hours ago. We had a 2-hour live stream for the Central Plains primarily, but we talked about the Midwest, and I was like, I'm probably going to go live tonight because I think something will actually happen here, and something happened. So, my gut told me there would be something here, and we, in fact, saw a tornado here. 87 mile per hour wind gust. We still have rotation. We still have high winds going through areas near Chicago, so, I mean, everything I basically said earlier has kind of actually happened, which is crazy. Is Carol stream safe? You are pretty much safe, but still stay indoors. There's a lot of lightning there. I'd still stay away from windows. Wow, I was literally talking about this so much earlier. It's like, there's bound to be something. And unfortunately, it did happen. Obviously, we had at least one tornado in here, this area. That was confirmed by radar near Wheaton, and as well as what was the other area? Warrenville. Back near the Geneva area, we had a viewer report a rope tornado that was weak and brief, but that's unconfirmed at this point. But that was also something that was reported, so all that has happened here in the last little while. Crazy lightning in Milwaukee. Thank you for the report. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of lightning with these storms as well. Back up near Milwaukee, I'm a little bit surprised, but we can go to the long-range radar. Oh yeah, there's actually some storms up near Milwaukee. Not a whole lot of lightning, but there's a little bit there. A couple storms did develop up that direction. Again, if you are in Chicago, I would stay away from windows. High winds are the main concern. This entire area here is where we're watching for a damaging wind threat. Again, that could go upwards of around 70 miles per hour. That is the peak threat right now. If you're anywhere in Arlington Heights, Glenview, Evanston, Chicago, or Northbrook, you're going to want to stay away from windows. Again, damaging winds quickly approaching here. Up to 70 miles per hour. We still have a chance for an isolated tornado as well before this does exit the coast. Looking back up to the north, near the Park Ridge area, there was a little bit of broad rotation up here. I wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado there still, but again, any tornado would be brief and weak. We've had a couple of brief and weak tornadoes already. But here's the leading edge here of the damaging winds right now. So it's going through Cicero now. We've had reports in chat near Berwyn and Cicero of that wind. And then near Park Ridge, we are starting to get reports of that as well there. And that's where the wind's going through. And then Skokie, Morton Grove, and eventually going towards Chicago will be the next areas in the track of this damaging wind threat up to 70 miles per hour. But again, that is your leading edge right here. Again, that right there is Chicago. It's a small text, but that's where it is. Friendly reminder, if you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure to hit the like button down below and subscribe if you've not already. Liking the stream does help get this out to more people that are in the track of these storms. And also, if you're new here, make sure to subscribe and click the bell icon so you get notified with the latest live streams. And we are currently monitoring a storm, if you're just tuning in, that's moving towards Chicago, Illinois, and Evanston. This is in the Chicago suburbs. Previously, this area of storms has produced at least one tornado, possibly two. It has also produced high winds upwards of 87 miles per hour. That's been the highest observed wind gust so far this evening. And the wind threat still is continuing here near Chicago. The leading edge of this wind is now through Cicero. It is about to be approaching Chicago. You'll notice that bright red area here on the velocities. The velocities radar is essentially the wind that we're watching here near the Cicero area and going towards Chicago. And what that's going to end up doing is bringing the damaging wind threat. That's where all the wind is currently associated with this line of storms. And so if you're in Chicago, we're watching for the threat of damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour right now. And perhaps, again, a brief tornado before this exits the coast. The severe thunderstorm warning right now is still on a tornado possible label, so we could still see a tornado out of this. Also, if you have any photos or videos, you can feel free to tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. There is a link in the description. If you, again, have any photos or videos, you can tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Also, a new update for those in southwest Michigan and as well as northern Indiana. We have a severe thunderstorm watch may be issued for those areas, depending on how this area of storms does evolve. So that's a new little thing to think about if you're back over in southwest Michigan or if you're back over in northern parts of Indiana. Here's the latest radar scan. So we're still looking at high winds approaching Chicago, and this is really the area that we have to watch for that wind threat. Definitely some little kinks as well still here. I mean, again, I wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado out of that, but looks to be fairly broad rotation still, but there is a little bit of possible rotation there. That's on the very leading edge of all this activity, which is where we had the tornado last time as well, so still not out of the question. But again, if you're in Chicago, stay away from windows on the lowest floor possible. As the storm does pass, we're still watching for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. Thank you, computer guy, for the $5 super chat. Can you zoom out real quick? Yeah. I can zoom out. I just don't really have the right radar sight. There you go. It's a little bit more zoomed out. Again, this is near the Chicago area, but we also have some storms further down to the south near El Paso that are also producing some winds in quarter-sized hail, but definitely concerning right now for the Chicago area. We have some high winds approaching quite quickly. I also have another radar site here. I'm curious to see if we see anything here. Here's a better view of the rotation. So there is a little bit of very weak rotation here. It's not much, but it's very, very minimal. That's where we primarily have the high wind threats. So we're still watching for damaging winds upwards of the 60 miles per hour. Sorry. One moment, please. I'm changing the chat delay because it's going too fast. Wheaton here, north of Roosevelt Road. Can confirm we got hit by a tornado in a brick apartment building. Everything is good here. Moving direct northeast. Hope everybody's safe there. It's definitely very scary. So we have a viewer in the chat basically saying that they got hit by a tornado over in Wheaton, which was the area North Roosevelt, but that was the area that we had a confirmed tornado there briefly. So that was where the tornado happened earlier. That was at least confirmed. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Again, we are still witnessing high winds that are approaching areas close to Chicago. So again, if you're in that area, definitely make sure again that you're staying away from windows. The high winds are right now in the brightest red color. That's right in here. Going from Morton Grove back through Burbank. Moving off to the east. Also, if you have any questions, please avoid asking too many questions. Again, I'll try to get to questions, but the chat is going way too fast. If you have reports, that's primarily what the chat should be used for right now, but I'll try to get to questions at some point. After these storms go through Chicago, I'll answer other stuff. Thank you, Dan, for the $9.99. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Dan. Thanks for the compliment. Glad I can help you. 8 minutes ago, a ground stop for the Chicago O'Hare Airport and Midway Airports due to the weather. Thank you for the report. Yeah, there's ground stops there. Again, that's because of the high winds that we're seeing and obviously a lot of lightning. O'Hare Airport's up here. We still have lightning, not really as much wind. That's where O'Hare Airport is right now. Well, that's where it always is. But that's where we're seeing lightning up there and some gusty winds perhaps. But really the main concern right now is the area near Chicago. That's where the highest wind speeds are currently going towards. So if you're in Chicago, get away from windows. Evanston's also in the track of that. Glenview, Northbrook, Wheeling, you should be away from windows. North Chicago, I'd be alert. There's a chance for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour there as well. Here's another view of that wind. So again, the wind's pretty much on this leading edge here. That is all going towards Chicago. And I'm still monitoring a little, like, small area of rotation down here. There's a couple of them. Still wouldn't rule out a brief, like, rope tornado or maybe even a funnel cloud. But there is still a little bit of rotation there. Right here is where we do have some rotation. It's this little spot here that's located just west of the Chicago University. There's some very broad rotation. It's a possibility that we could see something there. We'll look at a different radar. Yeah, it exists. It's not much, though. Again, it might produce a brief tornado, but really with any of this activity that we're seeing, it's going to be producing that high wind concern. That's really the main concern right now, is the damaging winds around 70 miles per hour is going to be the peak. But this is the area that I was mentioning right here, that small pocket of rotation we're watching. Moving off to the east. All right. Yeah, there's a pretty big storm also to the west of Oklahoma City. We'll get to that here as soon as possible. Here's the latest radar scan. So again, the highest winds right now are just approaching Chicago. They'll be moving through within the next couple of minutes. Here's a zoomed in look at everything in the area. So right now, the University of Illinois at Chicago will be getting those high winds pretty much right now. DePaul University within the next couple minutes. And back near Lincolnwood, you are seeing those high winds right now. And then Evanston is also seeing that threat for some high winds. So those are the areas right now that we have that concern for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour on the leading edge of all this storm activity. And these are the storms themselves, by the way. This is the actual storms. This right here is just the leading edge of everything with the high winds. But yeah, that's pretty definitive there. Definitely back near Wheeling, Northbrook, we actually might have some higher winds up there, maybe upwards of 70 miles per hour as well. So really there's many areas that we could have those high winds, but that's one of the other areas that we're watching. Back near Chicago, this leading edge, again, has that chance for damaging winds around 60 to 70 as well. Is that a bow echo I see? Not really. It's not really a bow echo, just the leading edge of all this storm activity. If you look here, it's really just, look up here. Like, this is not really a bow echo. If we're looking at bow echo, the reflectivity itself would have to, like, have all red pretty much in here with a leading edge like that. It's not necessarily like that. All right, let's go to here. If you have any photos or videos, by the way, feel free to tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Please do not message me if you have photos. Please tweet me at MaxVelocityWX, because I will not be looking at messages. I get too many. We have a wind gust that has also been confirmed at the O'Hare Airport of 58 miles per hour. So that's the wind gusts now that we've had confirmed there. In Naperville, we had a 4-inch tree limb, or 4-inch diameter tree limb, downed on West Street. And the time is estimated, so that was about 30 minutes ago, and that was the latest report out of there. We've had some damage reports coming out of those areas. Again, our highest wind speed so far tonight has been 87 miles per hour at North Aurora. That's been observed by a personal weather station. And then we had a tornado on the ground a little while ago near Wheaton. And no longer any tornado warnings. We are still looking at severe thunderstorm warnings. These severe thunderstorm warnings, though, still, again, have that tornado possible label, so we could still technically see a brief tornado before all this stuff moves off the coast. Right now, the high winds are going through Chicago as we speak. Is anybody in Chicago right now? Are you seeing those high winds? If you're seeing anything, let me know. Hey, you're sleeping for the $4.99. Appreciate it. Telling people at O'Hare Airport they're under a tornado warning. They are not under a tornado warning right now. But they are under a severe thunderstorm warning. But the storm itself is now pretty much past O'Hare Airport. There's still some lightning, though, and heavy rain. Moved everybody at Chicago Airport to a basement. I mean, there was a tornado warning, so that might be why, but there's no longer a tornado warning at this point. There's really no cause for concern, I would say, for a tornado there. And here's the latest velocities used. So, leading edge of all the winds. I'll kind of zoom out a little bit more, but this is your leading edge. So it's going through Chicago right now, and the high winds are now literally going through Chicago. So if Chicago's seeing high winds, let me know. Not sure if you guys are seeing high winds yet. I mean to bump my desk. There's always a chance that there's some upper, like not upper level rotation, but like near the cloud base, there might be a little bit of rotation there as well. That happens quite often with these storms, so there's definitely a chance that we have some rotation in those areas. But it's typically, I mean, with what we have right now, I wouldn't really say that we have any particular area here that is rotating anymore. It's pretty weak stuff if we have any rotation. It's just all mostly just wind. There might be some upper level, again, I say upper level rotation. I mean, like the cloud base, near the cloud base, there might be some clouds like kind of spinning around, or maybe even a wall cloud of some sort, but it probably wouldn't be much more than that. All right, this severe thunderstorm warning has now been downgraded. It is no longer a tornado possible. It is just a severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. There has not been a whole lot of rotation for a while. There's been like small little kinks, but it's mostly just wind now. And the area near Wheeling is really the most concerning area, I'd say, for wind in the next several minutes. So that's our latest update. There's no longer a tornado possible in this area. I would still stay alert, though, for the next like 15 to 20 minutes before this all exits the coast. Stay on the lowest floor possible if you're in the severe thunderstorm warnings, because there could still be some damaging winds, again, exceeding 60, 70 miles per hour, which, again, could be concerning for some trees falling over. I don't think we'll see a tornado at this point, but we've already seen, obviously, a couple. But yeah, that's what we're looking at now. Thank you, Hello, for the $4.99. I appreciate it. Happy I was live. I'm glad I'm live. You know, I mentioned this earlier. Again, I was not like I don't think anybody else is live, but you know, I was thinking about going live like all day for this tonight because I still had that feeling that there could be an isolated tornado out of this, and it came at a bad spot for sure. Let me change the title. I forgot. It still says tornado warning. But yeah, I'm glad I went live for this. I mean, this was not something I really, not a lot of people really watched out for, but I mean, it wasn't anything too crazy. Just we had that one instance here near a very populated area of a tornado on the ground, perhaps two tornadoes on the ground. We had an 87-mile-per-hour wind gust, a lot of other stuff. It's been very, very active here over the last couple hours in a very populated area. So there's your storm activity. It's going to be moving up into the Great Lakes here pretty shortly. Again, we'll still be live here. I'm going to still be live for this stuff, and we're also going to go down to the south as well, if there's anything happening there. We still have some other storms as well further to the south of Chicago. And these ones down here near El Paso are still producing some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. But this is our other line of the storms. Again, there is a chance that they issue a severe thunderstorm watch for this area at some point in the next couple hours if the storm activity maintains its intensity. We'll see if it does. But the Storm Prediction Center is still monitoring for a new severe thunderstorm watch. They have not yet issued it, but they might issue one, so we'll see. Also, we have another wind damage report coming out of Naperville. South of it, multiple 3-inch diameter tree limbs down. That's in Naperville. Not too long ago. All right. Real quickly, we're going to go down to the south. Somebody mentioned there's a huge storm west of Oklahoma City, and this is the storm. It's not really too crazy, but it is producing quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Actually, there's a little bit of possibly rotation, but that also could be contamination. Looks outflow driven, but there is a storm there. The line of storms continues, by the way. It hasn't really weakened that much. It is still very pronounced here going through Arkansas. Damaging winds across the board are around 60 miles per hour from southern Missouri back through eastern Oklahoma. Very large area still with damaging winds. And we also have flash flood warnings, by the way, in southern parts of Illinois. This is an area that we had a severe thunderstorm warning for quite a while near McLeansboro, and there's actually flash flood warnings here now. Radar indicates up to 4 inches of rainfall has fallen here. Law enforcement reported water rescues in the southern part of Hamilton County. So there's actually been water rescues here due to how much rain has fallen. That storm's been very stationary by the looks of it. We watched that over the last couple hours too. It hasn't really done much. It's just been sitting there. In Schwamberg, we have a new wind gust report of 70 miles per hour. This is from about 9:27, so about 20 minutes ago. That was in Cook County, though. That's in Schwamberg from a trained weather spotter. 70 mile per hour wind gust. That's the latest there. If you're in North Texas, by the way, I know we have a few viewers from North Texas, but if you are in North Texas, the only concern right now would be isolated damaging winds overnight tonight. That's primarily across the Red River, though. That is what we're looking at there. What in the world is this? I don't know what this is, but what is happening here? Oh, okay. I thought this was like a wood block for a second. All right, let me zoom out a little bit. This is a photo that we just had sent in out of Brookfield, Illinois, from Kat Valera. And I thought this was a wood block for a second when I first saw it, but this is just a patio furniture set knocked over, which, you know, this happens very often during severe weather. But, you know, one thing I've not yet seen today, some of you might know what I've not seen yet today, but one thing I've yet to see today is a flying trampoline. You've not yet seen one. We're not on a gone forever stage, we're on a low risk, but I've not yet seen a flying trampoline yet today. So that might be good news. People are catching on to this whole flying trampoline thing that I've been doing for like 4.5 months. We made this meter back in early March from the great trampoline outbreak of 2023 in North Texas, but we've yet had to have a report of a flying trampoline. So good news there. Thanks, Allison. Appreciate it. It's worse in Berwyn. Yeah, Berwyn right now is getting hit by really just mostly heavy rain and lightning. There isn't a whole lot of wind anymore with that. Most of the wind is moving off the coast, and it's going to be in the Great Lakes. We still have some high winds near Highland Park and Northbrook, but that's going to be moving off the coast. North Chicago, stay alert, but I would say that that wind core will stay down to your south at this point. Otherwise, it's mostly just moving off the coast now. A friendly reminder, if you're tuning in for the first time, make sure to hit the like button down below and subscribe. If you have found this live stream informative or useful at all and you want to support our page above and beyond, you can become a member on our channel or donate. All those links are in the description below. You can support us in many ways. That helps the page out a lot. And you can also purchase merchandise. We also have that. So all those links are in the description below. But if you want to become a member, you click the join button. You get a bunch of benefits. It helps the page out a lot. Keeps everything going. And we are able to do these live streams because of all the members that we have and obviously all the support that we get as well. Anything possible in Wisconsin? Wisconsin's clearing out. Everything's pretty much done there. The severe thunderstorm watch has been canceled for the entire state. Milwaukee's still in it, but you're pretty much done there. It's just rain. The lightning itself is off the coast now. Coast? I call it the coast. Is it not called? What do you guys call the Great Lakes coast here? Is it a different name? I just call it the coast because, you know, it's like a beach. You know? Yes, I don't know. I guess I'm just guessing here. You zoom right of O'Hare. Zoom right of O'Hare. Like in this area. It's just mostly rain. Here's the wind. There's not much. There's a little bit of lightning still, though. The wind itself is pretty much, for the most part, moved off the coast. Shoreline, lakefront, lakefront. It's called the lake. Alright, guess I'll call it the lakefront now. I'll have to remember that, the lakefront. It's America's third coast. Okay. It's another one that I've never heard of. I guess you learn something new every day, you know? Lakeside. Alright. Lakefront, lakeside, all that sort of stuff. Alright, I gotcha. Remember that for next time. We're only 3 subscribers from 57,500, by the way. Make sure to subscribe down below if you have not already. Alright, let me go over to here real quick. If you have any photos or videos, again, feel free to tweet me on Twitter. If you've seen any flying trampolines, especially, we collect those photos and use them for educational use. Feel free to send those to us as well. But, yeah, quick. Did anyone actually see a tornado in chat, by the way, today? I'm just kind of curious. I know we had a couple of viewers say it earlier, but not sure if anybody's actually seen it. Reports of trees down in Hamilton County in southern Illinois. Hamilton County, I'm pretty sure that's where a tornado happened. I could be mistaken. Or actually, no, sorry, that's not. Hamilton County is down in southern Illinois. That's where there's a flash flood warning. And there's been some damaging winds around 60 miles per hour there earlier, but it's no longer a severe storm. It's just producing a ton of rainfall. We have a flood report here. A family was rescued from high water in South Hamilton. More widespread water over roadways. So the main concern right now in southern Hamilton County is the rain that's fallen. There's been flash flooding down there. So that's what's been happening down there in southern parts of Hamilton County. Otherwise, we actually have another severe thunderstorm warning near the St. Louis area. This radar site has also gone out, so we can no longer look. Oh, wait, never mind. It's still there. But here's the St. Louis severe storm. It's south of the St. Louis International Airport for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So that is a new storm that is also formed there. There's also still flash flood warnings happening. And the storm near Bloomington in Illinois is now moving to the east. This is producing damaging winds as well, possibly around 60 miles per hour. Otherwise, all the storm activity's up this direction. Fun weather here in Arkansas, except for the heat and humidity. That's the worst part of the summer, is the heat and the humidity. Those combine to make it really, really brutal. Oh, God. Porta potties went flying, apparently, in Illinois tonight. I'm going to retweet the video on Twitter. Legitimately, porta potties went flying. So we have another threat with wind, and that's porta potties. Imagine a porta potty flying into your house from damaging winds. That'd be horrific. That is also something that we had sent in, which is pretty wild. What's the tornado risk for south of Gary tomorrow? There's not really any tornado risk in Gary tomorrow. The risk of severe weather tomorrow is shifting to the east. It's actually going to be potentially our first marginal risk or less of the month. We've yet to have a day without a slight risk of severe weather. This is today's risk, but tomorrow's risk shifts off to the east. This is tomorrow's risk. So right now there's a marginal risk of severe weather across the northeast, back through Georgia and the southeast. There is a chance that this gets upgraded to a slight risk, unfortunately, but it should be a pretty isolated severe weather threat. That would be for damaging winds, hail. I don't think there's going to be much of a tornado risk tomorrow, but I wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado. You'll see that 2% region. In the northeast, it's probably not something I'll go live for, but you never know. And then going into Sunday, there's a marginal threat for the northeast, and again for those in the central plains. And Vince is currently driving through Des Moines. He's actually going back over here. Vince was all the way back down in, whatchamacallit today? Back down in Kansas. Traveling back. Want to find that trampoline risk chart? I use it like all the time. If you ever watch one of my video forecasts, you'll see it once every like 5 forecasts probably, but this is what it looks like. You can take a screenshot if you want to, I don't care. It's, again, I made it for North Texas Weather Center, which is our Facebook page, but we do, obviously, nationwide coverage here on YouTube, so I still use it over here as well. That's hence why I have a North Texas Weather Center logo. But, yeah. Feel free to pause and take a screenshot if you want. No trampolines yet. There you go. If you're looking for a radar app, I do recommend Radar Omega. But you have to click the top link in the description for that. If you're looking to donate, you would have to go into the description below. There's lots of ways to do so. You can super chat, but the preferable way is you donate. There's a pinned link in the chat if you want to donate. Again, it's not required by any means. There's also a join button down below. It's under the support max velocity tab. There's a become a member tab, and there's a donate to max velocity tab, both of which basically do the same thing. There's also merchandise if you want to purchase merch. So the merchandise is super comfortable. I actually have it literally right next to me. Got a max velocity t-shirt. It's actually super comfortable. I've worn it about 5 times since I got it. Radar Omega, I believe, is $8.99 on iOS and Android. And then there's a subscription that you can get as well. But if you use my link, it does support the page. They are not sponsoring today's stream, but they did sponsor the tornado outbreak a couple days ago. But we are still working with Radar Omega here. But it's a really good radar, in my opinion. It's actually cheaper than what I used to use, and it's honestly very effective. You know, one of the best things I feel like about Radar Omega is that you can literally zoom in on these places, and like on the geography side of things, you can like literally see like a university, a Whole Foods market. You know, it's pretty cool. A lot of cool stuff on it. But this is not an ad stream, by the way. It's just saying. It's what I use. Now I use it. I used to use WSV3 for a while. Love the trampoline meter. There's actually, I came up with that, I'm pretty sure. I don't think there's anybody else that has used a trampoline meter. I'll see if I can find one online. I don't feel like there is another one. One of the first things that pops up on Google Images, if you look up flying trampoline meter, is literally my trampoline meter. That is wild. Alright, well, I guess there's no others. I was the only one crazy enough back in March 4th, I think, of 2023 to make that. How's the plains? Really, right now, you're just looking at rain and lightning. There's the storm itself is clearing out. So, moving off to the east-northeast, it's pretty much out of here. If you have any questions, by the way, feel free to let me know. Again, we'll be answering some of those. Yeah, I mean, really, most of the severe weather that we're seeing right now is no longer in the Chicago area, but we do still have some other severe thunderstorm warnings further to the south. And we still near Bloomingdale, or Bloomington, excuse me, still have some severe weather there. Further down to the south and southwest near the St. Louis area, we also have some severe weather there. It's still that line of storms going through Arkansas. Look at this line still. I mean, it's still going. This thing's been going all day. But this started back up in Nebraska this morning, and it is still going through areas in Arkansas. I didn't think it would actually last this long, this intense, and it still is. Still producing 60-mile-per-hour winds, so impressive stuff there. And then back west of Oklahoma City, we still have a threat for damaging winds and large hail back over that direction. And still stay alert if you're in Oklahoma City. There will be a chance for some severe weather there. But the risk overall is pretty low. Thank you, John, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Appreciate the support. Appreciate everybody that, by the way, that's super chat today, and also the new members. Appreciate that a lot. I haven't been able to really, we had tornado warning ongoing, a lot of severe weather, so I unfortunately cannot really react to all the ones that I want to, but I do appreciate the support for those that have donated today. It does really go a long way. The severe thunderstorm watch as well, though, for the Midwest has now expired. It's no longer ongoing. So the severe thunderstorm watch actually expired at almost perfect timing. It's really the only storms left now near Chicago are just thunderstorms producing some lightning, some gusty winds maybe. But otherwise, the severe weather that we still have ongoing is very isolated in nature. That's our area right now of severe weather that we still have to watch. The entire line is just strong for the most part, but we still have a severe storm right now near the Bloomington area that is producing some lightning and maybe some damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. So that still does exist as a threat over there as well. Watching this on my TV and replying on my phone. Peak weather weenie. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you, honestly. I would definitely do that. If I was watching my own stream, I would do that. Watching on a TV is such a cool experience. You're doing this sort of stuff. You're expecting Arkansas to get any severe weather? Arkansas, yeah, I mean, there's still severe weather there. It's primarily on the north and west side of the state, though. So that's where most of the severe weather is. Back near Norman. We have a couple of live camps. We're going to go to the one near Norman as well. This is what it looks like right now. Nothing too crazy. Pretty chill right now. The wind's not even blowing these trees. But storms are possible later. So that'll be something to watch for. I don't think we have any other live cams, though, in these areas. For the most part. But I could be mistaken. Yeah, I don't see any others. So that's really what we're looking at there. Ever take an interest in space weather? I've actually made forecasts before on space weather. Only a couple, though. So. But otherwise, I haven't really done a whole lot of dabbling in space weather. It's kind of cool, though. All this stuff goes into space weather. All right, real quickly, I gotta do this. Don't have this issue later on. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in a few minutes. We'll kind of go over the other severe weather and stuff like that. So give me like 45 seconds. We'll be right back. Or probably a minute. Be right back. I take a quick break. I just wanted to give you a friendly reminder to hit that red button down below and subscribe. That way you never miss an accurate and honest forecast from Max Velocity. Also, make sure to hit that bell icon and click all so you receive all notifications when I go live or I have a video forecast for you. Also, hit the like button down below as well. Helps our page out a lot. And if you're feeling generous and you want to support our page above and beyond, you can become a member for as little as $2.99 per month. All you need to do is click that little join button and you can select from 4 different tiers, which will give you different benefits from bloopers access to exclusive forecasts. You will also get a shout out here on our live stream. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. Go back to here. So I don't know really much what else is going to be really happening here over the next hour, but I'm just going to kind of go back through everything. If you guys have any questions, feel free to leave them in the chat. We still have a lot of viewers, so I just want to kind of give you an insight of what will be happening here for the rest of this evening and what to expect here as well over the next couple hours. So let's just kind of go through all the storms right now, and since we are starting to kind of get to the tail end here of the severe weather event anyways, there is going to still be some severe weather activity. So let's first begin with what's happening here in the Midwest. We currently do have some storm activity currently located near Bloomington. Again, a lot of the storms that we just saw go through Chicago are weakening now. There will be some more storms, though, that go into Michigan, and those could produce some isolated damaging winds and hail throughout the late evening and early overnight hours. But overall, the severe weather threat should be a bit lower up there in southwest Michigan. Back in areas south of I keep mispronouncing this name. Joliet, south of Joliet. That area we're still watching for a line of storms. This could end up strengthening a bit as it goes into Indiana with some isolated damaging winds, perhaps some isolated large hail as well, maybe a brief tornado, but I think that tornado risk at this point is really going down on the downtrend at this point, and you'll notice the velocities here. There's not really a whole lot of rotation here. It's mostly just a wind threat that's moving through eastern Illinois right now. Further down to the south and west, we are still watching some storms as well down here near St. Louis. There is a severe storm west of St. Louis that is producing some 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So that's still an ongoing threat there as well. And a little bit of lightning, but not a whole lot else there. There's a lot of rain as well, so flash flooding could become a concern. Back into areas in northwest Arkansas, we still have some severe storms here, and this is our line of storms that's been going since about like 8 or 9 this morning. This thing's been going all day long. But this is still producing the threat for some damaging winds. Oh, my chair squeaks a lot. That's still producing damaging winds and also perhaps a little bit of large hail, but mostly just damaging winds for the rest of this evening. I don't know if you guys can actually hear that. I'm pouring water. As well as just mainly damaging winds, but maybe an isolated large hailstone. But all that activity is going to start weakening over the next few hours. So as it approaches Little Rock, it could still be producing some isolated damaging winds, but I don't really foresee this being something that's super significant at this point. But this is still going pretty quickly down to the south and east. The storm activity itself is moving at about 60 miles per hour to the south and east. So it's very, very impressive stuff there, to say the least. So definitely something to still watch out for. Back in Oklahoma, we still have severe weather ongoing here, and this is still an area to watch for the rest of this evening and as well as into the overnight hours. There is a severe thunderstorm warning still ongoing west of El Reno, and this is west of Oklahoma City. And this storm in particular is producing some 60-mile-per-hour winds, and as well as a threat for quarter-sized hail, and this will be moving down to the east-southeast. It is outflow-driven, so the tornado risk should stay extremely low to 0 at this point. And then north of Oklahoma City, the storm activity that has tried to develop has not become very organized. There is some lightning, there's some gusty winds, but by no means is this going to turn into really anything that significant. It is pretty minimal activity. The most severe weather, though, that we're going to see here in Oklahoma will be back over here west of Oklahoma City, which is moving down to the south and east. But other than that, we still have some severe weather near Fort Smith. This activity is still moving down to the south with 60-mile-per-hour winds. Clinton, Hector, Mountain View, all watching for 60-mile-per-hour winds in Arkansas. But really across this entire line, even into Missouri, is still the threat for 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's nothing that crazy. Again, it's minimal activity, to say the least at this point. But there's a lot of lightning, and that's also a concern. We could see cloud of ground lightning, so that's definitely a concern there. It could spark some fires, which is definitely not something that we need. But luckily, there's a lot of rainfall, so that should help to kind of limit, if there were to be a fire, it should go out really quickly. But obviously, definitely something to still be mindful of there across those regions. But other than that, the severe thunderstorm warning has either expired or been canceled there near St. Louis. But yeah, that's pretty much it right now for the severe weather. I'll be taking questions. If you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. And yeah, that's pretty much where we're at right now, though. So I'll be answering questions here for the next little while, and that's pretty much about it, though. I mean, if you have any, yeah, that's pretty much it. But yeah, I'll find someone else. And also, if you have any photos or videos, feel free to tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I've had a few photos sent in, and it's been some pretty good ones. And please do not give me your zip code. I am not looking up zip codes. Just, if you have an actual question, just give me like a city nearby. Because a zip code is something that I do not know zip codes. Otherwise, I'd have to literally Google them. Here's a better view of that area of storms, by the way, in Arkansas. So, actually, I'll do this view. This view is a bit better. That's that line of storms moving through Arkansas right now. Pretty impressive. Again, it's an impressive line of storms. Sure. Also, again, friendly reminder, if you're new here, make sure to hit the like button down below. Subscribe as well if you're new to the channel. We're on the road now to 58,000 subscribers, so if you want to subscribe, feel free to. Again, we do live coverage of severe weather all the time. And if you want to support the page above and beyond, you can always become a member. You can also donate with the links in the description. There's also a way you can buy merch. We have Max Velocity merch, such as this. It's super comfortable, by the way. I cannot stress this enough. These shirts and these hats are actually super comfortable, and they're really high quality. This is also our hat, the Max Velocity hat. This is one of them that you can get. It's also very comfortable, and it's very stylish. It's very nice. And yeah, I usually don't like sell merch, and this is like the first time I've ever sold merch like the last 2 months. I'm not really somebody that like plugs merch like really that much, but it is actually really good stuff. Like, it really is. So we also have a Supercell hat on our store that is released. I'll show you that real quick. It's our Supercell hat. It's actually really cool as well. This is what it looks like, but you can also get this as well in our store. It's again, very nice. The shipping's very cheap as well, so it's not like, crazy pricing, but It's cool stuff. Again, hashtag ad. But no, I mean, I really do love the merch that we have. It's really comfortable. Somebody in Texas baked bread inside their mailbox. Yes, I did see that. I actually posted about that on Facebook. I don't know why, but somebody today apparently in the Facebook world, somebody posted about somebody baking bread in Houston, Texas today, which is wild to bake it in a mailbox of all places. This is what it looked like. This is the photo. It's the bread being baked inside of a mailbox. I don't know how, I don't know if that's actually what happened. I don't know. It's entirely possible just due to the fact, you know, the heat is wild, and that kind of mailbox in there could actually hold, you know, a piece of bread or whatever, but I don't know, man. It's wild. Wild times. That's a wild invention. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for those north of Little Rock. This is going to be Hermer Springs, Greenbrier, Hector, Clinton for 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's our new warning there. By the way, if you do purchase merch during a stream, there will be an alert that pops up on the stream, which is pretty cool. So, just another thing I want to throw out there if you ever do. And also, every hat or shirt sold of merch, we do donate $1 to the ocean cleanup, which helps clean our oceans. So there is some good in our merch, but also in addition to that, I do plan in the future, once we have hurricanes and possibly like a strong tornado, I do plan on donating like $3 to $4 or something like that per hat or shirt sold to a charity of some sort that would help that sort of fund. So we'll have that in consideration for the future. But right now it's just the ocean cleanup, which is still a very good cause. Will there be anything in Michigan? Yeah, if you're up in Michigan, again, the severe weather threat is overnight tonight. It's not really going to be anything like within the next hour, but it will probably be in a couple hours from now. But this is the area of storms that's ongoing with some strong storm activity. It's mostly lightning and gusty winds. But as we go into the overnight hours, this is what we'll be watching for. A lot of purple and white. That's what we're watching for. No, but this is the future radar. So storms will be rolling through closer to about midnight tonight. And that's when we could be watching for some severe storms. But I think the threat stays low, honestly. I mentioned they might issue a severe thunderstorm watch, but I highly doubt it unless the storms that are back down east of Bloomington, Illinois, really get going. But even then, I highly doubt we'll see a severe thunderstorm watch. This is 1 in the morning, so storms rolling through Grand Rapids, and then eventually by 2 to 3 going towards Flint, and then eventually by 4 to 5 they're going to be going toward Canada, really, but by Detroit. So there might still be some storm activity, but severe weather is definitely going to be dwindling down probably over the next few hours anyways in this area. But there could still be an isolated severe storm, but it's nothing that's significant in my opinion. Thank you for all the new subscribers, by the way. We've had I think 700 new subscribers on this live stream. I could be mistaken. So I do appreciate all the new subscribers. And so again, I appreciate all the super chats and the members that we've had today as well. I live in Toronto, but on pivotal weather, it says I'm in a tornado risk. Toronto? There's probably a low-end threat for a tornado. I don't know where. I'm not going to lie. Toronto's over here somewhere, right? I don't know why it's not popping up on the map. Am I blind? The tornado risk, though, tomorrow is, that's Ottawa. Where is Toronto? Man, geography is not my strong suit, is it? I'm actually really good with geography. Why can I not find Toronto, though, on this map? Isn't it, in here somewhere? But, oh, Toronto's right here. Why is it so small? I was like, where's Toronto? I'm not that dumb. But this is the area that there is a tornado risk. So Toronto would be included in that for tomorrow. Wow, that's incredible how I did not find Toronto. That is really, really incredible. Thank you, Ciento, for the 199. I just heard from my news station a tornado. That was probably the one near Chicago, I'm guessing. It was over in, I can't remember anymore. It feels like it's been such a long stream, but it was west of Chicago over in, I have to look. Goodness gracious. That was over in Warrenville, which is near northeast Aurora. That was Wheaton. I knew it'd start with a W. I don't know why I can figure out the name. There was a tornado up there earlier, and that was on the ground for at least a couple minutes. It produced some damage. It was a radar-confirmed tornado, and then we also had possibly another tornado somewhere else just to the west of that near Geneva, which was a report in chat of a brief tornado. Still not confirmed, but we had a report of that. Just came from McDonald's, power went off, and strong winds. I was so scared. McDonald's. Dang. Off topic, but in the Midwest, apparently at McDonald's, there is a new cookies and cream, pie that they have there. Just throwing that out there. I heard that apparently in the Midwest they have that, so. Interesting stuff, I guess. I heard that, though, over in the Midwest. It's apparently a thing. Snow, I would be alert of a possible tornado, but it's a low chance overall back up in Toronto. So overall, I think the threat of a tornado up there will be pretty low in the Toronto area. I'm glad I could help, Hannah. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Again, this page would not be possible without the subscribers that we have, as well as the viewers that watch these streams, and the members that we have, and also the people that, you know, donate. It really, again, goes a long way. You know, it won't be able to do this stuff without that. And I do appreciate the support. We've gone from, over the past year, we've gone from about 4,000 or 5,000 subscribers to now 57,000, which is just miraculous, to say the least. And our Facebook page, too, has taken off in the last 9 months. Our Facebook page back at the end of last year was at 30,000 followers. It's now up to 91,000 followers. And that's North Texas Weather Center. It's not the same as what we do here. Our YouTube channel is nationwide weather coverage. It's not one particular area. But I do appreciate, again, all the support. None of this would have been possible without you guys. They wouldn't have. Wild times. I know a lot of you are new here tonight, but it's been a long, long journey. And again, this is just my passion. You know, it's never been considered a job to me, even though now it kind of is. It's always been a passion for me. And I love doing it. Wouldn't take it back at all what I've done here. I put so much time into doing weather live streams and forecasts and stuff like that on Facebook. I'm not making it sound like, you know, I'm not trying to, like, I don't know. But I'm not trying to, like, make you guys feel bad for me. I'm just saying, like, I've been doing this for such a long time and so much time's been put into it. It's wild how this has actually turned into now, like, a job for me. So I do appreciate all the support. It's wild. Thank you, Hannah, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Appreciate it. Thank you. Becoming a member here on the YouTube channel. PogChamp. There we go. You're becoming a member. Is Chicago in the line? Chicago's done with severe weather. If you're talking about Ohio, though, Ohio will have a chance for storms later, but it's primarily tomorrow. It's not really tonight. Or overnight, even. Let's watch the video where you reacted to your first forecast. Oh, did you really? Oh, that's funny. I'm surprised you actually found that. I have a video reacting to my first ever forecast. I was 10 years old. This was a Blue Hill Observatory camp. And it's a funny story. I don't know if I actually told you guys the story of this on that video, but I made a video at NECN. That's a news station up in New England. And I met multiple meteorologists like Tim Kelly, Danielle Niles, a few others. And during that time, it was a camp. And the camp basically was like 8, maybe 10 people at most. And people that were basically aspiring meteorologists that were high school or college students. I was 10 years old. I think I was in elementary school at the time. I can't really remember anymore. But I was actually accepted into that camp when I was 10 years old. And all the other people in that thing were like 16 to 20. So I was the youngest to ever graduate that camp. It was pretty cool stuff. And I have a whole video of me at NECN doing that on a green screen. I was doing a forecast. Now, it wasn't live on TV, but it was, you know, something I could do. I have it on my YouTube channel somewhere. And also, if you become a member at a certain tier, you're able to access the raw video instead of just watching the reaction to it. But I cannot remember where the video is on YouTube. I'd have to look it up somewhere. Look real quick. Oh, I actually found it. Never mind. I'll link you guys to it if you guys want to actually watch it. This was my 10,000 subscriber special, I think. All right, I'll link it in chat if you guys actually want to watch it. That's the reaction to it. If you want to become a member, though, that one of the tiers, you get access to the actual raw video. But that's a reaction if you're curious. That was, again, when I was 10 years old, I made a green screen forecast. It was pretty cool stuff. It was recommended to me for some reason. I don't know why I would. There's been one view on it in the last 48 hours, and you were the one. Funny. Storm risk in Louisville. Not really much with storm risk, at least severe weather-wise, so it'll be alright. Where is it going? All the storm activity here we're looking at Arkansas right now. All this storm activity is dropping south and southeast, and it will pose a flash flooding risk, unfortunately. We've already had a lot of rain in this area. But damaging winds still remain possible here throughout areas near Conway and north of Little Rock. Here's a live cam as well out of Arkansas. Not much happening here, though. Not even a flash of lightning. But I missed your super chat. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, PJ, for the $2 super chat. Will there be no tornado near Murrayville? I don't know how to say that name. Murrayville, Indiana. I'll look real quick. think you're really in the path of that. If you're in that area, stay alert, but I doubt you'll see a tornado there. It's the tornado risk at this point up there is really low. If we go back up to Illinois here, this is the line that we've been watching. But this is really just going to be gusty winds at this point. There's not really anything too out of the ordinary with this. There's not even a severe thunderstorm warning with this anymore. There's some lightning sporadically, but it should be mainly just damaging winds. The shear levels back over in northwest Indiana are a bit lesser than what we had over in the Chicago suburbs. And even the Chicago suburbs, there wasn't even much shear to begin with. So the fact that we even saw a tornado was, you know, it's crazy to say this. I've said it multiple times, but like I actually, you know, I'm glad I went live because I did see this coming where we'd see some sort of event like this. That's, you know, not huge, but it would be big enough to the point where we'd have like that isolated tornado and the high wind speeds, the 87-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But this was just enough shear that we had. Down here, it's mostly just going to be a wind threat. I highly doubt we'll see a tornado, but always a good idea to have a way to receive alerts just in case there's a tornado warning. That includes a phone, a weather radio, all that sort of stuff. Maryville. I'll go with that. Thank you. Here's tomorrow's tornado risk for, or this is actually today's, I think. Wait, let me double check. Yeah, this is today's tornado risk from the NATO cast. It's for those that are interested. For whatever reason, they have a very small 1% probability over in New York. This is from the 7 p.m. outlook. This is actually interesting. This was a 7 p.m. outlook, and this is when storms were arriving to Chicago. So they didn't really get that, but, you know, it was a pretty minimal risk anyways. Glad I saw that risk coming. It wasn't much, but it was, again, enough for to prompt a live stream. And some people at the beginning were like, why are you even live? I was like, because I see it coming. There's something going to happen. What's the wind gust in these storms? It's probably between 40 to 50 miles per hour. I don't think it's any higher than that. If we go to the velocities here, it's really not much. The highest wind speeds that we're looking at, though, would probably be associated in this area near Cedar, or just west of Cedar Lake. Towards Snyder. And that's northeast of Clifton. But east of Bloomington, that was our severe storm. It's no longer a severe thunderstorm warning, but if we go down to the radar site down here, we might get a better view of this. It was outflow driven, maybe some gusty winds near Melvin and Gibson City, but there's definitely not really much else. There's a lot of lightning, too. The lightning is the biggest concern, honestly, with that storm activity in particular. Also, the storm that was over in Oklahoma is no longer severe warned. It is still outflow driven, so the tornado risk should remain very low out of that. But overall, it's mostly just a small hailstorm, maybe, with minimal hail, and then some gusty winds as well to go along with that. I just dropped my phone. What do I think of Detroit, Michigan? Detroit, Michigan should be fine. And most of these areas should be fine tonight. Really, the biggest concern from here on out now is going to be this line of storms pushing through Arkansas with gusty winds at the bare minimum, maybe some damaging winds, and then the other line back up in eastern Illinois, that could also pose at least a little bit of damaging winds as well. So those are really the main two concerns at this point. Otherwise, it's pretty much done for the night. I mean, there's not a whole lot else left. I'm just here just to answer questions, so just here for a little bit longer. In case you have any questions, feel free to let me know. I'll probably have a video forecast tomorrow, but if I don't, there'll be one on Sunday. I've been doing a video forecast upload every single day, just for the record. I don't know how long it's been in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've had about 13 days in a row of video forecast uploads, so I might do another one tomorrow. I've done one pretty much every day for the last 14 days almost, so. Before that, I did a video forecast upload pretty much every day there for another 2 weeks, so. Yeah, I'll probably have a video tomorrow, but if not, there'll be one on Sunday. The next thing that I'm watching out for, to be honest with you, would be next week. It would be mid-next week in the Midwest. We could have a severe weather outbreak there. It's too early to tell, really, but we can talk about it a little bit here if you guys want. In the Midwest in particular, the low-level jet will be increasing a little bit. And that could pose a risk for severe weather. But I do have to pull up the computer model here. It is a chance, though, next week that starts to crank a bit. This is the look at it next week. We'll go ahead and break it down. Might as well, because, you know, we're here. This is the current look at next week for the possibility for severe weather. This is the low-level jet. That's what rotates supercells at the lower levels. And this gives us a good idea of the lower level dynamics as well. So once we go throughout the weekend and into early next week, we still have a chance for at least maybe some severe weather here, but the severe weather threat should be primarily over here, if anything. So there's still a low level jet there. It's just going to be, strong. It could bring some gusty winds, but nothing crazy in terms of severe weather. Once we get closer to Wednesday, that is when I'm still watching maybe this trough. It might be able to bring some severe weather to the Midwest. Right now, it's not showing any impressive signs of severe weather there, but it could end up posing a threat for severe weather. We're still multiple days out, so things are going to change. But that, if it drops further to the south and the low-level jet cranks a bit more, we could end up seeing that threat for a severe weather outbreak. But it's kind of a one of those things where we have to kind of wait and see. This is the jet stream. It would be pretty much a neutral, almost trough, if not maybe positively tilted, which aren't always the ones that produce severe weather. Pretty flat zonal jet stream as well. We got a meridional jet stream over here, which I can never say that name, but that would be the other area. So, and then our heat dome not moving at all in the southern plains in the upper levels. That's going to sit there throughout the week. It literally does not move at all. But yeah, that's really the forecast right now in terms of the long term. And we'll kind of see what happens. But that's what tomorrow's forecast will probably be about anyways, would be that. Have a good night, Geography. I'm in Greenville, Texas. Greenville, Texas shouldn't see any severe weather tonight. You'll be good to go. Maybe some isolated rumbles of thunder overnight, but that'd be about it. Friendly reminder, if you're just tuning in, make sure to subscribe down below. Like the stream as well. And we're only 8 subscribers from 57,700. Make sure to subscribe if you're new here. My phone is next to me, next to my bed, so if there's a tornado, I'll wake up. Yeah, that's a good idea. Again, I don't think we'll see a tornado overnight, but you never know. It's always a very low chance. North of Little Rock, I do want to look at this real quick. Let's do this. Where did my screen go? There we go. Velocities. It's interesting here. There's actually, like, it's not really rotating, but there is a pretty strong area of wind going through Rabbit Ridge in the B branch area. And if we go to the, that's the velocities. If we go to the high reflectivity, there was a little hook shape there for a second, but it's mostly just downburst winds. I thought there might have been maybe a small bit of rotation, but not much. All this activity anyways here in Arkansas is outflow driven, so it's really going to be a matter of how this weekend's out. This thing's been going forever, though. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's been an unbelievable MCS, to say the least. So, pretty impressive. People have asked me if this is a derecho, and it's probably not going to be classified as one, but it's been a pretty intense MCS, to say the least. Definitely will go down in the history books as MCS. Amarillo. There's no storms near Amarillo. There's actually a couple, but they're pretty weak. Nothing too concerning there. There was actually a chance for severe weather in Amarillo today, but it never really unfolded. Chance for some hail and damaging winds, that was about it. Right. Yeah, it's just a regular thunderstorm. If there's anything there, which there isn't much to begin with, so nothing too crazy. If you have any questions, again, feel free to let me know in the chat. I'll be answering a few more. And again, if you want to support the page above and beyond, you become a member down below. Click the join button. You can join the Velocities for as little as $2.99 a month. If you're on iOS or Android, click the link in the description to become a member. That's the cheaper way to do it, I'm pretty sure. But otherwise, do it on Windows or your computer. If you want to become a member, again, you get benefits like bloopers access, a chat badge with a tornado icon, which is pretty cool, and a lot more. And yeah, it's the best way to support the page. And you can also buy merch, that sort of stuff. That's about it. We're just a little over 100 members now, so a little over 100 Velocity members. We call them the Velocities. Welcome back to another Max Velocity weather forecast. That's the funniest thing. What's my Twitter? My Twitter is @MaxVelocityWX. It's also linked in the description if you can't find it. I'll post a link to it in chat too, make it easier. But if you have any photos or videos, again, feel free to tweet me on Twitter @MaxVelocityWX. The link will be in the chat, and it's also again in the description. All that sort of stuff. I should really have my my Twitter handle below my tornado warning count there. Should be really where it is. Believe it or not, by the way, there's no longer 15 severe thunderstorm warnings. There is actually a whopping. You ready to see this? I don't know if I went low enough here. Using my stream deck for this. Whoop, there's not -5. Wait one second. There's definitely not -5. There is one severe thunderstorm warning. I forgot to update it, but I mean, it's changed actually a lot here over the last little while. So, yeah. Only severe thunderstorm warning left is actually in Arkansas, and after that, it's pretty much done. A tornado touched down briefly in the Chicago suburbs a few moments ago. Are you really? Like, in the last, like, few minutes? Are you talking about, like, recent? Or are you talking about earlier? The only area that I could imagine an isolated tornado in the last few minutes would be near Burbank, but... MVPs, max velocity people. We have a VIP velocity role, which I should actually name MVP. That'd be better. That'd be cool. Where is this? Winfield? I have another person saying there's a confirmed tornado. I don't know what this is. North of Naperville. Is this from earlier? I don't see anything here. Let me see. Power flashes. There's no way. That must have been from earlier. Had to have been from earlier. I don't know. It must have been from earlier. Oh, that had to have been from earlier. Is this like a late tweet? I say, there's no way. Alright. Yeah, again, if you have that video, feel free to tweet me on Twitter. Easiest way to do it. Any power lines down via the scanner? Yeah. There's a lot of power lines down, probably a lot of trees down too. We had a lot of damage reports, even near Bolingbrook. Numerous 6-inch diameter tree branches down in Bolingbrook. Southeast of Naperville, there's also another area with the same report pretty much. So, a lot of trees down in that area as well. Late tweet? Oh, you're good. I was about to say, like, what? How's there a tornado on the ground with flashes all of a sudden? I'd say there's really not a whole lot of rotation with these anyways. Oh, by the way, did you guys hear there's actually a, I think it's subtropical storm Dan, or Dawn, out here. Expected to remain, it's supposed to become a tropical storm apparently, but, yeah, it's gonna stay out to sea. It's what we call a junk storm, pretty much. Not gonna impact anybody in the ocean. I don't talk a whole lot about the tropics in my forecast, unless it's actually important. There's a lot of people that post tropical stuff that are really irrelevant to the United States, so, I mean, if you're into that sort of stuff, I do not do that sort of stuff. I do not post tropical storm stuff if it's not really impacting land, at least. If it's impacting land, I'll talk about it a little bit, but stuff like that is just pretty much irrelevant to the weather, at least in the United States, when it comes to, like, significant stuff. South Indiana will not see severe weather tonight. Yeah, I mean, really, if I were to make a video for, you know, Tropical Storm Dawn, it would be for the fish, you know, the fish population over there. But I don't know if the fish really want to talk to me. You never know. Yeah, I was live covering that tornado warning near Chicago, or near Bolingbrook, particularly. It's northwest of there, near Wheaton. I was live for that, so a couple hours ago. And I was glad I was live today. I'm very glad I was live for this event tonight. Good thing my gut told me there was going to be a tornado tonight. Otherwise, I don't think... I'm pretty sure, I could be mistaken, but I don't think anybody else was live for this, so... Pretty much the only one. I could be wrong, but yeah, I'm pretty glad I was live for this event. Things like this do happen kind of out of the blue, though, and this was one of those that was, again, very minimal, to be honest with you. Like, we didn't see widespread severe weather by any means. This is like a pretty isolated to widely scattered event, but we did see a couple tornadoes on the ground, at least one, but possibly two. The one near Wheaton, again, was radar confirmed, and then the 87-mile-per-hour wind gust over near North Aurora. So there was definitely some pretty significant severe weather. We've had some damage reports all over the place as well. 30-foot-long limbs and many small diameter branches down in the vicinity of Mount Prospect. Yeah, there's been a lot of crazy stuff today out of these storms, but... Chicago suburbs overnight, just rain and a little bit of thunder. That's about it. Thanks, Flawless. Appreciate it. I should care more about the fish. I'm sorry. Man, gotta make some videos for the fish. I have a, next year, on April Fool's Day, I will have a April Fool's video for the first time ever. As long as there's no severe weather that's significant. Hopefully there's nothing crazy, but I will have an April Fool's video. And it'll be interesting, I'll tell you that. My plans are amazing. That video. I hope there's no crazy weather, though. This past April Fool's Day, I'm pretty sure, April 1st, we actually uploaded a video and said, this is not an April Fool's joke. And that was my most viewed video ever on this channel. And it was the severe weather outbreak that was about to happen for the Midwest and parts of, like, Missouri and stuff like that. We had tornadoes and damaging winds and all that sort of stuff. So there was a lot of severe weather out of that as well. And, yeah. Plot twist, the worst day of weather history happens on April Fool's. Well, that's the thing, like, I mean, like, this past year, I wanted to make an April Fool's video so badly, but all of a sudden, there was this massive storm that was going to occur in a couple days that was going to bring tornadoes, significant tornadoes, and damaging winds, which ended up happening across the Midwest and, again, parts of the Mississippi Valley and stuff, and, yeah, it was unfortunate I couldn't do that, but it's better to make an actual video than make an April Fool's video anyways. I do April Fool's jokes on our North Texas Weather Center page on Facebook, regardless, but those are not usually videos. Don't know where Fillmore Street is, I'm not gonna lie. Don't remember that after like 3 months. That was a crazy little outbreak that happened over there. There have been some crazy outbreaks, to say the least, recently. Hey, thank you, DeAndre, or I don't know how to say your name, I'm sorry. Deidre? Is that how you say it? Thank you for the $9.99. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for your support. Back near Crown Point, by the way, in Merleville, we still have an ongoing area of storms. This is now a special weather statement for gusty winds and small hail. The wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour now the main concern going into Cedar Lake, Crown Point, Shelby. That's northwest Indiana. Again, we're not really looking at anything here that's out of the ordinary. This is pretty much just strong storms. I don't think we'll see a new severe thunderstorm watch with how the activity's been going here. So that's good news there. We're not really looking at that activity, but just some strong storms. That's about it. Thank you, Nate, for the $1.40. That's the most odd donation I think I've ever seen. Thank you. $1.40. $1.40. What can $1.40 buy you nowadays? Hershey bar, maybe? I'm trying to think. I don't know what it can even buy you anymore. I don't really spend my money anyways. $1.40. Hershey bar. That's about it. Can't even buy you a Feastables bar. I actually like Feastables. They're pretty good. Guys, please do not spam questions, because I will not answer them. Is Illinois gonna be good tomorrow? Yeah, Illinois will be fine tomorrow. We'll have gusty winds tomorrow. This is the future radar for tomorrow. The future radar for the next couple of days anyways. This is what it looks like. So this is tonight. Again, we already saw the storms go through areas in Illinois, so disregard what we're seeing here. This already happened. This is going into the overnight hours, so again, storms will roll through. And then tomorrow, this is what we're looking at. So again, storms across areas in Ohio. Again, I might go live tomorrow, but probably not. It would be for Northwest Ohio if I do. And then this is going into tomorrow night. And then this is going into the morning of Sunday. This is Sunday. Again, we might see more severe weather in the Central Plains on Sunday. Perhaps in Illinois, but nothing significant right now is forecasted. Maybe a couple storms going into Sunday, but other than that, not much. And again, I don't have any plans to go live anytime this weekend, but if there's something that comes out of the blue, it would not be out of the question. I run North Texas Weather Center and obviously this channel, Max Velocity, and there's nothing to talk about on North Texas right now, it's just heat. So I don't have a whole lot to do right now, so I'm totally down to do more live streams if they're needed. No problem, Nate. Cape and Sheer elevated in Pittsburgh on Monday. I haven't even looked past Sunday, to be honest, but there might be. I mean, I've looked past Sunday technically for the Midwest and Northern Plains stuff, but yeah, we'll see what the Storm Prediction Center says. I usually go off of what they say on the long-term forecasts, and short-term stuff, I'll do my own research. But you're the only one that predicted the possibility of a tornado. Which indicator tipped you off? My gut. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I really didn't have a whole lot to go off of other than there was enough sheer. It was more just my gut, honestly. Like, I just kind of thought there would be that chance of there being a tornado, and so I really didn't base it off of much. I didn't like go to the tornado parameter and say, hey, this is right where it needs to be for this tornado in this particular location. Like, I didn't do that. I mean, the tornado parameter today is actually it is enough for a brief tornado, at least from earlier. If we go to the tornado parameter on here, this was at 10 o'clock. We'll go back a little bit. This is at 8 o'clock. Look at the tornado parameter values. It's not much, but look, 0.1. There's 0.7, 0.8 being forecasted. That's enough for a brief tornado with that line of storms that we saw. So, which the tornado parameter is basically just kind of accounting for all the shear and stuff. And so, yeah, it was enough. No doubt about it. But, yeah. I mean, there wasn't really one thing that just kind of told me to say that. Like, I just kind of had that in my gut. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Gary, Maryville. There's actually a tornado possible on this. This is near Maryville and Crown Point and Gary. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning. Stay away from window sphere in this warning. This is going to be near Cedar Lake, Crown Point. I'm not really sure where we're looking for that tornado possibility. It's probably be down near Shelby is my guess. That's the area. But that's a new warning here. So stay away from windows. It's a, again, new warning. I don't think we have any other radar sites nearby, but that's the closest one. Perhaps a little bit of rotation there again. Near Shelby is my guess. That's probably what they're talking about here. But the high wind threat up to 60 miles per hour would be the main concern here. Indianapolis shouldn't really see much out of this, but if it does reach you, it'd probably be in about 3 hours. But this really should stay to your north more than anything. I'm gonna get a stopwatch, and the next time Max touches it. Yeah, I actually was supposed to get my glasses adjusted a couple days ago when I went to see the eye doctor, and I completely forgot. So we're still in the mood of doing this. It's so annoying. I should make a t-shirt for it, just for the heck of it, because I do it so often. And yeah, it's unfortunate. I'm getting new glasses, so I shouldn't have that issue, but it really is annoying. I do it on videos all the time too, and I don't edit it out because it happens like frequently. Like every minute on the stream it happens, so one of the most annoying thing about these glasses. What my concern be in Toronto? Mainly damaging winds. I legitimately cannot fix these glasses. It's really annoying. See the red thing at Wheaton? Yeah, that red thing in Wheaton is the tornado that was confirmed from earlier. There was a tornado on the ground there for a couple minutes. We were live, obviously, for it, and yeah. Here's what a 3D look, by the way, of these storms right now. That's the 3D look here near Valparaiso and just west of there. I'm so excited for the Rangers game in Arlington. Nice. Sounds fun. Been to a Rangers game, Texas Rangers game once. And I found it to be extremely boring, but that was before these new rule changes, which I think the new rules are a lot better, in my opinion, for the pace of the game. My take on it. How's it going, Wayne? What? You should attach glasses, head tape. Tape, yeah, like tape. Yeah, that'd just be weird. Especially on a live stream. That view just looks like colored trees. It actually kind of does, doesn't it? It really does. It looks like colored trees. Can we make this flat? I can't make it any flatter, but that's what it looks like. It does kind of look like colored trees, to be honest with you. How about New Hampshire? New Hampshire is primarily just rain. Maybe isolated severe storm tomorrow night, but I highly doubt it. Mostly just rain. Maybe some storms, lightning, gusty winds. If there's anything severe, or anything near severe at least. I've had my glasses for 20 years. Holy cow. I have not had a pair of glasses for more than a year, to be honest, like recently. I've been getting glasses pretty much new every year. These are my newer glasses. I used to have really like thick lenses on the outside, like out here, so it looked like if you're an old viewer of mine, you would probably remember them. But I like these glasses more, in my opinion. But I am getting new glasses. They'll be kind of similar to this, but a little bit different. Grand Rapids, Michigan, it's just gusty winds, really. There's not a whole lot there. It's just gusty winds, maybe some small hail. If you're anywhere in Michigan, that's really the main concern. There will not be a severe thunderstorm watch, I think, out of this. There's not enough storm activity. Really pretty minimal stuff at this point. Shelly would remember. Yes, you would. You've been here for a long time. Shelly's the one that came up with the max velocity name back in the day. Because I used to be North Texas Weather Center, even when I was nationwide for a few months. And so that changed over. So, yeah. Friendly reminder, if you're just tuning in, feel free to hit the subscribe button down below. Like the stream, helps the page out a lot. Again, we are not really talking much about severe weather, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in northwest Indiana. I'm talking about a lot of off-topic stuff. But we are watching, again, a severe storm. If anything unfolds with this, I'll keep you posted. But producing the threat for some damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. And again, it has a tornado possible label, which means there's a chance for an isolated tornado. I talk very fast, by the way. Not typically, but... big wind gust and lightning in Plainwell, Michigan. Thank you for the report. Yeah, those storms up in Michigan are mainly just strong storms. What makes a thunderstorm different from a severe one? That's a great question. So here's a little chart that I'll make. Non-severe, and this is severe. All right. It'll be hard to read with all the stuff on the screen, so we're going to move over just a little bit. But a non-severe storm is, well, actually, it's just easier to say severe. Let's just do severe. So a severe storm has to have at least winds exceeding or at 58 miles per hour. And then also, it's either or. It can have any of these characteristics. Quarter-sized hail, or a rotation of some sort, or an actual tornado. Which that's typically for a tornado warning, but that is also something that is classified as quote-unquote severe. That's really what you need for a severe storm. A strong storm is usually gusty winds exceeding 30 miles per hour, or hail exceeding pea-sized hail. That's typically what it is. And that's called a special weather statement. It's not called like a strong storm warning or something like that. They call it a special weather statement. There's an isolated chance for a tornado in northwest Ohio, but it's a very low chance tomorrow. How long is the live stream going to last? I don't know. I'm just talking at this point. Try to hit 3 hours. Goal. About 10 minutes from now. A non-severe storm does not have sustainable updraft or downdraft. That is true as well. That's the meteorological definition. But the basic definition is just 58 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail. But again, there's a lot of other explanations beyond that. Meteorologically. Which I don't even think meteorologically is a word, but we're going to go with it. There is a chance for a slight risk tomorrow, but to be honest with you, it's going to be pretty small, I would say. And the slight risk of severe weather tomorrow, if they do issue one, which I honestly would not rule out they do, that would keep the streak going, by the way. We've had, every day this month has had a slight risk of severe weather. Tomorrow, if we do have one, that would be the 15th day in a row of slight risk. And it would probably be in here, though, somewhere. That's my guess. This would probably be our slight risk if we were to have one. There's a severe thunderstorm warning back over near Albany. What in the world's going on over here? Near Winfield, there's actually a severe storm producing quarter-sized hail, 60 mile per hour winds. Near Winfield, New York. It's like 11 o'clock. I'm surprised there's actually a storm over there. Usually in the Northeast, any of the storms that we see are usually daylight heating-based storms. That one's not, which is interesting. Oh yeah, there's actually a new severe thunderstorm warning near Little Rock. The storm's still going. It's producing 60 mile per hour winds. That's been going for a while, but this will continue to push down towards Little Rock. And obviously, if you're in Little Rock, if you know anybody in that area, make sure they're staying weather aware. Meteorological is a real word. Thank you. Kind of thought it might have been, but I do use that word actually kind of often. Just general discussion. Have I ever gone storm chasing? I've gone hurricane chasing once recently for Hurricane Nicole, but otherwise I've not gone storm chasing yet. I do plan on doing it though at some point in the future, so maybe if Reed Timmer would allow me, I might do it with him sometime, but I'm not entirely sure yet. I'm in pretty good contact with Reed Timmer, so maybe sometime down the road we'll do that. But otherwise, I might just do a solo storm chase sometime somewhere, but I don't know yet. I'm not entirely sure. Will Central Indiana get storms tonight or tomorrow? You probably won't see much. It'd be tonight, though, if you see anything. It's funny when Max mispronounces cities. That's nice. I do mispronounce them quite often. No problem, Lauren. Expecting South Arkansas to get bad? Probably not. It'd probably just be some thunder, like, again, some rumbles of thunder, maybe some gusty winds still, but that'd be about it. Yeah, Reed Timmer, we were supposed to do a collaboration, or, you know, he brought up the idea, at least, of me doing severe weather breakdowns in his live stream, but I don't think that's going to materialize. I can still not say that word. But that was potentially going to be a thing. I mentioned it earlier this summer, but I don't think it's going to happen. And we talked about it like back in April, and it's already July, so I highly doubt we're going to have that happen anytime soon. But if it does happen, it'd be pretty cool. How many mods do we have? We technically have 3 mods. One of which is usually here when I need them. Shelly just comes in here and there, which is very helpful. But she's usually here during like the evening or overnight. I just dropped something else. But we also have Evan or Austin. Sorry. We have Tucker, Austin, and Shelly. Austin's here when needed, and then Tucker's here quite often, and then Shelly's just here whenever she can. Just again, very helpful. We only have 3 mods, but usually they're here when I need them, so, or at least one of them. I can always have 1 mod here on standby, though. Am I a meteorologist, or do I just cover weather? Because why not? No, I'm 2 years through my meteorology degree. I have 2 years to go, so I am actually doing something. I'm not like one of those people that is a weathercaster or weather forecaster or whatever. I am actually going for my degree. I'm 2 years through though, so. Actually have a reason why I'm not just doing this for the money or whatever. I actually love doing what I do, so enjoy doing all the stuff. Hey, no problem, Peace. Appreciate you tuning in. Glad I could help you out. How do you choose mods? Mods are not really chosen. Honestly, if you're on our Discord server, which you can join in the link in the description, that's how Austin became a mod. We're pretty good friends, but Shelly, actually, the reason why I gave Shelly mod was because she came up with the max velocity name way back in the day, and she just helps. I appreciate it. And then Tucker is just another mod that I know personally, so just kind of how it works. It's not really, there's not like a way you can apply or anything. It's just how it goes. Now in the future, if we ever get, if we keep growing, it's not out of the question that we'll have more mods down the road, but 3 right now is plenty. I don't think we need more than that. Like tonight's stream, it got a little bit chaotic, but I still think 2 or 3 is fine. It might be. Rumor has it, Reed and Brian, they're looking for another weather reporter. Not sure why, but Brian posted that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really into, Reed contacted me about it, but, if he's really interested in me working with him, then he'll contact me. But if not, I'm just going to kind of let it pass because I don't feel like wasting a ton of time on trying to figure that out is worth it. I felt like I was like kind of stressed. I wasn't stressed out about it, but like I had that idea in the back of my head for like months and nothing ever really transpired. So kind of worrying about it at this point is not worth my time. But if it comes up, I'm obviously interested because there's something that I feel like would benefit both of us a lot. Really increase the quality of his live streams as well, being able to do severe weather breakdowns and all that sort of stuff. But There's plenty of other people out there. I'm not like the only one. Just, you know. We will see what happens. You never know. Never know. All right. Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the chat. Yeah, we're just kind of chatting here. If you're subscribed to the channel, like the stream if you have not already. Am I in contact with Ryan Hall? No, I've never contacted him ever. I was never really familiar with Ryan Hall to begin with, honestly, until probably late last year. I just never, I honestly didn't know how many people actually existed in the weather space on YouTube. I didn't realize how many people there were. There's a lot more than I thought there was. So I didn't really know about him though until not like late last year. I knew about him probably back in like June or July is my guess, is when I probably first heard of him. But I kind of a bit more familiar about him now, but I wasn't back in the day. I say back in the day, but you know, I kind of just started out doing this. Again, this is just my passion, you know? And YouTube's kind of the way that everything's going. But I just love doing what I do. That's about it. I've heard about that Lauren. I've heard a lot of different things about him, so. I do talk to Andy, actually. Andy Hill. He's his assistant. I do talk to him a little bit here and there. Very occasionally, but I do talk to him. Not about, like, collaborating. Just, like, general stuff. Because he's a actual meteorologist, and, you know, I'm pursuing to be one, so. Talk to him here and there. He's cool. I'd like talking to him. How's Indiana looking? Indianapolis is just, like, gusty winds if you see any storms, but I highly doubt you'll see much there. Thank you, Jackie, for the 199. How does Hobart, Indiana look? Let me look that up for you. You are looking at a chance for some damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. That's actually... Oh, we have another severe thunderstorm warning up here. Valparaiso is actually in this, so 60 mile per hour winds, tornado possible label still in this, but in that area, Hobart, you're looking for the potential for some damaging winds up to 60. Overall, the severe weather threat out of this is mainly damaging winds. Possibility for an isolated tornado, but it's a low chance. Have I been ever on TV doing weather? Not technically doing weather, but I've actually been on TV in the background before. At WFAA one time. That happened. If anybody's familiar with WFAA. I saw Andy's live on Twitch. I see when he's live on Discord. Mary probably riding the trends or something like that. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. Michigan storms are mainly just going to be, again, gusty wind, small hail. Jupiter, we've already pretty much passed the severe weather peak. Again, I'm just live just because, you know, there's some questions, but there really isn't much left, and the severe weather that we're seeing is going to be remaining very isolated at this point. Like, this stuff near Valparaiso is really the biggest stuff that we have ongoing, aside from the Little Rock storms. So those are the two main areas with severe storms still ongoing, but it's not a whole lot. And near the Hebron area, we do have some wind gusts right now, maybe a little bit of rotation, but again, it's the tornado possible labels there just because there's some very broad rotation. This would be really the main storm at this point, as well as the Little Rock storm. Those are the only two that are severe right now. And, yeah. Valpo? Yeah, I probably can. I try to pronounce it. I had an ad for one time back in February for a honeybee company on our YouTube channel. I did a video ad, and I actually had to say the name. I don't even know if I said it right to this day, but you know, we went with it. So, you know, how it works. That is how it works. There was a tornado earlier. Yeah, there was a tornado back over in the Chicago area near, I keep forgetting the name, Wheaton. There was a tornado on the ground for a few minutes. We were live for that. So that happened. It was a radar confirmed tornado. We had a damaging wind gust of 87 miles per hour as well. It's been a very active day, to say the least. Very active evening. How many, Max, how much do you trust the National Weather Service? I definitely trust them. I mean, even if they miss like one tornado warning, I don't see a lot of, I personally do not see tornadoes go unwarned very often. I've seen it maybe once, but That's it. I don't really ever see that. And even then, like if it's unwarned, it gets warned like 2 seconds later. It's just like a matter of if it like all of a sudden if we see like this storm, for example, in the next scan, all of a sudden just have a very defined hook echo and a tornado's on the ground, like that you can consider that unwarned for 2 seconds. But I have really never personally experienced seeing that, and I've done live coverages for hundreds of hours now here on YouTube. So I mean, the tornado that happened back up in Illinois earlier, that was over here, where this Wheaton area, that was warned pretty much within the span of that warning. I mean, it happened basically a couple minutes after that warning, so it was good timing, and obviously we were live for the entire thing, so luckily we were able to be on it quite quickly. But do I do winter storm coverage? I've done, I think, one. I will do it a lot more though this winter. I'll do more winter storm coverage because of having storm chasers with us. The thing is, for me, I was not able to afford storm chasers last year. I am able to afford it to an extent more now this time around. So I will have that option a bit more now to be able to do that. And storm chasers, having them on our feed costs money. But if we have a storm chaser with us, it makes the experience better. If I'm just looking at snow on a map, it's not going to do anybody any good. It does something, but it's so minimal. You actually kind of want to see what's happening out there for a lot of you that are not in the area. So I feel like the quality of our streams would be a lot better in that regard. I only did a couple of winter coverages, and most of the winter storm streams that we did, they weren't winter storm streams really. They were more of forecasts. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But yeah, if we have a storm chaser with us, 100%. Parmesan kind of varies. Sometimes it's dramatized. Sometimes it's just it's actual. It depends on who it is, and I think a lot of the storm chasers that do end up saying that are actually pretty true about it. I've watched Vince Walty a ton recently. He's who chases with us whenever we're live, which obviously not today, but earlier today he was, and he does a fantastic job, and he does all that sort of stuff where storm chasers on the ground have a lot better visual than looking at a radar. I'll tell you that. They can see a lot more. A lot of the time, it's not just drama. There's actually some sort of evidence of a tornado developing. That's good, Gal. Yeah, right now in Valparaiso, which again, I might not be saying the name right, but this is the area that we do have ongoing severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Tornado possible still, but it's mostly just high winds right now. Quick update on Arkansas, because I know some of you guys are wondering about the Little Rock area. There are storms quickly approaching. These are producing damaging winds around 60 north of Little Rock. So a lot of lightning as well, so just stay away from windows. And the lowest floor possible as this area does approach. And this is the live view here out of near Little Rock. And I'm not seeing a whole lot of lightning here, but 11 people are apparently watching this live cam here in Little Rock area on Radar Omega. Valparaiso. Oh, is it Valparaiso? Is that really what it is? Wow. I did that ad for a company, for the honeybee company, months ago, and I did not say that name at all right. Surprised I didn't get corrected. I like Vince and Brandon a lot. I like them too. Yeah, I mean, Vince is awesome. Why I'm holding this. I have some, like, breath thing for asthma on my desk. I don't know why. Got 4 feet of snow one year from in Toronto. That's a lot. What's the worst tornado I covered live? Recently we covered... Oh man, we covered a lot of tornadoes, but the one we covered recently with Vince was one of the ones that was probably one of the more one of the worst tornadoes we covered. I think it was an EF3 or EF4. I honestly cannot remember anymore. I'll try to find it real quick. This was when we had Vince with us. This was it right here. You guys might remember this, you might not, but this was a tornado warning that we covered live here. This is over near Raleigh, and I believe this is Mississippi or Alabama. I really cannot remember anymore. This is Mississippi. It literally says it in the title. This is a large tornado that was on the ground. Vince was also on this. We were with Vince while the tornado happened. And then Vince was doing some cleanup somewhere. Actually, it was later in this stream. It was right here. Correlation code, fish and drop near Bay Springs. That's what it was. It was PDS tornado. and Vince was on this storm. I don't think he didn't get a view of the tornado, I don't think, at least on live stream, but he was doing cleanup like this and stuff. That was some of the damage. So that was one of the bigger tornadoes we covered. I don't know if that was the strongest one we've covered, but it's up there. It's more recent as well, so. That was more recent, so if you're a viewer that's been here for a few months, then you probably remember. It's 12 a.m. Is it really? It is. It is 12 a.m. It's 11 p.m. over here. I think. Unless, wait, is Northwest Indiana in Eastern time? Or are they in Central? Is the honey ad still available to watch? It is available to watch. You would have to find the video, though. I don't have a clue what video that was on. I would have to look. I'll look real quick. I mean, really not doing a whole lot here. I can look real quick. I might be able to find it. It was back in February, I think. I remember the video having like 9,000 views. That was probably the only thing I remember, since it was a ad. I don't remember. If anybody remembers, let me know. I really couldn't tell you. I would have to look. Problem is, I don't know what like video would be on. I don't remember if it was a winter video or what. Yeah, I don't have a clue. There's so many videos that I had back in the day around 8 to 9,000 views. I think it was around 9,000, but. Well, I'll be on tomorrow. Again, I might, but it's probably not. It depends on what we see tomorrow. If there's a slight risk, a slightly increased tornado risk, maybe. Do I cover the tropics? I do cover the tropics as long as it's something that actually is relevant. If it's something that's just out in the Atlantic, like right now, like Tropical Storm Dawn that's just floating there, I won't cover it. It's not really impacting anybody. It'd only be impacting the fish. And we do not do live coverage for the fish. Maybe one day, though. Maybe we'll include the fish one day. Yeah, I legitimately do not remember which video this was. I don't know. I don't know. I'll have to look some other time. This is the only video ad I've ever done, too. That was the only video ad. The Valparaiso honeybees. That was the only one I've ever done for a video ad in particular. Radar Omega is the first ever company to sponsor one of our live streams, which they did a couple days ago for the other one, which again, you can still download Radar Omega in the description below. It still does support me. It's just, this is not a sponsored stream, but we did have a sponsored stream with Radar Omega a couple days ago, and that's our first ever sponsored stream. We'll have another one sometime later this month, but, and I honestly loved using it. I'm still using it, by the way. This is not, I'm not being paid to use this. I actually love using it. It's awesome. So. I'm just curious, how fun was your Disney trip? It was great. It was a good time. Went for a few days. It was relaxing. It was really hot, so we didn't really go during the day. But at night, it was nice. The 4th of July fireworks were awesome. If you saw my Twitter page, they were explosive, to say the least. They were awesome. But personally, I'm a fish, and I've lost all respect for Max. But yeah, it was a fun trip. Good time. It was about 6 days long, I think. It was nice to get away. I made 2 video forecasts while I was away, too. Like, literally. In my hotel room. The nice perk about having a laptop is that I can do video forecasts wherever I go. I've been on vacation technically about 4 times this summer, which you might think, wow, you go on vacation, like, all the time. I really don't. I paid for a couple of the trips myself, but I had a friend come down to Disney. We went there for a few days, and then I went back to Disney again with my family, and then I eventually went to Virginia to see another family member. By myself, and then went to Disney again. Yeah, Disney 3 times. It's wild. But, yeah. That's how the summer's gone. But again, that's pretty much it. But a lot of those vacations, I mean, all the vacations other than the 4th of July one, I was working a lot for. I mean, like, I was literally working, like during the vacation itself, I was literally working. The Virginia one in particular, I worked about 4 of those 7 days. Not live coverage, but I was doing, like, Facebook posts and stuff. Going to Disney later this year? Nice. You might actually see me. You never know. I go to Disney quite often. Typically short spans, but close to 60K max. Am I actually? What subscriber count, Matt? 57,777 subscribers. A lot of sevens. The next Storm Prediction Center update is at 2 a.m. Eastern, 1 a.m. Central. That's in about 2 hours. That'll be the next time you know if any risk has been upgraded or anything like that. See any sort of threat with tornadoes in Arkansas? No. I am still in college, correct. 2 years to go on my meteorology degree. I saw that, Act. Yeah, or Cat, I don't know what your name is, but yeah, I saw that. There's 2 more tornadoes confirmed from the Wednesday tornado outbreak in the Chicago suburbs. We've had, I think, 10 confirmed now. I don't know what the... Oh, that's 13. Oh, you actually mentioned the number. Yeah, 13 total tornadoes. So. Been to Disney once. It's pretty fun. Kind of depends, though. I mean, like, some people find it fun. Some people find it, you know, it's kind of too little for them. If you've gone to, like, Busch Gardens before or Six Flags, which I've gone to Busch Gardens a couple times now, Busch Gardens is a huge step up over Disney. I'll tell you that. Like, the roller coasters are completely out of this world. I went there this about a month ago. Those things are crazy. Thanks, Jared. I'm partnering with, yeah, I'm partnered with Radar Omega. At least for this month, we'll see if we continue going, but so far, so good, you know? I do appreciate everybody supporting, you know, the sponsor as well as my page. You know, I actually do like the Radar Omega app. I definitely enjoy using it. I'm still using it. This is not a sponsored stream, but you know, I do enjoy using it. So, Disney World, Davis. Disneyland I've gone to once, which I found it pretty cool. I've only gone once. So. Tornado risk in Ohio Valley? Yeah, it's low. Any tornadoes while I was gone? I don't know how long you've been gone, but the last time we had a tornado was like 9 o'clock. Confirmed. How's it going, Kyle? Perhaps we still have viewers. I'm just talking at this point. We haven't done really much severe weather coverage at this point, but, you know. It's cool. I don't really care too much. Not really doing anything tonight anyways. It's pretty much just chill. I've watched the last few times and sponsored by nobody. It's funny, the couple of videos that I did that when I said I'm sponsored by nobody, it was not intentional. It was accidental. I was doing my old outro for whatever reason. I have this new face cam, so I'm looking this way. This is my computer. That's my chat. But it's a different perspective. And I, for whatever reason, thought of my old intro and thinking, we're sponsored by Platinum Contracting. That's the roofing company we're sponsored by, technically for Facebook, but it was on YouTube. Long story short, that's my old outro that I used to do. So I all of a sudden was like, we're sponsored by nobody. It was just so random. Pivotal weather will update around 2 in the morning. Snow. Thanks, Jill. Appreciate it. Dayton, Ohio. Nice. Actually, let me lower the subscriber duration. It should be only like a minute. Sponsored by myself? Yeah, I should sponsor my own videos. Platinum Contracting is a great company, by the way. If you're in North Texas and you ever need a new roof, like, give them a call. I'm not even lying. Like, Platinum Contracting... Like, you know, they sponsor my page and all that, but, like, it's not just because I'm paid to, you know, say it. They're not like the YouTube channel. They sponsor our Facebook now, but, like, they legitimately are a great company for roofing. If you ever need a DFW roof, I actually do recommend them, personally. Even though they sponsor us. He's like, the person that runs it, he's so nice, and they're great people. It's veteran-owned, so they've been around for a while. I don't know how many people in this chat are actually from North Texas. I'm just throwing it out there, so... You're in Austin? I think they actually do roofs in Austin, too. I could be mistaken. They do around the North Texas and parts of Central Texas. How's it going, Keon? Welcome to the first ever stream. Nice. I'm glad, Parmesan. I'm glad I can help you. Is there a reason why you have a Facebook page for North Texas? That's where it all began. This YouTube channel was secondary. It still is technically secondary to my Facebook page. But our Facebook page began back in technically 2013, but it's been going for a longer time than that. It's been going for, technically, recently is when I really started to ramp it up. Back in early 2020, COVID happened. I lost my job. And so, which I wasn't, like, I was still in high school at the time. So, instead of focusing on, you know, trying to get a job, I started doing a Facebook page, North Texas Weather Center. And I was able to pay, like, I didn't get a whole lot of money. I was getting maybe like $50 a month, which at the time, that was a lot of money to me. I was like people were supporting my page and whatnot. I had 500 followers. I was like, wow, this is awesome. All of a sudden, the page just kept blowing up. I mean, by the summer of 2020, it was up to like 6,000 followers, which was a lot still at the time to me. Like, it was a ton of followers. I never thought I would have ever gotten to that point. And, you know, I got my first ever sponsorship in that fall. And I'll just tell you the amount. It really doesn't matter a whole lot, but it was like $100 per month for like a month. It was literally a month, and that was it for that. But I was like, holy cow, $100 to have your logo on all my stuff? That's amazing. It was crazy times, you know? And this has always been a hobby and a passion. And yeah, during that time, it was kind of crazy that I had like 8,000 followers, and they got to like 12,000 in the fall, or in January of 2021. And then last year, at the end of last year, we're up to 30,000 followers around November or so. And now we're up to about 90,000 followers on Facebook. So it's blown up a lot more. And it's one of the largest weather pages in North Texas currently. So that includes the news stations. We're really, really up there now. We've passed all we've pretty much, my page on Facebook, though, I'm pretty sure is larger than everybody aside from the news stations. I'm pretty sure. I could be mistaken on that, but it's pretty big. So, I love doing it. Again, I really, none of it's for the money. I just love doing what I do. Like talking right now, like I just enjoy being here. Love covering the weather, and look forward to keeping doing it. It's fun. Not fun to see severe weather, but it's just, it's always been a passion of mine. Well, the Gulf surface temperatures now, I don't really know. I think they're in the 90s, though, for most of it. I know down in the Key West, one particular area in shallow water, like 5 feet off the ground, or 5 foot depth, is at 98 degrees. Extremely hot. I do not marry. And lightning actually travel through plumbing? I don't necessarily know. I've seen a toilet blow up from lightning indoors before. I'm not sure how that exactly happened, but that happened last year in Oklahoma. Do Q&As because you're so good at talking to chat? I don't know. I've done Q&As. I've never done a Q&A before, but hey, shoot me questions. I don't care. Whatever. Jacob, send them to me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX if you have any videos or photos. You can also go to our Discord server and join that if you have any videos or whatever. Those are the best two ways to do it. If none of those ways work, let me know and I can give you alternatives. But Twitter and Discord are primarily the two ways that are the best. Justin, I don't even see a comment from you. I'm not gonna lie. Justin, I don't know when you asked your question, but I'm looking left like 10 rows and I don't see it at all. Or like 10 like massive scrolls. So, you don't subscribe, I don't care, but I don't see your question at all. Sorry to hear that, Art. If you're anywhere in southern Michigan, again, it's just isolated storms right now. Most of it's not severe, and it probably won't be much of any severe weather, but some gusty winds are possible, maybe some small hail, but nothing crazy. Trust me, it's mostly just wind at this point. Some wind and a little bit of hail. I used to live in North Texas, Kermit, that's why. Did I cover the El Reno outbreak? Was that recent, or was that a while ago? Because I've covered, I mean, there was a tornado outbreak in Oklahoma a few months ago. But I'm pretty sure that was not the El Reno outbreak. That was El Reno, I cannot say the name. I'm pretty sure it was a few years ago. Was it not? I've only done nationwide coverage for about a year, so. How long does it take to make a 15-minute video? I have never made a 15-minute video before. The longest ever weather forecast I've made, at least in the past couple of years, is 10 minutes and 52 seconds, which was literally a few days ago. So I've never made a video longer than that, and I typically try to stay between 8 to 10 minutes now. I used to do videos around 5 to 6 minutes because I always thought, hey, nobody wants to watch a 10-minute weather forecast, but people do. And the forecasts I do now that are 8 to 12 or 8 to 11 minutes are the ones that are very detailed. So, and people enjoy them, and I honestly enjoy making them more anyways. I feel like whenever I did like a 5 to 6 minute forecast, it would just be me like jabbering off a bunch of words really fast like this. I'd be talking really fast and talking about this place and this place and this place. I'd be talking this fast. And I'd be just talking about general stuff. It wouldn't be anything detailed. So making forecasts that are over 8 minutes honestly improves the quality, I feel like, a ton. On my 10-minute one, a 10-minute weather forecast varies a lot. There's research that goes into it. Oops. I don't have employees, so I do everything on my own, obviously. And yeah, all of it pretty much begin with is it's just research and all that. But a typical YouTube video will take me 1 to 2 hours. I've had videos take me as little as 30 minutes. Today's weather forecast took a record of like 40 minutes to make. It was just really quick and trying to get it out there because, you know, I just wanted to make sure it got out there before the severe weather actually happened. And I was going to go live anyway, so it didn't really matter too much. But that was about 45 minutes, I think it took. Thumbnail and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, that's typically how long it takes. My Cowboys fan? No, I'm a Patriots fan. I used to live in the Northeast, so that's the other reason. That's my sub goal for 2023. I don't really have goals, but a realistic sub goal for this year would be probably 70,000. I'm not really. Somebody said last year I'd hit 100,000. I'm like, no, I will not. It never happened, but I got to like, I think 40,000 by the end of last year. But yeah, I will. I don't really have goals. 100,000 would be cool though. I got a subscriber play button. That might happen at some point down the road. Really crazy to have. Max Velocity name came from Shelly. I don't know if Shelly's still here, but Shelly's the one that made it up. And I kind of just branded it into this whole entire thing. By the way, I have Max Velocity t-shirts. They're very comfortable, by the way. I love this shirt. I like wear it all the time. It is so comfortable. It's one of the more comfortable shirts I've actually worn, to be honest. Like, these are high-quality stuff. You can buy them at shopmaxvelocity.net. There's a link in the description. If you ever want to support the page and want to get a shirt or hat, they're super cool. Not just saying it to, you know, sell out. I do not sell out here. It's just a legitimate thing that I actually love having. It's so comfortable. They're high quality shirts. And I also want to mention we have our Supercell collection out on our website. It's only hats right now, and this is our hat. So again, we have a Supercell hat, and you can get it in black and white. You can get it in white, black, or navy, excuse me, pink and red. You can get it in that sort of stuff. Again, shopmaxvelocity.net. I'll put the link in the chat. This is the other link if you actually want to buy anything. But there's different stuff. We had flying trampoline merch that's no longer on the store. We have hats. We have a beanie hat. We have mugs. We have phone cases now, by the way. We have a Tornadic Supercell mug too, but yeah, that's pretty much it. Shelly. Keon, usually tornadoes come from discrete supercells, but they can happen in lines of storms. They can happen in any storm, to be honest with you. There's no particular need for a tornado. We had a tornado with a very messy cluster over here in Wheaton earlier, so there's not really a absolute need for it. Eleva, or I don't want to say your name. Eleva, if I'm saying your name right. I cannot afford technically to donate to a bunch of charities for tornado outbreaks. I hope to in the future. I hope to be able to create like some sort of a 501c or even just donate myself. But I honestly cannot afford that right now. Maybe in the future though. Again, college is extremely expensive for me, and housing is ridiculous, and it's a pain. So I have to kind of focus on that stuff. And then once that's all paid off for, then, I mean, you know, maybe if I'm still doing this and still able to make enough money, then it's not out of the question that I would start doing that stuff. I definitely want to. It's just a matter of when can I, you know, I have to be financially responsible. I can't just go out and donate all this money to something that I cannot afford, you know. Hope to in the future. I hope. Goal at the end of the day is just to, you know, provide very solid weather coverage and being able to basically help those in need. The goal. Hopefully next year. Hopefully. We'll see. Thank you, Lunas, for the $5 super chat. How about Kingsford Heights, Indiana? Trying to sleep? The weather radio woke me up. Kingsford Heights. Is that over here? Oh, yeah. You're looking at damaging winds around 60, Lunas. You're not looking at anything too crazy. This is the current storm. The velocities aren't crazy on this, but we do have some winds right here near the airport, whatever the Valparaiso airport is there. There are some high winds around 60 miles per hour. That's going towards Kingsford Heights, but overall, it's the main concern is damaging winds around 60. No tornado risk really with this. There was a tornado possible earlier, but that's no longer there. There, Keon. Appreciate you tuning in. I like this channel so far. It's nice. I appreciate it. I try to be interactive at the end of live streams anyways. I mean, we've been live for an hour just chatting, but I typically try to do this because, you know, might as well. Fun to talk. I talk too much. I don't really talk to anybody during the day too much, so nice to talk to people. Justin, this is pretty much weakening. It's been weakening for a while. It's pretty much, it's kind of stationary at this point. We have this line down here too that's producing some gusty winds and a lot of lightning, but overall the storm activity is kind of at a stagnant stage where it's going to stay strong, maybe severe, but it's not like decreasing in intensity substantially or increasing substantially. It's kind of on a gradual decrease still. Oh, sorry. I did not answer that question right. If a storm is losing lightning, is it weakening? Not always, but in some instances it can. Because one of the things is, with lightning, it actually has a direct correlation, or we think it does. There's a research going on with lightning. And a lightning graph with a thunderstorm goes up, obviously, when a storm develops. And then it actually, when a tornado is about to occur, it occasionally, or most of the time, at least from research, it actually drops off to a certain extent. It doesn't go to zero, but it does drop off. So that can actually lead to a tornado. It's an interesting little research that is happening that I've kind of heard about a little bit. But there is a correlation to the amount of lightning happening comparison to a tornado about to occur. Very interesting stuff. So, yeah, that is a thing. I'm glad I can help you, Faded. How's Cincinnati looking tomorrow? Anywhere in Cincinnati is mainly just wind, but again, isolated wind and hail is the main concern. There might be an isolated tornado to your north, but I don't think you'll see anything there in terms of that threat. Tomorrow's interesting, though. This is the future radar for tomorrow. Again, I might go live. We'll see. I don't know. Just kind of depends on what evolves tomorrow. But this is the future radar for tomorrow for those in Ohio. This is 10 a.m., 12 a.m. A lot of storm activity. Yeah, if we get an organized line like this, possibly, there could be a slight risk, but we'll see. That'd be for northern parts of Ohio, if there were to be one. And then this is 3 in the afternoon. So, yeah, we'll see. It's mostly just going to be thunderstorm activity, maybe an isolated severe storm nearby, but I think the threat will be pretty low tomorrow. Nothing too crazy. What OBS do I use? It's just OBS. Hey, you can ask as many questions as you want. I won't answer all of them, but I'll answer some. You add flash flood warnings to your screen? Yeah, maybe. I've never done that, but yeah, that'll be something I'll consider. Right now, we're just on a severe thunderstorm warning. I have all sorts of different things. Again, I have a stream deck. You guys, I don't think, can see it. You might be able to see it, but oh, I can just lift it. There you go. I have a stream deck. I'll zoom in on the camera here a little bit. These are all my different like keys. So this increases the severe weather count. So the severe thunderstorm warning will go up. You'll see that at the bottom, and that's the tornado warning count. The bottom there as well, -2, which is definitely not a thing. But there's all sorts of stuff I can do with this, and yeah, I use it a lot. And I can go to like Storm Chaser feed when Vince is live, tornado on the ground feed, whenever possible, all that sort of stuff. It's capable with this, which is awesome. It's like 140 bucks, so it's expensive. To be honest with you, I waited to buy this for a very long time because of how expensive it was, but it is worth it for doing weather live streams and stuff. It makes things so much easier. I don't have to, I can actually look at chat. I only need 2 monitors. It makes things 10 times easier to do. Hey, no problem, Juliana. -2 tornadoes. Yeah, it's nice. A PDS tornado looks like this on this screen, but PDS tornadoes happen occasionally. We had a couple days ago when we were in the Chicago tornado, we had a PDS tornado warning, so we actually used that, but we don't use it that often because we don't usually have PDS tornadoes a lot of the time. A lot of the live streams I do are usually at the middle scale risks, so like enhanced or slight. I'm trying to do more moderate and high risks, but the ones that have happened as of recently are at the worst times possible, so I've not been able to do a lot of those, but maybe in the future we'll ramp that up a bit. By the way, if you want to look at all my social links, they are in the description of this live stream. Twitter, YouTube, all that sort of stuff. And holy cow, that was live. But if you go to the description of this video, I think you guys can see this. Possibly, that's the wrong thing. The description of this video, I have a link tree link. That's the top link here on the Get Connected tab. You can click that. It'll bring you to like fan mail, donate, sponsorships, and all this other random stuff and all my socials. So this is like the hub for all my social links and all that. So if you ever want to follow me there or even send me something in the mail, you can always do that, which I've had one person send me something in the mail, paying money for a mailbox that I barely use, but if you ever want to send me something, it's there. But otherwise, there's support Max Velocity. You can become a member, donate, merch. Vince Walty, seethestorm.net when we have them. And also, I have my specs here. So if you ever want to get one of my specs, like the studio light, microphone, keyboard, face cam, green screen, any of that sort of stuff, that is all here for you. So, yeah. Also, Radar Omega if you want to download it. Which, again, this stream is not sponsored by Radar Omega, but I do have the link down there just in case. Who's tired to stay awake for the NOA, or it's actually the Storm Prediction Center, but yeah, I mean, they'll have it updated at 2 a.m. I'll probably be awake for it, but I'm not going to be live probably until 2 a.m. That'd be wild. Shelbyville? Where is Shelbyville in Indiana? Can somebody give me a direction? Do I drink Prime? I've never had Prime, no. I don't plan on it. The amount of caffeine in that thing is just no way for me to have that. Zachary, the next chance for major severe weather probably will not be until the middle or late part of next week. Even then, I don't think we'll get above an enhanced risk for next week. But I'll have forecasts on that probably tomorrow, if not on Sunday. Do I have a wish list? What, you mean an Amazon wish list? I do not have an Amazon wish list, if that's what you're referring to. I don't really have anything that I need to buy right now. I do need a new office chair, but I don't really have a set desire on an office chair yet. The thing I was thinking about getting, believe it or not, was a Herman Miller office chair, which you might be thinking to, you know, that's expensive. Well, I mean, it would be a good tax write-off one. And then two, I needed a chair that actually lasts me like a long time. The one I have right now is like, I bought for $200 last year, and they actually sent me a replacement one, so this is fine for right now, but this thing is, it's not comfortable really. It squeaks a lot already. I've had it only for like a month. I need to get a new office chair that lasts me a while, and I don't know what's going to be reasonable. I need one that I can stream with and all that sort of stuff, so. That on Amazon wish list. I'm not putting a Herman Miller chair. Nobody's buying me a $1,000 chair. There's no way. I'm not doing that, but it'd be something that'd be really an impulse buy, but again, it would be worth it because I can just write it off. What happened between Vince? Oh, I'm not talking about that. There's a lot of stories behind all that stuff. I don't know who's on the right, who's on the wrong. I'm not getting involved in drama. No way. I did not mean to read that comment, but not getting involved in drama. How do you show wins on Radar Omega? Velocities, is that what you're talking about? Just the bottom right here. And it's not really that techno, it's more of just the overall chair itself. It's not comfortable. It's not just the squeaking. It falls apart pretty easily, too. Never know, maybe Jaws, Squid, or I might sponsor you. I'm not letting you donate $1,000 for a chair. It's not happening. It's just not happening. The highest donation we've ever had is $500, and that's enough to begin with. We do not need that high of donations, especially for a chair. We'll have an enhanced risk anytime soon. I've had 2 slight risks. I don't know where you are. Give me a location. I bought a cheap chair off Amazon. I mean, this is $200 on Amazon, but man, it's not comfortable. They were nice to give me a second chair for free, but well after I bought it too. That was, I don't know how long it was after. It was, trying to think. Probably a solid 8 months after I bought the chair. But I made a negative review and they basically contacted me for a new chair. I was like, okay, cool. I guess, that's cool. Jared, what kind of contractor are you? I can tell you, like, off the bat if I can actually have you as an advertiser or not. Are you like a roofing contractor? You could technically sponsor our YouTube channel, but Facebook pages, we already have a contractor. I got a gaming chair. It's a scam. So uncomfortable. There are some gaming chairs that look so comfortable, and they're just not. There's a lot of those. It's raining over here in the northwest of Little Rock right now. If you're legitimately interested in a sponsorship, by the way, you can go to my link tree and use that link to contact me. My link tree is in the description. I'll post it in the chat. There's a sponsorship form if you're actually interested. There you go. Fence and deck. Is that it? If that's it, then yeah, we can work something out. We can do it on our Facebook page or YouTube page. We have both open for fence and deck stuff. Whoa! What in the world was that? What did we just see? I didn't go back on the stream. Holy cow, that was the brightest flash of lightning or the massive power flash. What in the world was that? My eyes just got blinded. What the heck? Yeah, look at this on stream. I kind of missed it. I was looking away. This was a huge... Dude, what was that? That was so much... Was that, like, just exaggerated? Or what? Holy cow. Meteor? There's no way that was a meteor. Maybe it was. I don't know, but wow. I mean, this is a thunderstorm right now. It most likely was lightning, but holy cow. I got you, Jared. Yeah, go to my Linktree link and fill out that form if you're interested. And I can get back to you probably tomorrow. All lightning? That was massive. Hour flash? I highly doubt it. Wow, that was crazy. How's it going, Lucy? Pretty sure this is the tail end of the stream, but we're still live because, you know, I'm just chatting. We're only 3 subscribers from 57,800. If you've not already, make sure to subscribe down below. And like the stream, by the way, if you're new here. About the page. I don't know why likes really matter right now, but you can always like. It's fun. It's free. You missed it? I'll post it again. Oh, that's the wrong link. It's also in the description of the video, or live stream. It's under the Get Connected tab, but I'll post it a couple more times. That's where all my socials are too, and all that other random stuff. I remember lightning struck my house once, and my outlet in my room sparked. Wow, that's crazy. I mean, I've had some really close lightning strikes in the past. I cannot say that I've ever had a lightning strike my house before, though. But it's been close a lot of times in various areas. Very smoky skies last week. There were Canadian wildfires. I'm pretty sure they're still ongoing, so. You could say that whatever that was pretty lit. Puns. Good jokes. Ann Arbor good? Yeah, Ann Arbor should be fine. Let me go up there real quick. I'll double check for you. Ann Arbor, you might see an isolated storm later tonight, but that'll be just basically waking you up. Just some rumbles of thunder is about it over there. Thank you, Radiogenic, for the $5 super chat. Weather has been insane lately around Newport and Monroe, Michigan. Yeah, there's been a crazy amount of storms in a lot of areas. It has been active to say the least. And Northeast has been unbelievable. There's an atmospheric river event pretty much happening there. Sort of what we saw back in California. Not recently, but last summer. Or not last summer, sorry. Back in winter, we had atmospheric rivers. I actually went live for part of that. There was an unbelievable amount of rainfall there in California from an atmospheric river. That's pretty much what they're seeing in the Northeast right now. It's bad. Causing a lot of flooding in Vermont. Smoke last week was fire. Yeah, it was pretty much from the fires. Pineapple Express. Yeah, that's pretty much what that was too. It's kind of funny when you look at these storms here. The ones over near Knox and whatnot, these are severe warned. You'll see the wind. That's where we have damaging winds near the Kingsford Heights area, for 60-mile-per-hour winds or so. Look at the reflectivity here. Storms down to the south and east look a lot stronger when it comes to the reflectivity. These are pretty weak in terms of the reflectivity. It's an interesting little concept when you look at the radar and the various lengths of these storms and whatnot. These are much smaller up there. And then these look more intense at least, and they're just a lot of lightning. There's a lot of lightning with these, but there's not really any wind with it. So it's an interesting little thing. Radar. The summer's been pretty active. I don't know if it's been above average in terms of activeness, but it's been active. Activeness, that's a word. It's been fairly active. About Alabama? Alabama's not really looking at anything tonight, I don't think. Or really tomorrow either. Might be looking at some showers and storms like usual, but there's nothing there right now. Give me a couple photos. Or did you tweet? Oh yeah, feel free to, that's fine. You can do that. Again, feel free to send me photos on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Feel free to follow me over there too. We do post a lot of weather-related stuff over there, and just sometimes some really random stuff. And we just crossed 2,000 followers a couple days ago, so we do a lot of stuff over there. Central Illinois threat. Central Illinois is just really isolated storm or scattered storm activity, but isolated severe weather. Gusty winds the main concern anywhere in here. Thanks, Jared. Appreciate it. I am on quite often, typically for random stuff, but I've been live for the last hour and a half here. Like, we've been live for almost 4 hours now, but the last hour and a half has literally just been me talking. We've barely there hasn't been a lot of severe weather ever since the storms left Chicago, but cool. I don't think it's really that big of a deal. Talk about some random stuff. Yeah, we're up to 57,815 subscribers. That's wild. And viewage-wise this month, we're about 14 days through. This month has actually been one of my more viewed months, I'm pretty sure. July, actually, it's not as much. So far this month, we've had a total of 270,000 views this month thus far. I think that's kind of average. I could be mistaken. Last month, we finished off with around 500,000. This month, we're probably going to be on track for 500,000, so it's interesting, though. Interesting looking at the charts. April was our most viewed month ever at almost 1.4, but it's actually over 1.4 million views. That's wild. We've grown a lot, though, on YouTube. It's interesting. On Facebook, too, we've grown a lot. On Facebook, in particular, we have reached over 40 million people this year. It's more than YouTube, by the way. Hey, you, Lunas, for another $5 super chat. I appreciate it. My dad always told me when there was a little sound of thunder, the angels blowing up in heaven. Helped me with my anxiety when I was a kid. That's always good. There's always something to look at when it comes to storm anxiety and whatnot. I used to have, by the way, a lot of meteorologists have storm anxiety. Like, they used to, at least. I personally had storm anxiety probably until I was about 8 or so. Maybe even 9. So whenever there was a thunderstorm, I'd be scared of the lightning or scared of the thunder. It's a natural thing. You usually outgrow it, but... Subs have gone up by 250 or more during the stream. Yeah, it's been more than that. I can tell you that. I don't know how many it's been, but today alone we've gained about 900 subscribers. Yeah, 900. So we had 2 live streams, so we had one earlier. We probably get 100 during that one. This one's probably around 800. So I don't really care too much, but that's just the numbers. The analytics or something else on YouTube. I just upload videos, make live streams, and that's about it. And I'm here. Really don't do much else. And we do forecasts. Hey everybody, and welcome back to another Max Velocity weather forecast. Funniest thing. You know, somebody actually made me, this is crazy. Somebody made me a weather forecast. Listen to this. Somebody actually made this for me. I don't know if this person's watching. This is the craziest thing. Somebody sent me a audio of me. Let me find it here. It's so funny. Turn it on here. Actually, I'm not gonna play it because I don't know if it's copyright music. It's like 5 seconds long. Yeah. All right, now I'm not actually gonna do it. I'll post it on our Twitter and our Discord though, because I don't want to get a copyright strike on this. But I'm gonna at least I'll post it on our Twitter page. But somebody literally made me like a weather forecast intro that's so funny. It's like it sounds like you're on like a news station or something. It's really cool. I'll just see if I can upload it on Twitter. I'll try that later. It's so cool though. How's it going, Blondie? Welcome back. Thanks, Amber. Love that I'm live. I'm honestly I've been live for the last hour and a half, really, with just talking about basic stuff here. I mean, there's nothing crazy, really. There isn't. I should have changed the title because there's no breaking information here, but the breaking information was like an hour and a half ago back over in Chicago. We've been just kind of chatting. Really, the only severe weather left, we have a little bit of severe weather still in Indiana. It's mostly going to be strong storms here going towards areas maybe north of Indianapolis, but Fort Wayne also in the track. A lot of storms still in Michigan. Again, all of them are strong, nothing really severe. The only severe storm there is back over there in northwest Indiana, and then storm activity in Oklahoma has been pretty minimal so far, not too bad at all. And then back over in Arkansas has been pretty bad for a while. This area of storms is finally weakening, by the way. This has been going for almost 24 hours, by the way. About 18, I think, now. 16. Been going for a while. Hey, no problem, not sure. Thank you for the super chats, by the way. I appreciate your support. Thank you. What's the tornado threat for Arkansas? It's pretty much zero. I would say zero, but you know, there's always that tiny chance. But it's pretty much zero. A long-time subscriber for just about 3 years now. I don't even think I've been on YouTube for 3 years, so I don't think that's right. I think the longest I've been live for here is probably, or not live, but on YouTube, I think. I mean, I've technically been on YouTube for like 8 years, but I haven't been uploading videos for that long. I think. Maybe I have. You've been subscribed for 8 years. That is wild, because that would be a very long time. Let me look. My oldest video on YouTube right now is 1 year old. Yeah, so I don't think so. Latest live stream is a year ago, too. So if you were subscribed before a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, then subscribed for 20 years? Wild. 20 years. John says, Max, were you expecting a tornado in Illinois today? I was. Yeah, I said that in this afternoon stream. We've done 2 streams. The one earlier was for mainly the Central Plains, but I did say I expected at least maybe an isolated tornado in the Midwest, and it ended up happening in Chicago. So, you know, I called it technically, but you know, I don't really brag about that stuff. It just, you know, if I get it right, I did get it right. I definitely gotten plenty of things wrong in the past. I've gotten plenty of things right, so it all kind of just balances out. What's the threat for Ohio? Ohio's threat is tomorrow. So this is tomorrow's severe weather threat. Right now, again, we are about an hour and a half away from them updating potentially that risk for tomorrow. But it's right now a marginal threat across Ohio, New York. There's still 2 severe... Why is there 2 severe thunderstorm warnings over in New York right now? What is going on over there? It's literally nighttime. It's like 11 o'clock. Those are usually... or it's actually 12 o'clock there. Like, daylight heating's ended forever ago. And there's still storms. It's wild. But it's a marginal risk. Tornado risk right now is primarily across parts of Ohio back through New York, but it's a low chance. And really, Ohio's not even in that 2%, but I wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado in northern Ohio either. But it's primarily back into the northeast. Subscribed since 79. 79. It's a long time ago. I was definitely not born then. YouTube was not around then either. Fun fact. Right, a reminder, if you're just tuning in, feel free to subscribe down below, and also click the bell icon, by the way, so you get notified with the latest video forecasts and as well as the live streams that we do here. And, yeah, that's about it. If you have any other questions, feel free to let me know in the chat. We'll be live probably for about another 8 minutes. I'm going to try to end it at 4 hours, because we've been live for about 4 hours now. So if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. Again, we still have a line of storms right now pulling through western Indiana. Nothing too crazy, but a little bit of large hail, or not really large hail, but damaging winds will be possible here. It'll be moving off to the east. For Oxford and Knox, Again, pretty basic stuff, though. Just damaging winds is the main concern here. Do you think Michigan will get hit just as hard as yesterday? No. Will not. Just a lot of storms, though, more than anything. About it. Is nobody chatting, by the way? Or is it just me? The chat is not moving on my screen. I could be mistaken. That was flying a second ago, so I'm not sure if the chat just, like, froze. Let me know, though. It is literally frozen on my screen right now. Did the YouTube chat die? Like, literally, I'm not seeing it move. Let me, like, go over here. I'm not seeing it move at all. That is interesting. Freeze? Was that actually frozen? Oh, strange. Oh, yeah. Well, now it's moving now. It broke? Okay. I was say, I was like, chat just stopped moving. That was weird. All right. When's the next time Northeast Illinois will have bad weather? Probably not any time. I mean, next week is the next chance. Mid next week is probably the next week. Or next chance, excuse me. That'll happen. Mid next week. And I'll have a forecast again probably on that tomorrow or Sunday. Technically today or Sunday now, because it's Saturday, but... Oops. Alright. That was my water bottle. Hey, have a great night, Austin. Or, sorry, Jacob. Appreciate you tuning in. What I mean by not ruling something out, it basically means, like, if I were to say, I cannot rule out an isolated tornado tonight, that basically means I can't, or there's a chance for an isolated tornado. That's basically what that means. It's just, I sometimes elongate the term and say, I cannot rule out this, that, or whatever it is, so. That's usually what that means. It's not like a special term. Tell us a joke? I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what joke I'd even tell you right now. Apparently we have a severe, oh yeah, we still have severe thunderstorm warnings over here. What's going on over here in New York? One of the weirdest things over here. Still got severe weather happening over here. Ping pong ball sized hail, and it's almost 1 in the morning for this part of New York. That's wild. I really don't have any jokes on my mind. I'm just trying to think right now. I really don't have any jokes in my mind. I can't tell you a joke. 690 people watching. 700 people watching. Why is there still 700 people watching this? That's just wild to me. I'm literally just talking about random stuff right now, but I appreciate you guys tuning in. It's cool. Good times. I missed something else here. Oh, thank you, Radio, for the $2 super chat. Seems like every week there's severe weather in Illinois. It's pretty common during this time of the year. I mean, really, when we go into next week, mid to late next week, there'll probably be another chance for severe weather, so. We've had a slight risk of severe weather every day so far this month. Tomorrow could break that streak, though. Can I tell you a joke? Go for it. Tornadoes likely in Tennessee? No. Not anytime soon, at least. What's tomorrow's flying trampoline meter? Tomorrow is... Is low. Low risk for flying trampolines tomorrow. Which we actually had flying trampoline merch, by the way, on our merchandise store for a little while, but that was limited time. We'll have another flying trampoline merch set come out at some point in the near future. On shopmaxvelocity.net. I keep skipping over Arkansas comments. I'm honestly just trying to read as many as I can. There's so many comments. I'm just reading stuff. So, if I miss your comment, I apologize. I will try to get to it. But I don't even know where your comment went. Somebody said they had a comment earlier, and they apparently unsubscribed because I missed it, but I legitimately did not see a comment, so I don't... Maybe it's just not sending? There might be some sort... Because the chat did lag a little bit, so I don't know if I just somehow... It just somehow didn't post. Unless I legitimately just missed it. Thank you, Match, for the $5 super chat. Looks like there's a storm fire ramp in West Central Illinois. Near Morton. West Central. There's a lot of storms over here. I don't know where that exactly is, but I mean, all the storms that we're seeing here, like Bloomington, for example, these ones are strong. The ones over here are just ordinary thunderstorms and maybe some gusty winds, but it's nothing crazy. Chad, I legitimately do not know. I have a laptop that I'm using to do live streams. I'm not even kidding. It's a gaming laptop, so it's actually decent, but I do not know what kind of laptop this is. So, fortunately, I cannot give you that information because I don't know. But I honestly, like, anything that, yeah, I don't know. I legitimately do not have a clue. GeoGuessr? I'm not doing a GeoGuessr live stream. We did that one time. I probably would. I might do that again sometime in the future, but it will not be today. We've been live for like 4 hours. Yeah, you can go to shotmaxvelocity.net. Once it pops up, I'll show you. But shotmaxvelocity.net, got the latest and greatest stuff, including the Supercell hat. Again, I can't recommend this enough. Supercell hat, it's pretty cool. Part of our Tornadic Supercell collection, which will be out for a little while. We'll have the shirt, by the way, we'll have a Supercell shirt come out. Actually, we'll release it now. I'll just release that now if you guys want to get the Supercell shirt on shotmaxvelocity.net. I was going to release it a few days, but I'm just going to release it now. In case you want a Supercell shirt, you can go ahead and get that on our website. It is $25 flat, so I'll put the link in the chat if you guys want to purchase one of our merchandise items, but again, those are just to kind of support the page, but we do have that Supercell shirt out now. What's the worst storm I've ever encountered? Honestly, probably Hurricane Ian. That was not like a storm, it was more just like a hurricane, but that's probably like one of the worst things I've experienced. Just a pickup line? I do not pick up lines, guys. I've never had a girlfriend in my life. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, there's no way I'm giving you a pickup line. That's just not happening. Have you ever been under a tornado emergency? No, I've never been under one. I've been under multiple tornado warnings, but never an emergency. A miracle if I can give you a pickup line. See, outlook for Charlotte, Michigan. If you're anywhere in Michigan, again, it's just isolated. It's scattered storms, really, with just some gusty winds and small hail. It's nothing crazy. Arkansas begging for stuff. Oh, we actually have a severe thunderstorm warning in Arkansas now. But this is currently mostly just damaging winds, if anything. But mostly gusty winds and a lot of lightning here throughout Arkansas. That includes areas like Searcy and Benton. But south of Little Rock, we're looking just for some damaging winds. That's about it right now. Just kind of a loop here. But it's mostly just isolated damaging winds. If not, it's gusty winds. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. When's the next La Nina? Probably won't be for at least a year. I do not live in Chicago, so I cannot do that. Lunas, really? That's a great pickup line. I'm legitimately, I have no advice for relationships or love at all. Because, again, I've never dated somebody ever. Are you a, oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Alright, we don't need pickup lines in this chat, thank you, for weather. Pretty funny, though. I don't know why I'm here. I live in Texas, man. Hey, I don't live in any of these areas, but I'm live, you know? I'll find one soon. Guys, I mean, my weather pages and stuff, it's pretty much a business at this point, and I invest so much time into it. I do not have time for a girlfriend. It really just does not exist. The amount of free time I have usually is extremely limited, so. It's very busy, at least for me. I work, like, non-stop. I do a lot of stuff. It might not look like I do a lot of stuff, like doing live streams and stuff, but I legitimately, like, most of the day I'm just doing weather. Checking the forecast on Saturday, I read that there's still a chance for severe weather in my area. Naperville. Murdoch, are you talking about Naperville, Chicago, or near Chicago? Is that what you're talking about? Because there's no severe weather coming anytime in the near, like, future. At least in, like, the next couple of days. You shy? I'm not shy. Trust me. If I was shy, I would not be able to do these live streams. I talk so much, it's not even funny. It's more of the fact I just don't have time for it. Like, I don't have time to invest into a social life right now. So busy. Though right now it does not look like I'm busy. I've seen a snow tornado. That's called a snow-nado. Those are actually a thing. They happened in DFW, in North Texas particularly, a couple of years ago. But there was snow on the ground. Thanks, Chad. Appreciate it. Happening in Rockford? Nothing. I don't think. For sure everything's just done up there. It might be rain if there's anything. Yeah, just some rain. Severe weather's pretty much done there for a little while anyways. Got it. All business. I'm not all business, trust me. I legitimately... I hate the business aspect of everything I do, but I do enjoy doing the weather stuff. Love doing the weather streams and forecasts and all that sort of stuff. It's fun. I enjoy doing it. It's a passion thing. It's always been a passion thing anyways, but just so happened to turn into kind of like a small business. What's happening in Remington, Indiana? I don't know where Remington is. If you're anywhere in Indiana, this is kind of just a general rundown. The storms that are out there right now are producing gusty winds and some small hail. That's about it. There's a lot of lightning as well, but that's pretty much it. And the main area of storm activity is in here, and that'll be moving off to the east-southeast. I believe maybe southeast now. Let's check. Yeah, it's pretty much moving east-southeast. It should stay north of Indianapolis, but it might get close to Indianapolis. It might flirt with the area, so... but overall, it's mostly just some gusty winds, small hail. Same thing with the storms back up in your south bend. I love doing it. And I would not... Trust me, I would not be doing this stuff if I did not enjoy it. Like, I legitimately, like, love doing weather forecasts and streams and all that sort of stuff. And I make a forecast every single day because I just enjoy it. So... I wouldn't do it otherwise. There really has never been a time where I have not enjoyed doing weather forecasts or live streams. I don't know why. I just... Yeah, it's just a passion thing. Always enjoyed doing it. There was a tornado in Wheaton, Illinois earlier. Booze. There was one. Has there been a water spout in Lake Michigan? I have zero clue. I don't think so tonight. There might have been one, but obviously we don't have any evidence. The storms in Arkansas are going to get stronger. In Arkansas, no, they're weakening. They're all weakening down here. The severe thunderstorm watch itself is actually going to probably be canceled. But all that's left right now is just this one severe storm. But it's really just gusty winds from here on out. There's a Category 3 hurricane over Calvin. It's going to actually go towards Hawaii, but it will weaken out to just a depression. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. St. Louis. See any rain there in St. Louis today? Pretty sure St. Louis saw rain. Not mistaken. Potato? What in the world? Are you a lightning strike? Because you are shockingly attractive. Oh my god. Imagine if I say that to a girl. She might run away. Not rain? Nice. I know who Ryan Hall is. We talked about him earlier, I mean, briefly, but it's not like I don't know who he is. I just don't, I've never watched his videos, and I really don't watch anybody on YouTube to begin with. There's a lot of weather YouTubers that I was never familiar with. I kind of told the story earlier, but like, you know, legitimately, I started doing YouTube weather forecasts and stuff, and I didn't realize there was actually people that existed in the space when I started doing live streams until a little bit later on. People were in my chat mentioning people's names, and I was like, who the heck are these people? I don't know what you're talking about. I was like, oh, okay. I guess there's apparently other people in the weather space on YouTube. So it was kind of one of those weird things that just kind of happened. That was back last year, mid last year. It was like the summer. July, I think. June or July. That's when I first heard about Ryan Hall, I think was June or July of last year. But again, I've never watched any of his videos, and I've really never watched any videos on YouTube to begin with. The only weather YouTuber that I've actually ever watched was Weather Decoded. That's the one that I've actually watched, but he's not really, he doesn't do weather forecasts anymore. At least he hasn't really done it much recently. Yeah, he was really the only one I've ever watched. How long have I been live for? 4 hours. Snow, I don't know of any weather radars that you can get for free on your computer. I have zero clue. You might be able to get radar scope for free, but I could be mistaken. I'm not entirely sure. I feel like I got this for free initially, but I really could be mistaken on that. I'm pretty sure you have to get a subscription if you want to use it on your computer. You either watch me or Weatherman Plus. Okay. Cool. I watched Weather Dakota's 10-year weather radar. That was really cool. Yeah, that's one of my favorite videos too. That's not how I found him, but that was a one of his cooler videos that I watched. Yeah, if you want to get Radar Omega, again, we are technically partnered with them. This stream is not sponsored by them, but if you want to download it, you can use the top link in the description. It does help out the page, and you can download it that way. It's a really good radar. I'm using it right now. It's solid. There's a lot of stuff you can do. I'm not showing off really any of the features, but what it is, it's really pretty cool. Mitch West Weather. I've actually heard of him recently. I didn't hear about him until probably February or March. But I watch Reed Timmer. I talk to Reed Timmer and DMs quite often. Or not quite often, but occasionally. I'm pretty aware of Reed Timmer. We were going to work together earlier this summer, but that never panned out. What areas are we currently looking at? This is Arkansas. That's where we're at. So just south of Little Rock is where the severe thunderstorm warning is. We're legitimately just generally talking. I don't know why I'm still live. I'm not going to lie. I'm just here. Chad, honestly, like, even though they're sponsored by me, or they sponsor me, like, I honestly would say that there really isn't. I honestly think that Radar Omega is really good. There's something called WSV3 that I've been that I was using for quite a while, and it has some limitations, but I honestly enjoy this. I like it. I was kind of a little bit skeptical at first, but like honestly, I love using it. I honestly like it more than WSV3. So it doesn't really glitch out either. Like, it doesn't have any like bugs or anything. So it's really good in my opinion. I thank you, Lunas, for another $5 super chat. Man, you've been going crazy with super chats. Is it really possibly have a tornado in northern Indiana in January? It probably is possible, but you'd have to really have the right environment for that, and it would be pretty tough. But it's a possibility, I would say, but it just depends on what the environment is. You can have a tornado technically anywhere at any time of the year. It just, again, would depend on the environment. Now, we're not talking about Antarctica, but, How I rate Weatherbug? I've never used it, so I couldn't really tell you. Vince Walty's a good chaser. He actually chases with us, usually. Or not, like, with us, but we're able to use a stream here whenever he's going chasing. Use my radar until I truly decide to change to Radar Omega. Yeah, it's a good idea. I think it's personally better. In my opinion. Again, it's just my opinion. Hey, have a great night, Shelly. Appreciate you coming by and staying tuned. Look at Indiana. This is what's popping in Indiana. Actually, a lot of strong storms in Indiana. Mostly just gusty winds. I've never gone intentionally chasing for a tornado before, so I've never seen one. What causes thunder and lightning to happen? There's a lot of stuff, but it's from the electrons, I'm pretty sure. Positive and negatively electrons when they meet together. They typically happen. Lightning usually happens more often, though, with like large storms when the cloud tops get to a certain height. It's usually when it happens. So, how that whole process works. You can just look it up on Google, too. There's, I mean, heck, I'll look it up now. What causes lightning? I could probably find you a diagram, at least. Positive and negative charges. Sorry, I don't think it's electrons. I don't know why electrons is in my head. But, there's diagrams absolutely everywhere. I'll see if there's one that I can actually show you. This one I can show you. It's a severe weather basics. So, upper negative charge, upper positive charge, you got a bunch of charges in the clouds, and then that kind of all circulates, and those have a lot to do with the temperatures too. The temperatures have to be a certain degree as well in that those clouds to be able to produce those positive and negative charges. So it's kind of how the basics works. It's a weird little phenomenon, but how it works. I don't know why I was thinking electrons. I was thinking biology. Is that biology? That's chemistry. I don't even know. I'm too tired. It's like 1 in the morning. I've definitely heard of tornado siren. Who's your favorite YouTube channel beside you on YouTube? Doesn't have to be weather related. Oh man, I don't have a clue. I mean, a safe answer would be Mr. Beast because I do watch him, but I don't really know. I'll be honest with you, like this might be kind of out of the realm for a lot of people, but you know, I do enjoy watching people like Ninja and Tim the Tatman. They are pretty good. They're like gaming YouTubers, but you know, I do enjoy watching their live streams at least quite often. I don't watch their videos, but videos wise is Mr. Beast though. Thanks, Chris. I'm glad I could help, Christopher. Glad I could help. I sound like Tim the Tatman. It's funny. I don't think I do, but I could be wrong. I don't know. Watch Dream? I do not. I've obviously heard of them, but I do not watch them. Do I play PUBG? I do not play PUBG, no. I really don't play that many video games anymore. I used to play Fortnite and stuff when that peaked and all that, but I really don't play much video games anymore. Pea-sized hail in Coldwater, Michigan. Thank you for the report. Probably a little bit of small hail with those storms and gusty winds. Those are the main concerns. Lucy, they mix. Positive and negatively tilted. Or not negatively tilted. Man, I'm thinking about troughs now. It's too late for this. But no, positive and negative charges mix, and that's what creates lightning. It's not positive lightning and negative lightning. You know what I mean? Not like you can have a negative lightning strike and a positive lightning strike. Imagine if a positive lightning strike looked like a plus sign in the sky, and then a negative one looked like a straight line down to the ground. That'd be one explanation for it. How do you pronounce Dumas? I think it's Dumas. Is it not? I don't even know where that is on the map. I don't know why. I'm getting some of the most random questions ever. I don't know anything about conductive metal on Earth. I couldn't tell you. Please look at Michigan. Why not? It's all just strong storms, though. This is all we're looking at. What's the equation to measure an event horizon in a black hole? Yeah, I really know that stuff. Well, on that note, I'm honestly just gonna end the live stream. I'm so tired. I do appreciate everybody tuning in. It's been a good 4-hour live stream. The last 2 hours just been talking. I do appreciate all you guys tuning in. Before you leave, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Click the bell icon down below so you're notified with the latest video forecasts and live streams. Again, I should have a video tomorrow, but we'll see. I'm so tired. I don't even know if I'll have one tomorrow, but we'll see. My throat also hurts, so if I don't have a video, it'd be because of that. But I do appreciate all you guys tuning in. Before you leave, again, make sure to like, subscribe. Also, check out our store, shopmaxvelocity.net. Again, you can pick up some solid merch at our store. You can get a Supercell hat, all that sort of jazz. My screen is frozen. There we go. But go to shopmaxvelocity.net. There's a link in the description. Check this out. Also, follow us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. But we have that Supercell hat collection out now. Check that all out at shopmaxvelocity.net. In addition to that, if you ever want to support the page, you can do it off stream as well. But you can become a member for as little as $2.99 per month. The link to that is in the description. If you're on iOS or Android, if you're on Windows or on a computer or something like that, you can become a member by clicking the join button. That way, you can become a member, get benefits, you get a chat badge for live streams and all that sort of stuff. It, again, helps out the page a lot. If you ever want to donate as well, it really does mean a lot to me. Click the link in the description. And yeah, that's about it. Again, all that stuff helps out the page a lot. Appreciate you guys all tuning in. Have a great, safe rest of your night. Stay safe tonight, and we'll see you guys all again soon. And also, thank you guys for the new members as well. We have 2 new members tonight. And also, thank you guys for the super chats. I appreciate that a lot. And also, all of you guys that watched tonight, subscribed, all that sort of stuff. Appreciate you guys a lot. Like 900 new subscribers tonight, so that was a ton. I appreciate you guys tuning in.